Jack Diamonds, The Book of Stars. By R.L. Comstock. In the wind, a beautiful white bird the size of an albatross and the purity of a dove is fighting to stay its course. It passes through the brightness of a rising full moon many hours after the sun has set here in the west. It's flying with a purpose and a place to get to, so determined as the skies begin to darken with the increasing buildup of clouds and gusts of torrid wind begin to get even more violent. The bird then catches a strong current of wind and swoops toward Earth. Off in the distance along a roaring river that twists and turns throughout its vast wooded fields toward the Pacific Ocean, a town comes into view through the clouds that continue building and get darker as the wind from the north picks up even more. The bird sees a bridge that crosses high above the river's mouth that opens up to the Pacific, and heads for it. It's a rickety, old wooden bridge with a covered roof that has seen better days. An unusual type of bridge, so old, and spanning such a high and wide place on this river. It was the old crossing of the coastal route before the highway was put in, and was no longer in use. The wood makes a creaking noise in the wind as it softly sways back and forth. Moisture begins to form in the air, as the bird lands on the side railing of this bridge that gives him a little protection from the wind and light rain that has begun to fall. As he sits there, looking up into the sky watching the moon go in and out of view, this old rundown bridge continues to submissively shudder. Then, off in the distance, he can faintly hear a man's voice over the sounds of the wind and the light tapping noise the rain has begun to make as it gets heavier. The man seems to be talking in desperation, but the bird can't quite make out what he is saying. So the bird, being curious about the man, takes flight and swoops down below the bridge to get a closer look. As he does, he comes upon this man by the name of Jack walking on a path along the river that is leading him to the bridge. As Jack gets closer, the bird notices he is dressed in jeans and some sort of leather motorcycle jacket. Jack was a bit tattered, his shirt was out and he is wearing old work boots, but nice all the same. Jack is carrying a backpack over one shoulder with one hand, occasionally holding on to it, as he carries in his other hand the cell phone he is talking into. The bird flies past him without being noticed, swings back around in the cold wind, then flies on into the dark shadows of the bridge just ahead of Jack. As Jack gets to the bridge on this path, he walks into the darkness that plunges below the bridge, not noticing that just off to the side of the path sitting back in the shadows, he was being watched. But not by the bird, it was a man, a homeless man named Michael, who was watching Jack on the cell phone coming closer. Michael is there holding tight to all of his belongings, protecting his things from being carried off into the wind. As he watches Jack coming towards him in anticipation, he leans back, into the darkest shadows of the night. Listening to Jack, Michael realizes that he is talking to his son in some state of despair, even in an anguished and somewhat frantic manner. Jack is saying goodbye to his son and telling him that he might hear something terrible about him, and wanted to tell his son he loved him and that he was sorry before he left. With tears in his eyes and a quiver in his voice he simply said, "Son, I'm so sorry, but there's nothing else to say." Without hanging up or missing a beat, Jack tosses his phone into the bushes at the side of the path. The phone lands into Michael's lap, startling him. He picks it up and hesitantly puts it to his ear. As he is listening to the pleas of this young boy on the other end, he watches Jack walk through the shadows and come to the steps that lead up onto the bridge. Michael begins to gather all his things, carefully making sure he gets everything and fighting the wind that tries to dislodge some papers out of his grasp. He then, with his things forced tight against his chest with one hand, and holding the cell phone with the boy screaming for his father in the other, starts up the steps after this troubled man. Up on the bridge the wind is really howling now. The rain has started falling even harder and the night has become very cold and dark. Jack is placing his watch and wallet on his leather jacket, where he has just laid it down next to his backpack on the small wooden sidewalk that runs along one side of the bridge. He is in tears and shaking as he gets soaked in the cold rain that is now blowing sideways, even though he is covered by the roof of this old bridge. As Jack continues talking to himself, he looks up and sees this homeless guy walking toward him. Looking at him approaching with rain hitting him in the face, it looks like a gun is being pointed at him. Jack tells the guy coming towards him that all his things are right there, as he points down to his wallet and stuff on the wooden sidewalk. "You can have it, please, just leave me alone and let me do what I need to do." Michael then lifts up the cell phone and tells the man, "I don't want your things. I just bought that you." Jack interrupts him as he recognizes the cell phone in his hand and tells him he doesn't want the phone or to talk to anyone, that it is too late, and he just wants to be left alone. Jack then turns to climb up onto the side of the bridge. It is even getting colder and the wind begins to pick up even more as the storm gets worse. Suddenly the sky lights up with lightning out over the ocean, and thunder now begins to drown out the howling of the wind. Just then a large bolt of lightning strikes the other end of the bridge. Shaking the bridge violently, Jack gets startled and almost slips and falls. He then gathers himself and looks back around towards Michael, and sees the lightning had knocked him to the ground. Jack, first concerned, but notices this homeless guy is okay, turns once again, takes a deep breath, looks up into the sky and said, "Forgive me." Jack starts to lean out over the raging turbulent river below as if to let go and drop. "Wait!" yells out Michael, catching Jack just as he was getting ready to let go. Startling him, he steadied himself and turns to look at Michael, now standing there closer to him. "What?" growls Jack, "can't you just let me do this? It's hard enough already. I don't need you yelling at me." Michael apologizes, but then asks if they can talk. Jack tells him again he has nothing to say. Then Michael, while fighting to keep hold of all his things, holds his hands out and looks down at himself, gesturing, and pleads, "Look at me, I'm homeless, just maybe, I might have something to say." Jack took a good hard look at him, and snarls, "I can see that, but what does that have to do with me?" "Perhaps nothing." Michael insists, "But it looks like you have a little time on your hands and it could really help me out, if you would just listen to my story. It will only take a few minutes." Jack looks back out over the river and then up into the sky, then gradually turns back toward this man and slowly climbs down off the ledge and hesitantly agrees, "I'll give you a few minutes, but that's it." Michael puts his things, along with the cell phone, down next to Jack's backpack and the two men awkwardly sit down beside each other. As they sat there, Michael begins to tell his story. Michael's hands became very animated as he begins telling Jack about a young man, years ago. Looking down on them, you can see the two men sitting there, swaying on the bridge, with the wind still blowing hard and the rain hitting the roof of the bridge making a popping noise. We see the stormy night sky as the full moon and several stars begin to make themselves present. From out of the darkness we now see the bird flying again. As we watch clouds crossing in front of the full moon, the bird flies up through the clouds and across the bright moon once again, listening, as the story is being told. The moon slowly turns into the sun and the sky gradually becomes the day and the day is warm and calm. The bird begins his flight along the vast sands of the North Arabian desert in the lands of Nabatea, just south of the Dead Sea. The year is around 5 BC and near the time of spring. As he flies across the dunes he reaches an oasis of palm trees with a well and notices travelers resting from the heat of the sun. There are several men who seem to be traders and part of a caravan, traveling north to Damascus. But, there is another small group of men who are keeping to themselves. You see, these men have just fled from Bethlehem where they had received a vision and a dream, telling them to return home in a different direction and not to return to Herod in Jerusalem. After riding night and day to put distance between themselves and those that might harm them, they have now stopped to rest their camels. While sitting in the shade of the palms and drinking the cool water from the well, they discussed the astounding things that have just happened to them. While talking about how amazing this Christ child was, one of them remembers the coffin, a box that Mary gave them. A young apprentice is told to go and unpack the box from the camel and the three wise men, along with this apprentice, sit around the box as one of them opens it. He has to break a seal of some sort, and as he does, it sounds like a vacuum and as instantly as air gets sucked in, light shoots out as it opens, nearly knocking the men over. As they gather themselves and look into the box, they only see a rock, a big heavy stone. Not even a pretty quartz or gemstone. Just a big ordinary stone. Well, they all look at it, then at each other. Being such wise men, they pondered a bit, but seemed perplexed. Why would Mary give us such a thing? One picked it up and looked underneath the stone. Nothing unusual, as he passes it over to the older Magi. He looks it over. It's just a stone, he says. As ordered by the wise men, the young apprentice takes the stone and without hesitation walks over to the well and tosses it in. Then there was a splash in the water. A huge splash. Back on the bridge, hearing the splash, both Jack and Michael get up and hurry and look over the side of the bridge and down into the river below. They can't see anything, just the light of the full moon reflecting back up at them. Little do they know, off to the side, hiding just at the river's edge, under the branches of a tree that hangs out over and into the river, were two eyes, shining in the dark, looking back up at them. After a few minutes, believing there was no one there, Jack turns to Michael and inquires, "So? The three wise men, I get it? Different take on it, but still, can't see a thing this has to do with anything." Michael goes on and tries to start back into the story, but is stopped. "Look, nothing personal, but your story isn't meaning anything. It's not going to change my mind, so please." As Jack was saying that, Michael, leaning against the side of the bridge, slips and falls through the railing and tumbles down to the depths of the rushing river below. Jack leans over to see if he can see the old man and yells out to Michael. When he realizes he can't see or hear him, he runs over and down the steps, off the bridge until he reaches the river's edge. With a little panic in his voice, he cries out for the old man. He starts wading out into the river near the shoreline, going up and down looking for any evidence of the old guy. Then he sees it. It's the shirt Michael was wearing. Without hesitation, he takes one deep breath and dives out into the freezing water. After diving under several times with no luck of seeing Michael, Jack went under again, but this time, he sees something shiny towards the bottom and heads for it. As he gets close, a large log being taken along the bottom current hits him and it puts him into an old dead tree that was stuck in the mud at the bottom of this river. He then recognized that the current was going back and forth in both directions, tasting salt water. Jack realized it was because he was at the mouth of this river at the ocean, and that probably the tide was fighting the current of the river, right there. Then once again, he sees that shiny object. It's a box of some kind, he thought. He starts to panic as he realizes he is really stuck, and the harder he works at it the more it pulls him under the tree toward the bottom. He reaches over and grabs the box, but then realizing he is out of air, starts to fade. Before he completely blacks out, he sees what he believes to be a mermaid. The next thing he knows, he's on the bank coming to next to that box. He takes just a second to gather himself and then notices it stopped raining and there is no longer any wind as well. He looks up into the sky toward the full moon. Just as he starts focusing on it, he sees the bird. It flies across the sky, crossing in front of the moon and then ascending, as if it flying to heaven. Then Jack started thinking about the old homeless guy, and looked back out over the river. Something caught his eye as he looked near the bank next to him and saw all the guy's clothes. They were neatly folded. Wait, the mermaid, he thought. He stood up and looked around. What the heck is going on? He continued pondering, but all he could see was the box. He realized that when he was stuck at the bottom of the river, that he really didn't want to die. He still had some sort of purpose, something he had to finish, but what? He thought. Then he remembered putting his wallet and stuff on the bridge. Looking and seeing no one was around, he left the box and went back up on the bridge to get his things. When he got there, he saw that his cell phone and the papers and things that Michael was clutching onto were all gone. He went to gather his things quickly, but realizing he was wet and very cold, he put on his jacket. While slipping his hands into the pockets, he felt something that got his attention. This wasn't anything that felt familiar. So he pulled it out, to find an old tarnished key. He looked at it and wondered where it came from and what it was for. Then it hit him. He looked over the side of the bridge and down to the box, and he could see it shine from the reflections of the moon like it did under the water. Could it be? He wondered. He took off back down to the box and saw that the key did fit. He just slid it in, and that was it. He took a step back and wondered what the heck was going on. Then he looked back up at the sky and thought about that bird again. No way. That the homeless guy, Michael, turned into the bird. Then he wondered if the mermaid was really a mermaid, or was the bird the mermaid? His mind started really working, and eventually he had to just get off it and figure out what he needed to do next. He looked down at the box and wondered if he should open it or if he should go somewhere and dry off and open it in a better place. He looked at his watch he had just put back on. It was 4:05. Pretty early in the morning, he thought. He picked up the box and started up the little bank from the river's edge to the path. But just as he turned, he felt something, as if he was being watched. He quickly turned and looked toward some trees hanging out into the river, and as he did, the branches moved and he heard a splash in the water. "Who's there?" he yelled out. After spending a few minutes looking around and realizing it could have just been some animal or bird or something, he turned and continued to the path. But about halfway, out in the river, just floating there with the top half of her head out of the water and watching him, was the mermaid. As she watched him walk away, it seemed she was sad, with tears running down her cheeks. But she wasn't sad, she was actually very happy that Jack has decided not to end his life. After getting all dry and cleaned up, he decides to go to an all-night coffee shop that was just down away at the edge of town, and very close to the old bridge. He tried sneaking in the box and placing it on the seat of the booth as he sat down. But the waitress noticed and gave him an odd look. As he sat there for a second, looking around noticing a few people there, then looking up at the big clock on the wall over the door, he realized it was almost 5 a.m., so he looked back at his watch and noticed it still said 4:05. He shook it, and realized it had stopped for some reason. But I wasn't wearing it when I was in the water, he thought. Then Jack looked over at the box and decided he should just open it and see what was in there. He put in the key and as he turned it, the box shook a little. This caused him to sit back and question his decision to open it. Nonetheless, he knew he had to. Why else had the key been placed into his pocket? So he grabbed the top and started to pull it open, but it seemed to be stuck. He grabbed the butter knife off the table and started prying. After really working at it for a few minutes, he finally got it loose. Then he grabbed it with both hands, and yanked it open. As soon as he did, a vacuum-like air rushed in. No sooner it rushed back out with a loud swish and a flash of light. The few people that were in the coffee shop all turned and looked at him. He lightly laid the top back onto the box and apologized. The waitress walked over with her eyes glued to the box to take his order. "Coffee is all," declared Jack. "What's in the box?" she asked. He got a little paranoid and started to tell her some crazy story about how some guy gave him a key and that the bird, then there was a. She stopped him. "Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. I really don't want to know." She turned and walked away to get his coffee. After sitting there for a while pondering and waiting for his coffee, she brings it over. He takes a sip and then positions himself to get a good look into the box. He slowly removes the top again in anticipation of some great treasure or something. Somewhat disappointed, he looks down into the box, and there is only a couple old books and some other stuff, but no lost treasure or anything. This must have been someone's box of junk, he thought. Oh, of course, the homeless guy. Michael must have lived there under the bridge and this is his stuff. He started wondering how it got into the river and why would he want him to have it. He did give Jack the key after all, perhaps slipping it into Jack's pocket as he sat there telling the story? At least, this is what Jack believed. So, he wasn't that bird, he thought. I'm not losing my mind. Then he started thinking, realizing Michael must have drowned, and started feeling bad because he followed him up there, onto the bridge to begin with. Just then something shiny in the box caught Jack's eye. He pulled out all of the books and all the other stuff and placed it on the table in front of him. He noticed that there was a very unusual thing. It was like a compass, but no compass he had ever seen. Then he picked up the stone. Looks like a necklace, something a hippie would wear, he thought. It had a weird star sort of carved out of the middle and it was nothing like any stone he had ever seen before. Then he picked up the shiny object. It's a ring. He placed it back down next to the stone and then noticed there were a few other odd things with no way of guessing what they could be. Then he turned his attention to the books. There was one really old book titled The Book of Stars, but Jack noticed it appeared to be several chronicles put together of a couple different people or places. As he flipped through them, he noticed these were indeed books within a book written by different people. At first he didn't realize what he had. He first assumed that these were tales by someone about these people. The first being called the Chronicles of Cotsmock. It was as if someone found and compiled all of them together, perhaps even translating them into English. They were old, and written on a different type of paper that he had never seen before. The cover was some sort of leather with a wooden spine. It didn't take long to realize the treasure he truly had, as he began reading.
The Chronicles of Cotsmock. It was in the year 21 BC when I was a young lad, inside my 12th year, traveling with an old druid priest. While in the great city of Byzantium in the lands of the Macedonia, we were living among a group of our countrymen. We came from the far lands of the Belgi, near the great North Sea. There were many who listened to the teachings of this druid. He was known as Altazar, of the land of the great oaks, and was a very wise and knowledgeable old man. He gave me the name Cotsmock, and has told me nothing of my beginnings. I know only him and no others, as I have no family. He has taught me the ways of the druids, along with reading and writing. I would go with him and sit and listen as he would teach at the steps of the great schools of learning of Byzantium. It was there on one morning when a group of Roman scholars came and wished to debate Altazar. The news spread very fast, and soon the square below the steps was full of people from all walks of life. I soon noticed that there were more and more Roman soldiers gathering around the crowd. I looked down at Altazar, and he took a stone and tossed it into the air. As he did, the stone turned into a bird, and it flew straight at the Roman scholars, making them all drop to their knees and cover their heads. The crowd was amazed, but soon they started shouting, "Sorcerer! He's a sorcerer!" And the Roman soldiers started working their way through the crowd toward the steps. One of the Roman scholars stood back up and pointed at me and said, "Arrest that boy along with this sorcerer and take them to Vispis Bibulus." I took off running through the crowd and ran straight into a big Roman soldier. As he bent over to pick me up, I jumped right through his legs and started running again. I could see at least 6 soldiers running after me, but I was too fast and found a box in a woodcarver's shop to hide in. I sat in that dark box for a long time until I was sure it was night and safe to come out. I went back to the house we stayed out of those who were friends and followers of Altazar and quietly snuck in. They noticed me and were very glad I was safe. They told me that this Vispis Bibulus was a senator and a very wicked man. They feared for the life of Altazar and were planning to free him. I told them I wanted to come, but they would not let me. Staying out of sight, I followed them as they climbed a wall and entered the grounds of the Senate, where I could see out in a courtyard a man sitting in a big covered chair with others gathered around him. Then I noticed the men sneaking along a wall across the courtyard towards a big doorway that opened out into the square. Suddenly the soldiers appeared along with Altazar, who was in chains. Then I noticed there were soldiers quickly approaching the men that came to free Altazar, but they didn't see the soldiers coming. Just after a short fight, 2 men were dead and the other 3 were captured. I looked back at the senator, and as he was sitting there, they forced Altazar to his knees in front of him. Then another man walked in with a group of other soldiers. He belted out, "Hello, brother." Vispis gets up and walks over to greet his brother. "Jurius, what a great surprise," replied Vispis. I started to get closer, working my way along the wall. I could see that the soldiers had beaten Altazar. I didn't know what to do, but thought I had to do something. Then I heard Vispis telling his brother Jurius this man was a sorcerer and that he was going to be given a trial and put to death. "A sorcerer, you say?" says Jurius. As I tried to get closer, I walked into a pot and knocked it over. As soon as it hit the ground, everyone looked over and saw me. "It's the sorcerer's apprentice," proclaims one of the soldiers. "Get him and bring him here," shouted Vispis. The soldiers grabbed me and dragged me over next to Altazar. "You shouldn't have come here," whispered Altazar. I had till I told him. Then I jumped up and started fighting, only to be shoved back to the ground. "He has a little fight in him," said Jurius. Jurius turned to Vispis. Let me take these two off your hands, brother. I am on my way to Galatia, and I can put them to work. Vispus walks over to his chair and sits down, then looks up at his brother. Fine, you take them, and waves his soldiers off.
Back in the coffee shop, Jack noticed a couple had entered and sat down in a booth right next to him. They seemed to be having a fight over something the guy either did or didn't do. It was hard to tell, even the guy seemed he didn't know what he had done. They were a young black couple that seemed to have been up all night. Perhaps even a first date, or they had met at a dance club. They were a distraction. Not just because they were being loud, but she just was hammering the poor guy. Jack noticed the old guy that was sitting at the counter when he first came in was also getting a good laugh at the dilemma this guy found himself in. The girl notices the old man laughing, then she looked at Jack and realized he was also watching them. She turned to get into Jack's face and asked him if he had a problem. The old man started laughing louder, so she turned back toward him and then to her date, and stood up, saying, "You see, you just did it again." She opened her purse, reached in, then threw a couple bucks at the table and stormed out. The guy sat there for just a few seconds, then looked at Jack with a puzzled look that turned to anxiety, as he got up and ran out after her. As he ran out the door, wind shot through the doorway and Jack noticed that the sky, which had cleared up for the most part, from the storm earlier, had begun to get darker and clouds seemed to start rolling back in. It looked like a heavy storm out over the ocean, with a large activity of lightning. Jack, sensing a presence, turned and the waitress was standing there. She had refilled Jack's coffee cup and was standing there holding this necklace that was in the box. Jack reached out and took it from her, saying, "Sorry, but I need to put that back in the box. It doesn't belong to me." The waitress hissed at Jack and then walked away, making Jack sit back and chuckle. He looked at the stuff from the box he had sitting on the table, and placed it all back in the box, except for the book he returned to reading.
The next morning we were on our way toward Galatia and on to the city of Tyana, in Cappadocia at the foot of Mt. Taurus, near the Cilician gates. Because of the beating they gave Altazar, he rode in a wagon, while I walked alongside as I was chained to this wagon. Jurius was not yet among us. He had ridden ahead and would meet up with us in Bithynia where his wife and son were. From what I could hear, I understood that Jurius wasn't a senator like his brother, but a captain in the Roman army, and he owned land in the Cappadocia near Galatia. As I was walking along, I would talk to Altazar to keep his hopes up. He was really hurt bad, but even with the condition he was in, he continued to teach me all the things he wanted me to know. He then reached over and grabbed my hand and placed it at the stone he wore around his neck. "They call this the Druid Stone," he said. "It was formed out of a great oak tree, and the star and symbols were made naturally with the magic of nature. Through the years, this great piece of oak became petrified and turned to stone. The star formed itself out of malachite. It has a special purpose and a sign of great importance," Altazar explained. So I put it around my neck and hid it under my shirt. Altazar continued, "Now it is time for me to tell you who you are and where you come from." So he went on to tell me. It was the year 33 BC in the lands of Nervii, just south of the Frisians off the shores of the great North Sea at the mouth of the river Rhine, where your story begins. He continued telling me I was born in the small village of Turnicum to the Princess Julia of the Brigantes, who had been traveling from the land across the sea of the Celtic Britons. She was on her way to the province of Illyricum near Venetia and Emilia of the Roman Empire. Because of her beauty and status, she was to be given to the General Octavian for marriage. You see, it was not known that she was with child. When she gave birth, for my mother's safety and mine, I was taken by the Druid priest, and my mother was told that I did not survive and died. She was told not to ever mention the child for her own safety. I was kept hidden as we traveled east to the lands of the great Macedonia Empire. But then he told me that he wasn't only a Druid priest, but also my grandfather, and that my mother was the daughter of the Iceni, Queen Haranguing, who was the daughter of King Belimar the Great and sister to King Lud and Caswallon. It was her who Altazar had loved. My father was the warrior Prince Torbrix of the Sicambrii, son of Beatrix. He said he immediately took me from my home in Nervii and to the north to the lands of the Frisii and Cherusii, at the mouth of the great river Rhine. It is there that my journey east began with my grandfather, the Druid priest. We had traveled south down the great Rhine to the Black Forest of the Alps, and then on to the east along the Danube River until reaching the lands of the Macedonians near the Great Black Sea. We had stopped and lived in many places along the way, and by the time we got to the Black Sea, I was the age of 9. And it is here, on this road toward the Cappadocia Mountains and on to Galatia, my story continues.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning hit right outside, in the middle of the street, and all the lights went out. Everyone in the coffee shop worked their way through the dark toward the window and looked out. It looked like the lights everywhere else in town were still on, only the coffee shop went dark. They could see the wind was really howling, and was throwing debris at the window. They all began to back away for safety. Jack put the lid on the box and backed away with them. The cook started working his way back into the kitchen. You could hear him knocking into things as he worked his way back toward the fuse box. Suddenly, as the lights came back on, the jukebox began to play. Jack walked back over to his booth near the window and looked outside. The storm seemed to have dissipated, and was all at once gone as quickly as it came. Everyone was thinking the same thing: this is the weirdest dang weather. Jack looked up at the clock, and he was a bit confused. It seemed like he had been there reading for at least an hour, but it had only been about 10 minutes. Jack straightened the things around his table, and settled in to read a little more.
After nearly a month of this journey east, we camped for the night. I was very cold as I lay on the ground under the wagon that I was chained to. The soldiers were sitting around a fire, drinking and telling stories, when one of them stood up and yelled out to Altazar, "Hey, sorcerer, come and do some of your magic." The drunken soldier walked over to the wagon and pulled him out and dragged him to the fire. He then started ripping Altazar's clothes off and then made him stand on a big rock. One of the other soldiers made a tall, pointy hat and put it on his head. "Come on," they shouted. "Make yourself disappear." Altazar could barely stand as they threw stones and sticks at him. Then I heard a horse ride up, and a spear flew into the fire. It was Jurius, and he was very angry with his soldiers. He threw one of them into the fire, and as the soldier quickly got out, Jurius kicked him and knocked him to the ground in front of Altazar. "Put his clothes back on him and put him back in the wagon," he belted. Then he looked over and was staring at me. He walked over and grabbed my chains. "Who told you to chain this boy?" He pulled out his sword, and with one swift blow, he struck the chains, and it broke into pieces, freeing me from the wagon. "I want this boy in the wagon with the old man," he ordered. After they put us in the wagon, Jurius brought over some blankets. "I'm sorry," he said. "You are no prisoners of mine, but I do wish you will stay and teach my son." At once I realized that this was a good man. In the months to come, as we traveled into Galatia, Altazar got better and did teach the son of Jurius. I came to learn that Jurius was the son of Brutus and Portia, the daughter of Cato the Younger. That his brother Vispus was the half-brother of Lucius Calpurnius Bibulus, son of Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, Portia's first husband, and that they really didn't get along, that in fact he had heard of his brother taking this Druid teacher into custody, that he wanted to free him. Altazar told me that he had seen Jurius among the crowds, listening on more than one occasion. Jurius' wife, Rebecca, was very pretty, and I heard that she was the granddaughter of Tigranes the Great, the Armenian king who fought off both the Romans and the Parthians. That she was the daughter of King Artavast of Armenia, and at one time, when she was young, she was to be married to Alexander Helios, son of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the great queen of Egypt. But her father did not allow it, and was later captured by the Romans. A year after her father's death in 30 BC, she married Jurius. Their son, Theodas, was in his 9th year and really was a quick learner. Even though I was almost 4 years older, we got along really well and were always together. He followed me around like a little brother. Then on one warm night, when Theodas and I were walking through the woods after coming back from fishing, we saw some men sneaking through the forest toward our camp. We ran as fast as we could to warn everyone, but we ran into some other men hiding, and they grabbed us. Theodas began to yell for help, and I joined in, but no one came running. As we were being carried off, we saw fire and a lot of smoke back toward our camp. It was clear it was under attack, and we had no idea what had ever become of them. We learned that these men were from the north along the southern coast of the Black Sea, from the land of Pontus, and that they wanted to capture the granddaughter and her son of the great Tigrans and hold them hostage. I overheard them say that the princess got away, but that they had the sons. They thought I was Theodas' brother, so we decided it would be best to go along. Even though Altazar taught me many languages, I couldn't make out everything these men said. They continued traveling north, not even to stop and rest at night, having Theodas and I tied upon a horse. After a few weeks, we came to the Black Sea, to the city of Trapezus. They took us straight to the palace and to the high priest of Queen Pythodarda of Pontus. She was the wife of King Polemon. This is where I learned that Theodas' great-grandfather, Tigranes the Great, was married to Cleopatra, the favorite daughter of the Pontus king Mithridates VI, who himself claimed heritage both from Persian and Greek rulers, including Cyrus, Darius I, Seleucus I, and Alexander the Great. The high priest did not want the heir of Mithridates VI to be able to come back and regain control. He had set into works a plan with the Iberians to trade the heir of both Pontus and Armenia for a Pontus priest who was captured a year earlier and being held under suspicion of being part of the plot that killed the Iberian king Mirian II, known as Mirvan. But when he learned that Princess Rebecca was not captured, he was very angry, for her fate was death. He then realized he needed to hold on to the boy until he could get his mother. When he saw there were two of us, he realized I was different and too old to be the son of a young princess. At first, he ordered for me to be put to the sword, but then he stopped them and instead decided to trick the Iberians and to trade me for the priest. They pulled us apart and took Theodas away and hit me over the head.
Jack had to take a break and use the restroom. As he got up to stretch his legs, he noticed that the coffee shop was beginning to get a little crowded. There was one guy sitting back in the corner booth that was wearing sunglasses. He appeared to be staring at Jack, but then again, he could have just been sleeping. Jack looked back at the box and noticed he had the cover on it, but he threw his jacket over the box as well and picked up the book and carried it with him into the restroom. Jack was looking at himself in the mirror in the restroom and realized his face was still a little bloody and dirty from when he was pulled from the river. He began washing his face, but he kept hearing someone at the door. "I'll just be a second," yelled out Jack. He finished and went to open the door, and realized it was stuck. "It locks from the inside," he thought. He then started pushing hard and finally got it part of the way open. Jack peeked through the opening and noticed a chair was wedged under the doorknob, so he backed up and ran hard into the door, smashing the chair, and falling out into the small hallway leading into the kitchen. The cook was standing there looking at Jack as he picked himself up off the floor. Jack, then realizing someone had to have done this on purpose, ran back into the dining area and to his booth. He saw his jacket on the floor near the front door, and the box was gone. He looked outside and saw someone walking fast, with a limp, carrying something down the street. Jack turned and looked toward the booth in the corner and noticed the man with the sunglasses was gone. Jack leaned over and grabbed his jacket and threw it onto his backpack, but still holding the book, he started off running after the man down the street. Jack caught up with the man just a few blocks down the road as the man hurried into a small church. Jack walked in slowly behind him as the man limped toward a stained glass window, breathing hard and murmuring something to himself. Jack looked up at the window, at a picture of an angel who was in the sky just above the ocean, with other angels about him higher in the sky. The ocean was glowing beneath him as if there was a presence of some sort attached to this angel. The man dropped to his knees, and without turning and acknowledging Jack, he started telling Jack how he is in danger, that they know, and that they will come for the stone. Just then the doors of the church slammed shut, shutting off the light that was being let in, startling Jack, and he turned to look. Quickly Jack turned back towards the man as he asks, "Who is coming after the stone, and what stone?" But as Jack goes to look upon the guy again, he was gone, just disappeared, and the box was sitting there in front of the stained glass window. The box appeared to be glowing within, and slightly pulsating, making Jack feel a bit uneasy. So Jack hurried and picked up the box and walked back to the coffee shop. He placed the box back onto the seat of the booth next to his backpack, and sat down next to it. Jack then looked up, and noticed that now, this crowded coffee shop is all staring at him, including the waitress and cook. Jack smiles at them and says, "What a morning, huh?" As everyone starts getting back to their own business, Jack opens the box and pulls out the stone, wondering if this is the same stone Altazar gave Kotsmok. Looking at it closely, he says to himself, "So, are you the Druid stone?" Jack puts the stone down on the table close to him, near where he has now reopened this book to continue reading.
The next thing I know, I wake up and I'm in a caged wagon traveling along a rugged road near the coast of the Black Sea. There were two other men tied up in there with me. One of them asked if I had ever been to Mtskheta before. I didn't answer him. I could only wonder if Theodos was okay, and that if Jurius and Altazar escaped with the princess. We had traveled along this road for a few weeks now. The soldiers would throw us scraps of bread and gave us a little water. One of the men with me died, and they just tossed his body over the cliff into the sea. Most of the nights it would rain and the road would become muddy, making it hard to travel. But during the day the sun would come back out and be as hot as any story I had heard about hell. One day as we started leaving the sea and traveling more inland, I felt we were coming close to the end of this journey. Horses came upon us from the rear, and they were riding fast. I could overhear the men talking. They said that Jurius and his army took Trapezus with an order from Rome and the magic of a druid wizard to release the boys. But the queen, who knew nothing of this plot, had the high priest arrested. When they learned I was not there, they started torturing the high priest. These men were sent to tell them to ride fast, that their lives were in danger. They continued to tell them that they must get this boy to Iberia for the exchange of the priest. I looked over at the other man, who didn't look so good. I asked him who this priest was that was so important. The man looked at me and could barely speak, but he said, "He is the high priest's son, heir to the order, who wishes to overthrow King Polmon." Just then, the horses and wagons started going faster, even though this was a rough and dangerous road. I kept my eyes looking back, hoping someone was following, but before nightfall, we came over a ridge and started down into a valley. I was at least happy that Altazar was alive. We rode out onto a better road where there were soldiers, Iberian soldiers, watching the road behind us. As we pulled closer toward a large castle, I could see the priest on a white horse and riding toward us. The wagon stopped, and the men unleashed the horses and started to get on. They joined the priest and started back toward Pontus. Only the sick man and myself were there. The cage we were in was still locked as we sat and watched them ride away. But then I turned, and there was a man and a woman riding toward us. As they got closer, they directed the soldiers to come forward and to open the cage. This was the young King Stancius Arshak, who they called King Artaxias II, and his sister, Sabrinaus, the Princess Sabrina of Iberia. They were thinking I was a royal heir to the Armenian king Tigrans. They treated me with respect and first sent me to get cleaned up. I wasn't sure what to do. I was afraid to tell them the truth. The princess was so beautiful, and she was around my age, maybe 15. This kingdom was beautiful as well, a long natural valley cut in the Caucasus Mountains running from the Black Sea toward the Caspian. This region was called the Caucasus and opened up to the Black Sea with great rivers running to it. It was in the shadow of the great Mt. Elbrus, which is snow-capped year-round. I learned later that this was the land of the great Amazon Queen Penthesilea. I was taken from there and onto their great castle east, into the city of Mtskheta that sat just south of the great Iberian gates that protected their kingdom from the raiders of the North Kingdoms. There I was summoned to the great hall, where they were to have a feast in my honor. There was a soldier, a captain of the army guard, who kept staring at me, and then he would look at Princess Sabrina. He was an older man of about 50, and they called him Phytius. I noticed that there was also a priest who sat with the king and was advising him in just about everything he did. Stancius was just a little older than me, very young to be king, and just recently married. I could sense that Stancius and Sabrina were very nice, but that there were others who were not. As I sat here watching everyone, I started to think about my mother, who was also a princess, and wondered what she was like. She wasn't much older than Sabrina when she had me. Was she frightened? And where was my father? How old was my father? Were they in love? Or was she a conquest? Suddenly Phytius threw his cup of wine across the room and barked out, "So, What are we to make of him?" He stood up and started walking toward me from around the great table. "He is our guest and must be treated as such," answered Sabrina. King Stancius stands up and tells Phidias to watch his tongue. "I suppose you're going to want him to marry your sister Stancius," scorned Phidias. "I said mind your tongue," continues Stancius. Phidias looks over at the priest. As he does, the priest grabs Stancius by the arm and whispers in his ear. Stancius sits down as Phidias begins to laugh and storms out. The princess gets up and grabs me by the hand and asks me to follow her. "Let me show you where you will sleep," she said. "Okay, princess, thank you," I say. Then she says, "No, please call me Sabrina." I followed her up some stairs and down a long hallway until we came to a great big room with a great big bed. "Wow, I've never slept in one of those before." She started laughing, then looked at me and said, "Oh, I hope it will be okay and to your liking." Then hurrying in were two older women, and they started to quickly take my clothes off, but I stopped them and was a bit embarrassed. Sabrina shyly excused herself as she told me these women would bath me and prepare me for bed. I didn't know at the time, but Sabrina was peeking through the door, watching. She noticed the druid stone around my neck. The next day when we were together, she asked me about it. At first, I was worried that this would give my secret away. "How did you know I had this?" I asked her. At first, she looked flustered and looked away quickly. Then she told me it fell out when the women started undressing me, just before she left. Well, I suppose the gig is up and I should tell her. But just before I do, she leans over and kisses me. "What was that for?" I asked her. She told me that she thought I was handsome and that she just wanted to do that. She also started telling me about how the old Captain Phidias of the guards wants her for his own, and that he's trying to convince the priest to convince her brother. She continued to tell me that she knew it was against their kingdom laws for an Iberian princess to marry an Armenian prince ever since the treaty with Pontus was signed. I asked her what she would think if I told her I wasn't really the heir of Tigrans. She started laughing and said, "Well, that would be okay then. We would surely be able to marry, but just one slight problem." "What would that be?" I nervously asked. "Well, it would be hard to marry if you were dead." She started laughing again. "That wouldn't even be anything to joke about," she continued. Well, one must know. I kept from telling her the truth.
Just then, Jack noticed people were gathering around the windows again, and looking outside. He looked up at the clock and couldn't believe it was still only just after 5:30, then looked outside, and noticed what everyone was looking at. It was the storm brewing out over the ocean again. The waitress walked up to refill Jack's cup. Jack immediately picked up the druid stone and held it in his hand. He smiled at the waitress and thanked her for the coffee. She looked puzzled at Jack and said, "Some awfully strange things happening this morning." Then she glared over at the box, and then back to the druid stone in Jack's hand. Jack smiled back at her. "Yep, some strange weather we're having." She turned to walk away, then paused. "That's not all that's been strange going on around here." She continues on to refill others' cups. Jack looks down at the druid stone, then back out the window, and puts the stone back into the box. "Yep, strange isn't the half of it." But then, almost as an addiction, he can't help himself and continues reading.
I spent around 5 years in Iberia learning their culture, flirting with Sabrina, upsetting Phidias, and becoming friends with Stancius and his very young son. They were an amazing people. I traveled all over their kingdom and even was allowed to study with the philosopher priests in their temple of fire. It was built in the side of the mountains and had writings on the cliff walls that were written from the first generations of Noah that had arrived in that area after the great flood. So I was told. I learned that Sabrina's father, Mirvan, King Mirian too, was the son of Parnavaz and descendant of King Nimrod of Babylon. His father was murdered and a close friend and priest of his father carried Mirvan into the land of Persia for safety. Mirvan then lived and grew up studying the ways of these Persians. It was later on, when their father came back to Iberia with a Persian army and recaptured his throne as the rightful heir. He then married into the Arshakaniani dynasty. Sabrina tells me this makes her brother King Artaxias II and the rightful heir, even though there are some who are fighting against this. Now, I am coming up to when I believe I will turn the age of 20. And having become a man, I wish to no longer be this prince that I am not. I do not like living a lie. I had hoped that Altazar would have come and rescued me, but I can only think now that he is no longer. It is here in Iberia where I continue to write down my words that Altazar had taught me. I have begun to think there can be some good of leaving a record of one's life. I would one day like to see my mother, if she is even still alive. There is no telling where she would be. I only know the few names of her people, my people. I have noticed with the studies of the fire worshippers that they observe the stars, and that this druid stone also has something to do with the stars, but what? And why would Altazar want me to have this? I'm no druid priest, but I guess I'm sort of like a prince? At least my mother was a princess. That's something, right? I feel I have to tell Sabrina the truth.
Jack stops reading for a second, wondering why this Kotsmok just doesn't tell Sabrina how he feels and who he is. She seems like she would be okay with it. Jack also is remembering some current news about Georgia and a conflict with Russia, that Georgia must be this same area, an area now that is important to the importing of oil from the Caspian to the Black Sea. He continues reading, learning why it was not a great idea to say anything.
Okay, so I'm sitting here in the dungeon, after telling Sabrina. I didn't see this coming. Suddenly the door swings open and I get hit over the head. Someone starts wrapping me up in what appears to be a large blanket or carpet, and I am carried out and put onto a horse. I have no idea where I'm going, or if I'm alone or with someone else. I sort of can hear someone else, but can't make it out. I'm thinking it's probably Phidias. He is the captain of the guard after all. And maybe he will take me out and drop me off a cliff? I can barely move. All I can think about right now is getting loose. But so tight. Then we finally stop. Then suddenly they start taking off this thick blanket, and I notice it's Sabrina. I couldn't let them kill you, she says. Why did you tell them? I asked. I didn't. A spy of the priest heard you and had you arrested, she continued. She went on to tell me that she made an agreement with Phidias to let me go, and she brought me all the way to Baku on the Caspian. I have arranged for an Armenian friend to meet you here. They will take you to Tigranakert, where you will be safe, she says. Sabrina had tears in her eyes, and then she kissed me. She got back on her horse, and I watched her ride away. I was afraid that this would be the last time I would see Sabrina. In Tigranakert, I was welcomed at first, not realizing that Sabrina told them I was an heir to Tigrans. It didn't take long before I let the so-called cat out of the bag. Besides, I think they knew first off anyway. I look nothing like them. One day, a few months with these Armenians, while traveling to the great mountain they call Ararat, I told one of the students that I was studying with that my name was really Kotsmok, given to me by my druid priest grandfather. I found myself arrested and charged with treason as an impostor and was to be burned to death. But luckily for me, someone came visiting just as I was to be roasted with the pigs. As I was sitting there, or should I say, strapped there to a fire pit, hanging like a foul beast to be slaughtered, whom do I see? It was Theodas. Sure, he was about 17 now, but it was him, and not only him, but also it was his mother, Princess Rebeclia, and none other than Altazar. They hurried and explained who I was, and none too soon, because it was really getting hot. And it was so nice to see my grandfather again. They had found out that Princess Sabrina had sent me here. Jurius was in Pontus signing a treaty between Pontus and Cappadocia, which released Iberia from any bad treaties they had with Pontus. Theodas told me that he was to marry a Pontus princess and was to live in Tyana. He also went on to tell me that the Iberian princess Sabrina was to be married to Phidias. This really broke my heart, especially after a few months of staying in Armenia with Theodas and Princess Rebeclia. Altazar and I decided to travel on to Babylon.
An old lady sat down in Jack's booth across from him and asked him what he had been reading. I have been sitting over there watching you. As she points over to the end of the counter. Jack just tells her, it's just an old book. But she insists on knowing what it's about. Jack goes on and hesitantly tells her that it's just a history of some guy who lived in that area around Turkey and Iraq who was traveling around. The lady reached over and closed the book to see the Book of Stars, she reads aloud as she looks at the cover. The lady stands up and returns to her seat at the counter, without saying another word. Jack just watches her slowly walk back and sit down. She then turns and glares at Jack once again, then smiles. Jack smiles back, but realizes she just keeps staring, smiling, and starts giving him the willies. He turns a bit toward the window, picks up the book, and opens to where he was reading. Taking one last peek toward the woman, and yes, realizing she is still staring, Jack uncomfortably gets back into the story.
On the road to Babylon, Altazar taught me about a man named Pythagoras, that he was a Greek who lived many years before. That Pythagoras, a great philosopher and mathematician, traveled to the great Egyptian city Alexandria, where he studied in the great library. But then he was captured and taken to Babylon to be taught by the Persian Chaldean, who were followers of Zoroaster and members of an order of Magi. We discussed the things that I had seen in the fire temple of the Iberians, and he explained a connection to the Zoroastrian movement. Altazar even explained to me that a lot of the beliefs the Druids taught were based on some of the same basic theories as those of the Chaldean Magi. He even mentioned how excited he was that for a long time he wanted an opportunity to travel to Babylon and even someday to Alexandria and the great library there. We continued to follow the Tigris River south until we came to the town of Hatra. It was nighttime, so we found refuge with some sheep herders just on the river outside of town. There were a few other men that were also traveling south toward Babylon who also sat and spoke with us. We sat and talked to these men around a campfire that kept us warm. Altazar was telling them of some of the great travels he had been on. I was amazed that he could speak their tongue. Altazar seems to never stop learning and knows so much. I am very lucky to have such a teacher, and more so, such a grandfather like him. One of the men went on to tell us about Zoroaster, a prophet from long ago. As I listened, Altazar had to do a little translating, but I was very surprised how quickly I began to pick it up. We must have talked all night sitting by that fire. We decided to stay for a few days as we fished and learned more from these men. It was here where Altazar explained to me a little more about the druid stone that hung around my neck. He told me that what is written on the stone will have to come to me on its own, but that many generations have kept this stone safe. He had received it from his father, but that he had only one daughter, my mother, and that it was left to me to carry the burden of protecting the stone until its meaning is revealed. He told me that there was a legend passed down through generations that the stone would reveal a great man who would be sent to the earth to fulfill an important mission of the great creator of all the worlds. I have to admit, I had no idea what he was talking about. One morning, Altazar just UPS and decides we need to continue our journey, and we leave this place called Hatra. So we continue south once more along the Tigris, and as we got closer to Babylon, the road became more and more occupied. Then after about 13 nights from Hatra, as we walked over a hill on the road, we saw it, Babylon. There was nothing like it, the largest city in the world. They were the tallest buildings I had ever seen. You could see all roads which spanned out like a hand that had millions of people traveling to this city. It was sitting in a large oasis between the Tigris and the Euphrates. We walked along with many people who came from all over the world. These lands are ruled by the Parthian, but even the Greek and the Asians from the east traveled among the Persians. Once we came within the walls of the city, there were many markets selling silk and spices, among other things, and the coins were from many countries. There were horses and camels and even elephants. We walked by a great pit where there were the beasts of lions and tigers. The buildings were magnificent and the gardens were beautiful. There were great statues of many gods and great rulers. There were many kinds of philosophers teaching at the different squares and schools and libraries. I started watching a man who had trained monkeys as Altazar was talking to one of the philosophers. Then Altazar told me to follow him, and we started walking down a street toward a large palace. It was very different than any other building. It was round near the top and very tall with something sticking out of the top. As we got closer to the building, we noticed that it had some writing on it. I couldn't make it out, but Altazar said it was saying something like Royal Order of Magus. More simply put, the Order of the Magi. As we went up the steps to enter, two priest-like looking men stopped us. They were telling us that we could not enter and people could only be invited to be allowed in. Altazar said to the men that he understood, and we turned to walk away. As we were walking back down the steps, an old man, wearing a robe with a hood, ran down after us. He said, "Boy, let me see the stone." I reached for my chest, thinking the druid stone had come out of its hiding place, but it hadn't. Altazar asked the man how he knew about the stone. The man pushed back the hood from his head, revealing himself, and Altazar recognized him. "The first night in Hatra, around the fire, you were among us," said Altazar. "Yes, I was seeking refuge with those sheep herders on my way back here to Babylon," replied the man. "I am Balthazar, a head teacher here at this school." He went on to tell us that he had just returned from where he was born, on the border between Armenia and Iberia, where he had studied with those from the Temple of Fire. Before I could even ask about Sabrina, he went on to tell us about how a royal wedding in Iberia was interrupted and the princess bride was killed. "Sabrina?" I asked. "Oh heavens no, my son. It was a princess of Samartia who was to marry King Stancius." Balthazar continued. He went on to tell me that Sabrina was still to marry Phytius, but not until Stancius gets married first. Balthazar also explained that the Samartia princess was a lot older than Stancius, and not a very pretty thing as well, and that the Samartians are thinking Stancius may have had a hand in the murder. "But I don't understand. Stancius was already married and had a son," I replied. Balthazar went on to tell me that Stancius' queen died and that it had broken Stancius' heart. While he was telling us all of this, he had invited us into the school and we were following him to his great chamber. He told Altazar that he had always been intrigued with the Western philosophies and that he had even heard of the Druids from Britain. Balthazar asked Altazar to stay on and teach them of this Druid wisdom and that they would like to give me an apprenticeship in the Order of the Magi. I was told it would take me 9 years to become a Magi of the Order. So we stayed there in Babylon, Altazar as teacher and me as student. There were many students and many teachers, but there were 2 other teachers who were also equal to the knowledge of Balthazar. They were Melchior and Gaspar, who had also traveled from a faraway land to become a Magi of the Order. Gaspar himself had only become a Magi a few years earlier, but had learned the ways of the Magi very quickly. There were Magi from as far away as Asia, India, and Africa.
Sand was blowing so hard up the street now that it was hitting hard against the window. Some people began to get a bit worried and began leaving. But Jack was really getting into this story now, remembering that Michael was telling him the story of the 3 wise men on the bridge. These were the Magi of Babylon, at least most scholars believe this to be the case. Jack knew that in the Bible it mentioned that they visited Jesus. It doesn't say 3, but was assumed to be 3 because of the 3 gifts. Furthermore, Jack never knew how they came up with those names of the wise men, or Magi, but reading it here in this ancient book got him a little excited. He was finding it interesting how this Druid priest, with the wisdom and knowledge he had acquired from the West, is now learning that ancient wisdom and knowledge of the East. Jack could not wait to learn more. Not allowing the events happening around him to keep him from learning more, he continued reading once again.
As I approached my 9th year here in Babylon with my grandfather, we had learned many spectacular things. I was still this Magi apprentice when Altazar, at the age of 99, passed away. I only wished he had lived longer to see me become a Magi of the Order. But this last year with him was remarkable. Along with Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar, we were studying a very unusual placement of the planets and stars. By studying ancient writings and scripture, using an ancient device the Chaldean learned from Pythagoras, called numerology, and by those signs in the heavens, something was about to happen. It was almost, if not on the very same day, Altazar died. The birth of a Messiah and king that is to come to Judea would be born. We had been studying astrological charts that showed a major importance. The king planet would become as one with the king star. While studying these astrological charts and maps, I began to recognize a common pattern, and it finally dawned on me. It was the Druid stone. I started to compare the charts with the symbols on the stone, and they lined up. Is this why I have this stone? Is it this Messiah? Gaspar decided he should travel and follow this star. He convinced Melchior, but could not yet convince Balthazar. Balthazar's great chamber opens up to the sky. It is an observation tower that has a huge mirror and reflects images of the night sky down into a large pool of water. I was watching as they had all the old writings and charts and all their calculations spread throughout the room as Gasper went through each step explaining the bright star that they had been observing for months on end. The star kept chasing the king planet and 3 times capturing it as it passed from the east and now sits off into the west over Judea. Melchior reminded Balthazar of an ancient writing he read on the walls of the Temple of Fire, reminding him that was he, Balthazar, who taught about this prophesy of the coming of this Judean Messiah, this King of Kings. Then Gasper walked over and grabbed a chart that I had created from my druid stone, and as he handed it to Balthazar, he explained that this was one more sign. Balthazar then looked over at me, and then handed me back my chart, and said to them, "Look, I will come with you. We will also bring Kotsmok, but do know this. His druid stone is predicting something or someone else that is in the distant future." I looked at my chart that I had made of the stone, and I could see he was right. It was as different as much as it was alike. I'm almost to the age of 27 now, and soon will become a magi. I write these last words as we travel across the Syrian desert to the Judean capital of Jerusalem. We have gained the right to travel along the trade route with a caravan who makes trade between Jerusalem and Babylon. This will make our travels safe from thieves. It moves a bit slower, but I don't mind. It gives me the opportunity to learn more and talk to different people along the way. The star that is ahead of us is very bright. All that travel, notice how it shines upon the earth, as if a second smaller moon. Balthazar continues to tell me more of the writings in the Temple of Fire. Since I have been and studied there for a while with the philosopher priests, he seems to like to discuss these things with me. There are a few younger children that seem to like to spend time with Melchior. He is very good at telling stories. Soon there's word all up and down this route that these wise magi are on the road to Jerusalem to see the Messiah. As we get near to Jerusalem, some soldiers of Herod stop us on the road and ask if we are the ones traveling to find this Messiah. When they learn that we are, they take us to see Herod. We notice as we travel into the city with the soldiers, people start to line up along the sides of the road to see us. They all asked each other, "Who are these men?" And others replying that these are the kings to come and see the Messiah. We finally got to the court of Herod, and in this big chamber were many men that were assembled. Men were brought there to question us. Balthazar leaned over and told me to just stay next to him and to observe only. Now Gasper, being the youngest, is still over the age of 50. These magi were dressed nice and were very refined in their speech. I, on the other hand, was a little bit rough around the edges, and being younger, I'm sure I wouldn't be asked anything anyway. As we got further into this huge hall, called the King's Chamber, we could see we were coming to a large throne, and sitting there must be this King Herod. On either side of us, we walked past 3 or 4 rows of men sitting and talking among themselves and pointing at us. As we reached the end of the chamber, Herod stood and welcomed us. As the 3 began to kneel and bow, I simply followed along. Then Herod asked us, "Why do you travel so far to visit with us?" Balthazar stood and asked, "Where is he that is born, the King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him." When Herod heard this, it troubled him, and all of those many that were there also were troubled and began to talk aloud. Herod called on his chief priests and scribes from all the land, demanding of them where this Messiah should be born. And Mathat ben Levi along with others, including Gamaliel, Menahem the Essence, Heli, Simon the Leper, Zechariah, and many other priests from all the land discussed this and told Herod that the baby should be born in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. There were also 2 younger men, Nicodemus and a Joseph, who I would meet later in my journey. Later that day, we were called back to have audience with Herod, but this time the people were all gone. Herod asked us diligently as to what time the star appeared. We told him that we had been tracking it through the sky now for nearly 2 years. So Herod told us to go on into Bethlehem and search diligently for the young child. And when we had found him, to send word, so that Herod could also come and worship him. After Herod told us this, we departed and went south into Bethlehem, where we could see the star, as it appeared to hang in the sky over Bethlehem. This sign made us very happy as we could see we were at the end of this journey and that we would meet this blessed child. We were surprised that no one followed along with us. But when we came into Bethlehem, it was as if the light was that of the day, although it was still night. We followed the light, which led us to a house. There were many people about this place, even the shepherds of the fields. As we entered the house, we saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and we fell down and worshipped him. We then opened our treasures and presented unto him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. As Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar were talking to Mary and Joseph, I noticed how alert the little Jesus child was. Not even yet at the age of 2, he kept looking around Gaspar, trying to get my attention. Finally, Mary asked me to come forward and ask my name. As I was telling her it was Katzmach, the young child grabbed my hand. Mary looked at me for a second and then put Jesus in my arms and walked into another room. I didn't know what to do and looked at Balthazar. He was grinning from ear to ear. Then the child began to laugh and play with my face. He then reached down into my shirt and grabbed the Druid stone. Mary walked back and holding a box and set it down on a table. As she took Jesus back from me, she said that the box was a gift. Later that night, the others fell asleep, but I couldn't sleep myself. I couldn't get over the fact that I had touched, let alone held, this King of Kings. I was also thinking about how he reached for and grabbed the Druid stone when it was hidden. I blew out the light and turned over and finally fell asleep. But no sooner did I fall asleep than an angel of God appeared to me in a dream. He explained to me that Herod was evil and that he would harm the child, who is the Son of God. He also told me that I was the bearer of an important message, that there's a plan for me, and that I should believe in this child, the Son of God. If I did, everything would be revealed to me on the day of judgment. The visit of this angel in my dream seemed like only a few minutes, but when he left, I awoke and it was morning. I told Balthazar of this dream, thinking he would only laugh at me, but he looked into my eyes and said that we would travel south through Masada and not return to Jerusalem. I went to thank Mary and Joseph for their hospitality, but when I came across them, I could hear Joseph telling Mary about a vision he also had in a dream. It was not safe for them in Bethlehem. They would hurry and leave for Egypt. So we departed south toward the desert of Nabatia and didn't look back until we reached an oasis in the Sidon Valley near Arad. The Arad road would take us across through the Nabatea Mountains and onto Moab, which was located on the King's Highway to Damascus. From there we could pick up a spice route that took us back east of Babylon.
"Shut the door," yelled out the waitress. Everyone started ducking as a big black crow flies into the coffee shop. Jack looks up from his reading and sees this bird flying right toward him. At first he too begins to duck, but then realizes the bird is after something on the table that was from this box. After smacking the bird with one of the books, he starts putting everything back into the box. Jack grabs his jacket and backpack along with the box and fights his way out of the coffee shop. As he is hurrying down the street, he glances back and sees the bird flying into the window, trying to get out and chase him. Jack starts running as fast as he can, while he struggled carrying both this box and his backpack. At the end of the road just out of town, he came to a field and on the other side was a grove of trees that went along the river that led to the bridge. In the trees he came across a motorcycle, an old cruiser that he had hidden away in some bushes. You see, yesterday Jack mailed a letter to his ex-wife with the keys and a map of the location of his bike, to leave it for his son, to ride when he came of age. Fortunately, he had a spare key hidden away in one of the saddlebags. Now Jack is looking at the box and his backpack and realizes he needs to do something, so he opens his backpack which is carrying art books of his drawings and dumps them out. He then takes everything out of the box and puts them in his backpack and puts his drawings in the box, locks it and hides the box in the bushes near the river. Jack then throws the backpack over his shoulders and fires up his bike. As he does this, a loud noise echoes for miles and makes all of the birds in the trees take flight. The sun would soon come up, as it was getting light off in the distance. Jack jumps on it and heads through the field toward the road. As he gets to the road, he looks up the street and sees the lights of the coffee shop. Suddenly it dawned on him. Damn, I didn't pay for my coffee. He sees a little boy taking out some trash and calls him over. He pulls out his wallet and opens it, seeing that he only had $8 to his name. He pulled out $3 and handed it to the boy. Here is $1 for you, if you take the other $2 up there to the coffee shop for me. Jack points up the street. The little boy with a big smile snatched the money out of Jack's hands. Okay, mister, he said. And he started off running towards the coffee shop. Then as Jack turned to start off down the road, he thought he saw something, a reflection in a window. It was that big black crow, he thought. He turned to look behind him and couldn't see anything, but he knew he had to get away from there, so he jumped on the bike and started heading down the coast out of town. Jack had been riding for a few minutes now as the sun began to peek over the mountains, thinking about all of the events that had just happened. He realized that the story Michael was telling him on the bridge was the same story he was reading. Jack began to think there had to be some reason that this was happening and that he needed to read more of the story. He also was wondering if his mind was playing tricks on him, or was there really a white bird that gave him these things, and a black bird trying to take them away? Then in his mirror he could see a black BMW that he felt he had seen earlier. Was he being followed, he thought? He jumped on the gas and sped up a canyon road that led him away from the ocean. As he did, the car jumped on it as well and chased after him. Jack was racing through the twists and turns of the canyon road. The car kept up with him on every turn. Jack's bike roared and echoed throughout the canyon. It wasn't long before the car was so close that one nudge and Jack would be pushed over the edge. Jack noticed a fork in the road ahead and stayed towards the right until the last second and jumped over to go left. He lost the car as it was forced to go right. Jack noticed through the trees that the car was staying with him. Not being familiar with this area, he began to sense that these roads would meet up again. He saw a small country store coming up and noticed a small blinking light. It was an intersection and he knew this probably wasn't good. Jack hurried and pulled over to the side of the store behind an old pickup truck. He could see into a window of the store that allowed him to look through the store and out the front window to the street. Sure enough, slowly the car was driving down the road in front of the store. The car stopped in front of the store and the window slowly came down on the car and Jack could see the driver. It was some very pale dark-haired woman. She was very pretty but her eyes were so dark, almost as if they were a void. Then Jack realized, or at least felt, she was looking right through the store and out the window at him. Then she just jumps on it, hitting the gas, and starts screaming down the road. Jack could hear her laughing and as she got about a mile away, she just started taking flight and turned into that big black bird and flew away. Jack hesitantly started up his bike and started back down the canyon towards the beach. Now he knew something was up. People and cars just don't turn into birds. He knew of a place, a small cove a few more miles down the coast and headed for it. He felt this place was pretty hidden away and that he could continue reading the book there. As Jack slowly cruised down the little dirt path that led back to the cove, he noticed that there were some people who had come out early to the beach to have a picnic. He looked at his watch, and saw that it still says 4:05. Remembering it still wasn't working, he parks his bike next to a couple palm trees and walks a few yards down the beach close to the cliffs with rocks at the end. Jack looked around and could see that other than the people about a half-mile up the beach, he was all alone. It is pretty quiet, other than the sound of the waves breaking on the rocks and seagulls looking for their morning meal. A nice offshore gust is hitting Jack with a salty flavor of an ocean breeze. He opens his backpack and pulls out the Chronicles of Cotsmock. As he does, the Druid stone and ring fall out. He looks at them for a second and then decides to put them on. He puts the stone around his neck and tucks it into his shirt, like Cotsmock did. Then he tries to put on the ring, but it is small, and only fits the pinky finger on his left hand. Jack takes a look back down the beach and then out at the seagulls that are flying over the water near the rocks trying to find the small crabs that cling to them. He picks up the book, opens it, and continues to read.
Now that we have reached this oasis, we can rest and feel safe that we have come far enough to get away from Herod's soldiers. Balthazar and the others are resting while I see to the camels. There are others camping here who are traders of goods. traveling north out of Egypt on their way to Damascus. They have given us food and drink. Gaspar asked me to get the coffin that Mary had given us and to bring it to them. This box was of an unusual construction. This is why Gaspar called it coffin, I suppose. I did not completely understand, but I did bring the box to them as was asked of me. Melchior then spoke up. Did not the mother of the child give this to Katzmak? Yes, said Gaspar. But should we not see what is hidden within this coffin? I then spoke up and told them that whatever treasure lies within was surely given to all of us. Gaspar handed it to Balthazar, and he studied it closely. He pulled out an iron rod and pushed on one side, causing the box to jump from his hands. Balthazar told Gaspar to hold it tight while he grabbed and pulled hard on the lid. I could see that both Balthazar and Gaspar were struggling to hold onto the box. But then, with one quick jerk, the lid released from the box. And as it did, all of the air, even that which we breathe, was sucked into the box. As fast as it went in, it came rushing back out with a bolt of blinding light that surely struck the moon. We all slowly leaned in to look within the box. We saw a stone, actually a rock, a large rock that was sitting alone. Balthazar pulled the stone from its coffin to observe it. It is merely a rock, he says, not even a jewel or crystal, just an ugly, heavy rock. Gaspar took the rock from Balthazar and looked at it closely. There are no writings or markings of any kind, just a big stone as Balthazar claimed, said Gaspar as he handed it over to Melchior. Melchior also took a little time studying it from top to bottom, and he then handed it to me. Your stone is worthless, said Melchior. Gaspar told me that it would make a nice splash at the bottom of the well, and that rocks thrown into wells were very much good luck. I also took a long, hard look at this rock. It was indeed very heavy and not worth carrying the long distance back to Babylon. So I immediately rose and walked to the well and dropped it in. As I did this, the wind began to blow, even to blow sand dunes one on top of another, and it put tornadoes upon the desert. The sky turned the light of the sun to darkness, and the clouds began to form. Lightning and thunder began to strike around us, until it struck the well, which caught on fire. Gaspar began to throw sand upon the well to put out the fire, but Balthazar stopped him, saying, Wait, we must first capture this fire, for it is fire from the hand of God. So Melchior bundled palm branches together and wrapped them with cloth. He captured the fire from the well, while Gaspar and myself began to put out the rest of the fire. They continued to put branches together, wrapping them with cloth to keep the fire going. But then Balthazar told me I must go down and retrieve the stone from the well. So they took rope and tied me to a camel and lowered me down into that well. But the stone was gone as well as the water. There were only grains of sand. It was sand of many colors. So they lowered a basket down, and I put the sand into it, and as I did, the water began to rise once more. As we sat around looking at this sand, the Magi discussed what they needed to do. Balthazar decided he should take the captured fire and travel north with the caravan on to Damascus, and then on north to the fire temple of Iberia, where he believes he should finish out his life. Gaspar and Melchior wanted to take this sand back to Babylon and study it at the school of the Order of the Magi. So they told me to get the coffin the stone was in and that they would put the sand in there. As I picked the box up, the bottom on the inside appeared to move. I grabbed a knife and I pried it open to find that there were some hidden scrolls lying flat within the bottom. I took them over and showed them to the others. Gaspar, who knew many languages, looked at them and said they were written in such an ancient and foreign language that he could not read them. It was then that Balthazar looked at me and said, Katzmak, you have trained hard and learned many things. You have also succeeded in the ways of the order. You are no longer an apprentice. You are in fact one of us. You are a Chaldean Magi. He then placed all of the scrolls from the box into my hands. He told me that I carry the Druid stone for a reason unknown to no man, that also Mary gave me these scrolls for a purpose, and that my time with them was complete, that I must now journey alone into Egypt to the great library of Alexandria. I spent one last night with my Magi teachers and friends, and in the morning Balthazar said goodbye to his longtime friends and departed north. I watched as Melchior and Gaspar headed east, and after crossing over one dune was gone. I then gathered my belongings and went west to find a road to Egypt. It was about 3 days in my journey as I traveled along the Egyptian road. I came across Mary and Joseph traveling with Jesus. I was pleased to be able to travel along with them. It was a few days as we journeyed that a young man, just younger than myself, by the name of Joseph, and was the uncle of Mary, joined us. Joseph was one of the young men I saw in Jerusalem and was from Arimathea. He told Mary that an angel of God came to him in his sleep and told him that he should rise and travel to Egypt so that he might meet God's son and help prepare the way for Joseph and Mary. Joseph was the son of Mathat, and with his father he had become a wealthy young man in the trade of tin and metals. He had traveled all up and down the Nile and could help people welcome Mary and her family into their homes. It wasn't long before Joseph and I became very good friends. He was a Jew who had extensive relations with other cultures. He also was an alchemist and very knowledgeable about many things, but especially about metals and the things of the earth. He told me of travels he had taken with his father to the Britons. I told him this was the place of my birth. We traveled together until we reached the large city of Memphis. Joseph was to take Mary, Joseph, and Jesus south down the Nile River, but I needed to go west onto Alexandria. This was not the last time, but only the first when I would see my very good friend. As I traveled from Memphis to Alexandria, I met another young man who was around 16 years of age. His name was Philo, and he too was on his way to study at the library schools of Alexandria. He was from Judea, a Hellenized Jew who studied the logos, which meant the creative principle. He was especially interested in the source and fundamental order of the cosmos. He was very intelligent and ahead of his time. Indeed, even at his early youth, he had a brilliant mind and was very interested in learning. I took him on as a student, but sometimes I wondered who was teaching whom. While at Alexandria, we learned many philosophies, including the Stoic philosophy of Zeno of Citium. I taught Philo a little about Zoroaster and Pythagoras, as well as the teaching of the Druids I had learned from Altazar. I worked with many scribes to translate these scrolls that were given to me by Mary. I discussed many things with the astrologers and mathematicians. There was even one day, after being in Alexandria for about 9 years, that a young Druid prince, who later went on to become King Cymbeline, visited the school and we talked in length about Britain. It was when he saw the Druid stone that he gave me the most respect. He told me he had heard of it and that it was passed down through generations of only the wisest Druid priests. When I told him who my mother was and that the Druid priest who passed it on to me was Altazar, and that it was Queen Harangue who was my grandmother, he told me his grandfather was King Lud, brother of the great queen. I told him all Altazar would tell me was that she was Princess Julia of the Brigantes and was to wed some general by the name of Octavian. He went on to tell me that my mother was alive in Rome, and that he had only seen her a few months earlier in his travels. I learned that the man Octavian, whom my mother was to marry a few years later, became Augustus, the emperor of Rome. At this time, it was around the year AD 6, and I realized how much I didn't know about the Western world, where I was born. Cymbeline went on to tell me my mother was known in Rome as Julia of the Britons, but that she never married Octavian, that he had given her to one of the senators who helped him gain power, and that she had given the senator 3 daughters. Cymbeline also did go on to say that Altazar didn't tell me for a reason, because if I revealed myself to my mother, she would be put to death. For now, I believe I should honor these words, and will have to bury this pain inside. I have learned that now, being of the age of 39, that I must find the purpose of my life and that of the stone. I have learned here that these charts are saying over and over again a message to me. I just need to understand what that message is. So I turn my attention to the scrolls in which Mary had given me, as I have now completed the translations. The first scrolls are the writings of man by the name of Adam, and the second of Noah. They don't seem complete, but here I write down a translation of what they say.
The Book of Adam. Before time began on this place we call earth, there are those who live in a very special place. They are those who live with the Almighty in the kingdom of heaven, which is called Kolek. They were there before we existed, and will be there long after we depart this place. There are many stories, legends, and even mystical accounts of their existence. Through our very own dreams we learn more about them every day. The very things that are written here were told to me by the one they call Raziel, and he will guide you through their mysteries and enlighten you to the possibility of the love and wisdom they have for us. It was El Elyon, the Almighty, the King of Kings, and the Creator of all, God the Father, who had a plan. His Queen Sophia, the goddess of love and Amp, the word of wisdom, stood by his side. His first creation was the one we call the Messiah. He is Prince Emmanuel, his only begotten Son, who is the light of his life. There was 9 choirs of angels he did create, indeed a large host in the kingdom of heaven, but this story tells of the archangels and their battles against evil and the fight for divine love. There was a high and exalted angel by the name of Sataniel, who was next in honor to only the Son of the Almighty King of Kings, Prince Emmanuel. His demeanor, like those of the other angels, was gentle and expressive of humility and gladness. His forehead was high and ample, showing that of a mighty intellect. His design was impeccable, his posture elevated and commanding. A special light beamed in his appearance and glowed around him, more brilliant and more beautiful than all other angels. Still Emmanuel, the Son of the Almighty, had the ascendancy over all the host of angels in the kingdom of heaven. The Almighty, the God the Father, assembled the entire host of angels of the kingdom of heaven, that he might in the presence of all the angels bestow special honor upon his Son, Emmanuel. The Son was seated at the right hand, on the throne with his Father, and the heavenly assembly of all the holy angels were gathered around them. The Almighty Creator then made known that it was ordained by himself that Emmanuel, his Son, should be equal with himself, so that whoever was in the presence of his Son was as if in his own presence. The word of the Son was to be obeyed as if it was the word of the Father. The Almighty had invested authority to the Son to have mastery over the heavenly host of his entire kingdom. The Son was to work in partnership with the Father in the creation of the earth and all its living things. The Son was one with the Father before the angels were created. And on this earth, it is the Father and the Son and even the Holy Spirit who will be a trine of oneness upon it. But Sataniel was very envious of Emmanuel, and did not like being left out when the Almighty and his Son planned this great creation together. The Almighty knew his Son would carry out his will and his purpose and would not do anything of himself alone, but that the Father's will would be fulfilled in him. They created the earth, all of the land, the seas, the plants, flowers, and trees. And the Almighty created light to shine upon this earth, a sun to brighten the day, a moon to light up the night, and stars and planets so to keep the signs of heaven in the sky. But at this time, Sataniel became even more jealous of Emmanuel and did start to murmur behind his back and even that of the Almighty himself. He believed himself to be a favorite in heaven among all the angels and believed he had been highly exalted, and being close to the Almighty himself, believed he too should be as God. He began to conspire against them with those angels who did follow him. But there were those righteous angels who did hear Sataniel disapprove of Emmanuel's exaltation, and they became sad, pleading with Sataniel to stop this wickedness. But when Sataniel heard that the Father and Son would create man out of the dust of the earth into flesh and blood of their own image, and that they would give these beings free will, to choose right from wrong, Sataniel stood up and opposed the Almighty, saying, "How can you give these creatures free will?" He went on to speak to all of those angels who were gathered there, who were all the host of angels of this kingdom in Kolak. He demanded that he, Sataniel, would rule this world, and would not give them this free will, because with that plan some would be lost. But Sataniel would promise he would see that all of the creatures would not be lost, and rather they would be saved from destruction and evil ways and would be saved, all of them, forever. It was Michael who stood among Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel and others who now spoke concerning this matter. "Sataniel, doest thou believe that thou is even more brilliant than thy Creator?" The Almighty could see that there were murmurs among some who followed the views of Sataniel, and he who could banish Sataniel with a blink of an eye did wish to let those who chose to stand with him have a chance to show themselves deceivers. Prince Emmanuel had a collection of archangels that were his closest allies. There were 9 among the 15 of the King of Kings' court that were chief angels in his legion of angels. 7 of these 9 were the angels of the 7 rays. These archangels were Raziel, the scribe. The meaning of his name is secret of God. He wrote the book of Raziel, the secrets of God's plan. Ariel, the keeper. He is the lion of God. The next 7 are the core archangels of the 7 rays. These angels have a twin flame, called archeas, who are their counterparts, the feminine of their masculine, a stronger connection than even those of a soulmate. The first was Michael, the protector, meaning he who is like God. He is the angel of the blue ray, and his archeia is the Lady Faith. Number 2 was Jophiel, the revelator, meaning beauty of God. He is the angel of the yellow ray, and his archeia is the Lady Christine. And the third, Chamuel, the seeker, meaning he who sees or seeks God. He is the angel of divine love, of the pink ray. His archeia is his beloved Lady Charity. Number 4 is the one known as Gabriel, the messenger, and his meaning is, God is my strength. He is the angel of the white, pure ray, and his archeia is the Lady Hope. The 5th archangel is Raphael, the healer, meaning God heals. He is the green ray, and his archeia is the Lady Mariam. Number 6 is Uriel, who is the great guardian, meaning God is light, or the fire of God. He is the head angel, and of the gold ray, and his archeia is the bright Lady Aurora. And last is number 7, Zadkiel the benevolent, the teacher, meaning the righteousness of God. He is the angel of the violet ray, and his archeia is the Lady Amethyst. So on this day, during this meeting of the Order of the Kingdom of Earth, Sataniel did speak up against the Almighty, who was laying out his plan of free will for mankind. Now, Emmanuel stood up in protest of Sataniel's disobedience of the Almighty and came forward to demand he stop this at once. But Sataniel went on insisting that he be the one who these mere mortals should bow down to, that they should not be allowed to have this free will, and that he, Sataniel, should be given the glory of this world. Seeing that he was getting nowhere with his plea to be ruler of this new earth, he turned to those angels behind him, and as he did, a host of 1/3 of the angels of heaven stood. Michael, followed by Chamuel, Raphael, Gabriel, and many other archangels stood with Prince Emmanuel. The goddess Queen Sophia also stood up and came down between them, and she stood in between Sataniel and Prince Emmanuel. She looked at Sataniel with great disappointment and with heart-filled sadness. She then looked up to the King of Kings as he began to speak. He told Sataniel to leave his presence at once, and to take those who stood with him. But he would not. Sataniel called on those angels who followed him to attack. Michael stepped in front of Emmanuel to protect him as Gabriel and others took Sophia away for safety. Michael, Chamuel, and Raphael, with a host of angels, the other 2/3 of the kingdom of heaven, battled Sataniel and his followers, alongside Prince Emmanuel. The battle went on for 9 days, and it was Michael that finally defeated Sataniel. Sataniel stood before the Almighty, the King of Kings and God the Father, with his Son who stood at his right hand. Then Sataniel was cast out of the kingdom of heaven, out of Kolak, and sent, along with his host of angels, to earth, where they will dwell in outer darkness as spirits for all eternity. And because of Sataniel's pride and his disobedience to the Almighty, he was no longer the radiant being and was now known as Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness. These angels were from this point on, the fallen, called demons. Prince Emmanuel, for his obedience, his love for his Father the Almighty God, his loyalty to the kingdom of heaven, and his love of all that was created by his Father, will from this day forth be known as the Lord Jehovah, the Prince of Peace, and will be given an important responsibility in the creation of this new world, earth. Jehovah himself will be the light of this world, and will be the truth against his enemy of the night, Lucifer. Michael, for his valor in defeating Lucifer, and his love and loyalty for Jehovah and the Almighty, will be honored as the first to take on a human form and become man, being the first man on earth. And the Almighty, King of Kings, with his Son Jehovah, created man and woman out of the dust of the earth. So let it be written, let us make man in our own image, after our likeness. And he named this man Adam, and he did name her Lilith. The garden was beautiful, and it was named Eden, as they had planned. There were the animals of the land, of the sea, and of the air. And the Almighty told Adam to name these creatures. There were plants and trees with fruits and blossoms, and he too should name these things. The Almighty told Adam that he and the woman should eat of the tree of life, but that they should not partake of the tree of knowledge. The Almighty then put a veil around them, so that man and woman should not know all things, and should not remember the life they once had in the kingdom of heaven. This was in order to give them this free will that the Almighty had promised. But since the very beginning, Lilith did not want to submit to Adam. So she left Adam and the garden. And Adam pleaded with the one who created him to give him another woman to help him name all these things of the earth. This caused great sadness in the kingdom of heaven, and Sophia explained that on earth, as it is in heaven, one has a twin flame. The archangel Michael's twin flame was the Lady Faith. So the Almighty took from the rib of Adam and created him a woman of faith, and he named her Eve. Eve submitted to Adam, and it was good. And Adam told Eve that in this garden there were many trees that begot great fruit. And among them were a tree of life, and a tree of knowledge. They were to partake of the tree of life so that they would live forever, but they were not to partake of this tree of knowledge. Adam and Eve were told to be fruitful, to multiply, to replenish the earth, to subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that liveth on the earth. And they were visited and watched over by many angels. But, in the meantime, Lilith was roaming the earth, and Lucifer found her very seductive. Lilith became the demon of the night, and mistress to Lucifer. Together they appear as a snake with a demon-like woman's head. It is this creature that appeared to Eve draped among the branches of the tree of knowledge. It was this creature that deceived her, getting her to partake of the forbidden fruit. It was this creature that did these things, and it was Adam that had to join his Eve. When they did eat of this fruit, they did gain knowledge, the knowledge that they were both naked, and they hid from one another in shame. Then the Almighty spoke to them, and asked, "Why are you hiding from one another?" And they replied, "It was because we were naked." God then asked them who told them they were naked. Then he asked Adam if he had eaten of the fruit from the tree that was forbidden. Adam told him that the woman did give it to him to be with him. She gave him of the tree, and he did eat. Then the Almighty asked of the woman what she had done. And Eve told the Almighty that a serpent had beguiled her, and that she did eat. She told the Lord that the demon told her that she would become like a god if she partook of the fruit, that she would gain knowledge, and that this would be good. The Father and the Son did make it so. One would become likened to a god if partaking of this fruit, and that Lucifer did not lie, but did deceive Eve because she was given a commandment. This was done to tempt Eve. A test was given her, and she did fail and succumb to evil. Because of this, the Lord Almighty put it upon Adam to till the field. Dust is where he came from. There is where he will go. He also put upon Eve the burden of labor and of the creation of birth. He sent them out of the garden, and that they would no longer partake of the tree of life. He then guarded the east of the Garden of Eden with angels and a flaming sword, and the Almighty hid the tree of life until the end of days. Unlike mankind, the demons and those controlled by Lucifer know the plan of God. They have a memory of the kingdom of heaven, and it is this memory that torments them and makes them suffer most. Knowing what they had and what they will never have again, so they fight hard to keep mankind from having it as well. They do whatever they can to disrupt this plan of God. The best way they see this happening is to take away the divine love He has for them. To create war, hunger, disease, anything that keeps mankind from feeling the love of God. One evening while a woman was giving birth, Lilith, who steals, maims, or even kills the newborn, overhears a cry for help, a prayer, and sees an angel. She is the Lady Charity, the twin flame of the Archangel Chamuel. It is Chamuel who is the divine love of the pink ray, and he who seeks God or sees God's love. It is this Chamuel who is in charge of seeking out those who are in search of God's love and shows them the true divine love of God. Lilith decides to deceive Lady Charity and is able to put a spell upon her. She turns her into a mermaid that pulls her out of the sky and traps her in the sea, thus dividing the ones who show God's divine love. This is hard on Chamuel and Charity because the one place an angel cannot go is underwater, and the one place a mermaid cannot go is in the air. And even on land, neither can survive, unless they are human. God's plan for mankind will work its way through many twists and turns. He will send many angels to take human form for many reasons. Adam, yes, even Michael, who now has recollection of these things as the first man, the first creation in the flesh of the Almighty, and my brethren Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, and many others will all follow. Even the Prince of Peace, the Light, even he who co-created with his Father, will be sent by his Father to fulfill his calling, as the Messiah, who will be called Jesus. In the flesh, he will come as the Word of his Father, and save the world. And even Chamuel, the love of God, will be sent down in the latter days, and like all others, once crossing that veil, will lose all memory of his existence in heaven. He will come in a time of turmoil, a day when the divine love of God is at its weakest. A day that there are many wars and disasters, as well as many false teachings of the divine love of the Almighty. He must find charity among mankind so that the divine love of the Almighty can once again shine as the brightest star in the heavens. I, Michael, have come to know the Almighty and his blessings once more. As the man Adam, I have lived over 800 years, and now have come to the end, and find it is time for this earthly body to return to the dust where it was created.
The Book of Noah. The day is dark as the clouds overpower the sky. Thunder and lightning strikes out, as if it was the dancing of angels to God in the heavens. The rain begins to fall like heavy tears, as if the heavens have opened up and let loose all of its oceans and seas. All of mankind screams as their pride has failed them and their wickedness has led them astray. For I, Noah, has done what was commanded of me, and we few are saved by the glory of our Savior and Maker, the Almighty, the King of Kings, our Lord God, and Father of all. We sat entombed for 40 days and 40 nights in this ark we made for thee. We preserve thy creation with those beasts from the earth and the fowl of the sky. I, Noah, do these things, for I am afraid of the power of the Almighty Lord and God. For I am humbled to fall down in the presence of his angels and do his will that they have given me. When this time of these 40 days and 40 nights passed, I did send out thy dove to search for land. And land was found, and the top of the mountain we did rest. Then I, Noah, my wife, my sons, their wives, along with all of the creatures from the earth, and the ones who took flight, did come down off that mountain and into the valleys below. We lived in the valleys and the caves of the mountains for many generations. My sons and their generations did scatter out and moved upon the earth. For I, Noah, have now lived to be 531. I write the record of my people and of the people of the earth. I was in my last days when visited by many angels. But also when I was in the other land, before the great flood, it was Michael and Raphael that did visit upon me, and gave me a vision in my dreams of the great writings of Raziel, the secrets of God, the Almighty. In this vision, they showed me Samuel sitting in hell among the fallen. He was waiting for the time to be called upon to regain his glory, as a righteous servant among those of the Father. It was Lucifer and his demons who held this one hostage, just as Charity was forced to live among those of the sea until her curse is broken, continually taking the flesh of mere women. Samuel will also roam the earth until the end of days, taking on the flesh of man. And Michael did give me, in another vision in my dreams, a look into a cave where I would find a book written in his own hand that was hidden. I did find this book and brought it with me, so it too would survive and not be lost. Now I, Noah, in my last days of mortal life, return to my Maker, and once again return to whom I once was, and have always been, Gabriel. And I, Gabriel, who knows of God's plan and of his love for all, tell you of these things that were taught to me from my mission on earth. I tell you of the temple and the writings of the Caucasus and the ancient words that we left for all to read, which is the word of God that comes as fire of the sun, the warmth that gives life to all things, that brightens the way of the faithful. That this fire will forever burn in the temple of the holy, in the earth of the mother, and will spread like children upon this land. I, Gabriel, as Noah in the flesh, have written these secrets in the stone of the earth at the foot of the ark, which preserved life. The fire of the Almighty and his words of truth shall guard this place. For when the time comes, he will send his Son, and with him he shall send the others, with whom I stand. There shall be those who will come to seek and guide and protect his truth. And in the last days, he will send the one who will show the way to his divine love and prepare for the time that Jehovah will come to give all men truth. And I, Gabriel, will tell you these things. Now, I, Kotzmach, say this was all there was on this scroll that I could translate. There were also some writings of both Abraham and Moses, and they also talked of this place called Kalach and the teachings of the heavens. One record shows that Abraham himself taught here in Egypt the things of the stars. It was here I found 9 astrological charts, which were made many hundreds of years ago. Locally, they are called the capstone charts, and they predict the coming of important individuals throughout time. I was studying one of these, and it was the same prediction that Balthasar laid out for the Christ child. One of the other ones corresponds with the chart I predicted from the Druid Stone, is also one of the 9 capstone charts, which its time to come is still 2 more days of the Lord. I have been unable to learn what this time means. I also have not been able to see any other reference of this place Kalach. I have found many things on the demons of the night, and of Lilith, the mistress of Lucifer. She is known as an owl of the night, which sits guard in a tree at the river's edge. Is this because she wishes to keep this mermaid, Lady Charity, captive? Why is this so important that it would take up so much time of any evil spirit?
What the? Jack looks up and the seagulls have seemed to start attacking him, well, at least wanting to take stuff away from him. Get out of here. He yells at them. The seagulls go back out over the rocks in the water. Jack looks out at them, puts down the book, and brushes away some sand that was kicked up at him by the birds. He looks up into the sky and sees the sun had completely come out. It must be somewhere around 8 now, he says to himself. He thought it was a little odd that the sun was shining so brightly across the ocean, throwing a terrible glare in his direction. He reached into his pocket and grabbed his sunglasses. He looked down the beach and saw that there were a lot of people who had begun to gather. Then he stretched a bit and repositioned himself to get comfortable to continue reading. Just as he started to get back into the book, he noticed something odd out in the ocean near the rocks. It was a bunch of dolphins, swimming around one of the larger rocks, but as Jack focused more on the rock, he could see someone was sitting on it. Jack put down the book and stood up. He started walking closer to the water to get a better look. It's a girl, he thought. Hey! What are you doing out there? Yelled Jack. She was ignoring him, or maybe she couldn't hear him because of the noise the waves were making as they crashed against the cliffs. Jack thought he would just get closer and try again, but still, no answer. She didn't even turn to look. So Jack took his boots and socks off and started wading out towards her. As he got closer and more around to her side, he noticed she appeared topless, and thought he should just go back and leave her alone. But just then, she turned and looked at him. She smiled at Jack and motioned for him to come closer. Jack wasn't sure how deep the water was. There were some pretty good-sized waves every now and then, but he slowly started moving closer. The water was now up to his chest, and he had to jump every time a wave came by. Jack got hit hard in the stomach. A dolphin attacked him as if to tell Jack to turn around and go back. The girl had very long wavy hair, and there was a glow about her. It was almost as if she was putting a spell over Jack with her beauty. But before Jack knew it, a really big wave came in and picked him up and took him under. His head hit a rock that gave him a slight gash, and the undertow was bad. His wet clothes began to get heavier as he was fighting to get back to the surface of the water. Just as he got his head out to get a breath of air, another wave hit him, sending him further out into deeper water. Finally he felt himself being grabbed and pulled through the water, but not toward shore. He was being pulled down, further out and deeper into the ocean. Then he noticed the girl, but she wasn't a girl, she's a mermaid, the same mermaid he thought he had seen in the river. She hesitated for a second, then kissed Jack, but this gave him air to help him breathe, and in no time she had taken Jack to a place that appeared to be a shipwreck, an old ship. Once they were inside, she took him to where there was an underwater pocket of air that was in the ship. Jack came up breathing heavily, and he was a bit scared to say the least. He was looking around, but it was very dark and very cold. The mermaid slowly came up into the air pocket where Jack was, and as she did, she somehow added a little light. Jack was shivering, but managed to ask her who she was. "I am Charity," she answered. "Are you Chamuel?" Jack looked at her, and said, "I don't know what you're talking about, I'm Jack." But then Jack remembered from the book. The story about Adam and Lilith and the angel she captured in the water, or something like that, he thought. "Wait. You're Charity?" "Yes," she said, "I have been waiting for over 5,000 years for you to save me." She told him. "Me?" Jack replied, "You mean Chamuel, right?" "But, you are not Chamuel. You look like Chamuel." Charity told him. "This time, you must remember Chamuel, we are running out of time," she continued. Jack could only say that he didn't know what she meant, but that she had the wrong guy. "I will take you back now, but you will remember, you must," demanded Charity. Just then Jack was yanked down under the water, but it felt like someone had thrown a bucket of water on him. Which is exactly what happened. Jack, shocked, jumped as he got soaked, and looked up. He is sitting on the beach, trying to collect his thoughts, and then noticed a little boy standing in front of him laughing. He had a bucket that he had just emptied on Jack. Then Jack heard a woman screaming out the little boy's name. Jack turned and looked to see a lady running down the beach towards him. "I'm so sorry," cried out the woman. She grabbed the little guy by the ear and started dragging him back down the beach as the boy screamed bloody murder. Jack looked out toward the rocks and there was nothing, no girl, no mermaid. He looked over and saw the book lying in the sand. "I must have fallen asleep reading," he thought. It was all a dream. But then Jack saw his boots sitting over in the sand. He didn't remember taking them off except for what would have been in the dream. But he wasn't soaked either, only his face and the top of his shirt where the boy threw the water on him. He reached up to feel his head. He couldn't feel the gash when he hit the rocks. It was just a dream, he thought again. Jack was up all night, anyone would be tired from that, right? He started gathering all the books and making sure everything was there. But wait, what is this? Jack didn't notice this piece of paper before. It was a flyer, promoting a local fortune teller. Something about it seemed familiar. He noticed it had a special deal, which was only good for the date of July 8, 09. Today was July 8th, and so Jack had to check this out. As he read a little more, looking for the address, it also said only between the hours of 4 hours 5 minutes and 6 seconds. He wasn't sure what that meant. Now, Jack began to think. What an odd day this has been, birds turning into homeless guys, cars turning into birds, mermaids taking me to the bottom of the ocean. A fortune teller might be the most rational thing that happens today. Then he thought about that old man from earlier, that guy that limped and took the box, and the church, but most of all, that stained glass window, those angels, the one angel that seemed connected to the ocean. Was that Chamuel? Jack wondered. Was the glow, the mermaid, or some sort of sign of the mermaid? So he gathered up all his things and jumped on his bike and started off in search of this fortune teller. Jack got a couple miles down the road and ran out of gas. He coasted up to a house that was sitting back off the road across from the ocean. He started pushing his bike down the long driveway. A lady walked out, asking if she could help him. Jack told her that he just ran out of gas while heading south down the road, and if he could just park his bike there until he could return with gas. She opened the garage door and invited him to put it in the garage, that he could come back at any time and retrieve it. She also mentioned that there was a bus that picked up at the bus stop across the street every hour on the hour, that goes all the way into town. Jack thanked her and walked across the street. It was just about a half-mile down the road to the bus stop, and when Jack got there he decided to pull out the book and continue reading while he waited. But Jack started having a weird feeling. She seemed way too nice. I hope my bike will be okay there. Then he thought to himself, no. I just need to be more trusting and realize there really are nice people in the world. Then Jack pulled out the book and tried remembering where he left off. Oh yeah, it was about the mermaid.
Okay, now I have learned about a plot that was made in the beginning of the time of man to spoil the plan that God made in heaven. Lilith and Lucifer have taken the angels of love and separated them from each other so they could cause havoc in the world. Then I most certainly began to think, this young child Jesus, is he this Prince Emmanuel, the Jehovah, who stood up to Lucifer? In my lifetime, I am so blessed to have met and even touched this King of Kings, the Son of the Almighty God. But if this Adam was the Archangel Michael, and Noah being Gabriel, who and when will the others come, and who will they be? And what of this Samuel? Is he wandering the earth now? If so, who is he? And are these the 9 capstones of these special beings? If so, they would not know who they were until the end of their days, so they can have the gift of free will. It is obvious that this Christ child's mission is the most important to man, like Adam and Noah, who were also very important parts of this plan. So too must be the others. The judgment day that is spoke of, when would it be? Is the time near? Or do all the others have to come and fulfill their missions first? Are these prophets of old, Moses and Abraham, also 2 of the archangels? In all aspects, it appears that they are normal men, and only until they live a life of challenge and struggle do they later have the realization of their true selves. Will this also be the journey of this child? Must he suffer in order to fulfill his purpose? More than ever now, I feel the importance of my purpose. I must fulfill what it is that is my task. If I am to point the way to one of these archangels, I must not fail. For if I am charged to be used as a guide in this plan of mankind's salvation, it is a big burden for one to bear. This must be why Altazar had been so insistent in teaching me so much. My purpose may be more important than the selfishness of one man's life. It was around this time when I traveled to Tarsus on the Cilician coast and on to Tyana to see my old friend Theodas. Theodas had a son who he named Apollonius, and he asked me to take him with me back to Alexandria, where I could teach him those things that I knew. He was a young man of the age of 16 and became my student. We traveled through Jerusalem on our way back to Egypt, where I saw my old friend Joseph in the town of Arimathea. We stayed with Joseph for nearly a month. Here, Joseph showed me many maps of his travels. These maps were handed down to him from his father and others who traveled the 10 routes. He possessed a map of the Greek explorer from about 300 years earlier, named Pytheas, who was from ancient Massilia, who traveled the route to Beleriand. Joseph told me this was the place at the land's end of Dumnonii in Britain, where there was an island just offshore that forges tin. He believed it to be an ancient holy place. Joseph went on to ask me to travel with him into the Britons, and I believe there was a reason he became my friend. He was to sail from Joppa in Judea and arrive into Alexandria in the summer months. So first I must return to Alexandria. The boy and I will work on his schooling, while I continue my studies of the stars. When summer came, I prepared all of my writings so I could continue the search for the owner or messenger of the Druid Stone. It was early morning when word came to me of the arrival of Joseph, and I went down upon the docks of the sea where I found him waiting, and with him were 2 boys. I thought, could this be? It was a young man almost of the age of 14, Jesus, and his cousin John, who was not even a year older, and they were to travel with us. There was a party of 9 of us, including the 3 boys, Jesus, John, and Apollonius. We spent 2 months at sea, and in this time Jesus taught me amazing things. His knowledge of love and giving was not equaled by any. Even as a youth, Jesus had attained the understanding of all philosophical knowledge. Joseph told me that while he traveled with his parents in Egypt, that he had learned the ways of the Coptics and Therapeutae, and that he lived among the Gnostics, Essenes, Nazarenes, and Zealots. He learned history from King Solomon to the Maccabees, as well as the teachings of the prophets. Joseph even took Jesus on other travels earlier into Britain to the west, and also to the east into India. Jesus was even a good fisherman and caught many more fish than Joseph and I together. The three boys got along so well and were so bright. It was a joy to be traveling with them. But the one thing I will remember most is what Jesus said to me about the stone around my neck. He said, "I felt it when I first met you so long ago, the love of my Father you carry around your neck, close to your heart." I remember telling him that wasn't all that long ago, but all the same, that will stick with me. I'm not sure what to make of it. I mean, is God's love carried in this stone? Or is there meaning in it that shows his love? Alchemy was something we learned and studied, and perhaps the answer lies somewhere within it.
Jack then stopped reading for a second and grabbed the stone. He wondered, is this really the same stone mentioned in this book? And was it as Cotsmock felt? Was it God's love, somehow, trapped in a stone? Maybe not, but it could be some sign, I guess? He continued to convince himself. Just then he turned and looked and could see the bus pulling up. He threw his backpack over his shoulder and tucked the book under his arm. The door opened and he got on. He went to pull the $5 bill out to pay. As the driver said, "Sorry, but I need exact change." Jack asked her, "How much?" She replied, 75 cents. Jack started rifling through his pockets, but he pretty much knew he had no more change. Then suddenly a man tapped Jack on the shoulder, and as Jack turned to look, the guy was holding out 3 quarters. "Here," he said. Jack took the money and fed the meter, then turned around and thanked the guy as he walked by on the way to the back of the bus. He sat down in a seat as he situated himself and started reading once more.
Now I was thinking more about this love he was talking about, and the story that Michael said about Chamuel, the archangel of love, he who sees or seeks God. Why both, I wondered. Is he one who sees God or seeks God? Or is it that if you seek God, then you're really seeing him? I found a scroll in the library in Alexandria that also mentioned these pairs of angels, something written long ago in Egyptian, that together these angels cannot be denied what is theirs. What is theirs? Michael is the archangel, he who is like God, and Lady Faith is his twin flame. So is having faith being like God? Does this mean that those that have faith in God are more like God? And Gabriel, God is my strength, and Lady Hope is his twin flame. So is having hope God's way of giving strength? And the archangel Chamuel, he who sees or seeks God, and Lady Charity is his twin flame. So is it in charity where you will find God? If Lilith has indeed separated Chamuel and Charity, will this cause man not to be able to give love, so that he can no longer find or see God? If Lilith and Lucifer are truly as evil as they seem, this is a plan that could work for them, that would keep mankind from seeing and returning to their Creator. If this Druid stone has anything to do with this, then indeed, my work is cut out for me. I will say that what I write next is either something spectacular, or that my mind is being tricked by all of the thoughts within my mind. One day, when Joseph and Jesus went ashore with the others to gain supplies off the coast of Enity, I stayed behind to continue to study my charts and watch over our belongings. Apollonius also went with Jesus and Joseph. You see, he too felt like Jesus was his older brother and stayed close to him. It reminded me of his father, Theodos, and myself when we were about that same age. It was a very cool day, and the sun was low across the ocean. Not too long after the others had left, I thought I could hear a young woman's voice. Her voice was so pretty, it was as if she sang out her words. I walked around the boat looking for her, and not until I looked down into the water did I see her. She was as beautiful to the eyes as she was to the ears. I asked her, "What are you doing in the water? Are you not freezing?" She told me, "Heavens no." Well, we chatted for a bit, and then I saw it. She moved, and as she did, her tail came up out of the water. She was a mermaid. When she saw that I noticed the tail, she began to get more direct with her questioning. She asked me if I was going to find Chamuel for her. I just about dropped to the deck. Then I asked her if she was Charity. She did not answer directly, but it was showing on her face. Although very pretty and her smile lit up the sky as it was getting dark, there was a certain sadness she could not hide. She went on to tell me of the struggle it has been, waiting for so long for the return of her love Chamuel, and that wretched curse which had kept her from her Father in heaven, he who is the Almighty and the love of all things. I could tell she would not give up. She trusted in God and had faith in Chamuel finding her and breaking the spell. She went on to tell me how sad it was seeing Chamuel in such despair as he watched me pulled out of the sky and placed in the sea. But now, the others returned and she disappeared. And to be honest, I'm not sure I didn't imagine the whole thing. We continued to sail north towards the North Sea, passing by Dumnonii and later by Cantiasi, and came upon the land of the Trinovans. I knew we were near the land of the Iceni to the north and the land of my ancestors. We went to port at the city of Camulodunium, and Joseph took us to meet with men whom he traded with in precious metals that created coinage. They made many types of coins in this region. I spent about 3 months here with Joseph and Jesus. We learned that Cymbeline had become King Pendragon of Britain, and his cousin, King Elelwar, had become the king of Siluria to the west. It was here where I met Joseph's wife, Anu. She was known by many as a Celtic goddess. She lived here with their daughter, Enigius. Joseph's older sister, Anna, also known as Anna the prophetess, was married to Mandubracius ap Lud, son of King Lud of the Britons. They were in their old age. Joseph had mentioned he had family here, but I really didn't know it was to this extent. It was at this time I realized how much royalty there was within the generations of this family. I had a feeling at this moment that they would rule lands throughout their generations until the end of days. I departed Joseph and Jesus, leaving Apollonius in their care. It was around this time that the people of the Iceni would be asked to fight with their brothers across the water to the lands of the Sicambrii, who Beatrix, the younger half-brother of my father, would battle with the armies of Arminius of the Cherusei against the invasions of the Romans at the Teutoburg forest. The date was the 9th day of the 9th month of the 9th year. This battle lasted 3 days and was a major defeat of the Romans to conquer the northwestern Germany near the northern Rhine. It rained nearly the whole time, and the ground was knee-deep of mud and blood. In fact, it was so dark and everyone was so bloody and muddy, it began to be hard to know who your enemy was. I soon found myself separated and to the south of the Romans, cut off from my countrymen and in the interior of a Roman camp. If it wasn't for the darkness and rain, I surely would be seen and caught. The lightning was all around us, and I snuck into a wagon that seemed to be leaving the encampment. The next morning, I realized I was so far south that I was near the Rhone. I quietly reached into a box and grabbed some bread, then jumped and rolled into the trees. I was now of the age of 42 and had never forgotten those feelings I had for Sabrina. It was at this time I took passage and set sail for the Black Sea. I took port in the city of Massilia near the mouth of the river Rhone on the Mediterranean. In about a month's time, I was through the gates of the Byzantines and sailing north to the city of Tomies on the Black Sea. It was here I met Ovid and learned about Julia the Younger, my half-sister. Ovid, who was banished here by the Emperor Augustus a few years earlier, was an avid poet and wrote many epic poems derived from Greek mythology. He told me that the same year he was sent here, Julia was sent to the Roman island of Trimaris. He also told me that my mother was still well, but went into hiding and was no longer safe in Rome. He believed she went into the area of Narbonne. I realized that she was so close to where I started on this journey in Massilia. If I had only known. But now I started thinking about Sabrina again and decided to set sail across the sea to Iberia. But first we had to stop in the port of Pandicapon near Bosporus. From there we sailed east to Colchis, where I went on to Iberia. I had traded and found some interesting things along the way, including a gift for Sabrina. I hoped it would not be a dishonor to give it to her, because I was sure that by now she must be married. When I was received at the castle at Mosquita, my memory of this place was as if I had never left. The young King Pharismanes I first welcomed me. He was Parlianus, the son of Stancius, who had died nearly 10 years earlier. Then there she was, Sabrina, As beautiful as the day, she said goodbye to me. The way she approached, I could not tell if she even recognized me. She was so somber and in great control of her emotions, not even a smile or a glance. She was the Queen Mother, the legal guardian of her nephew and young king. I began to think she did not keep me in mind as I kept her in my heart. I dropped to one knee to bow, and as I looked up, she was staring at me and told me to stand. She then said, "So who are you? What can we do to accommodate you?" I took a second to catch myself, and then slowly turned and looked at Proyanus. As I caught his eye, he began to laugh. I immediately turned back to Sabrina, and she jumped into my arms and gave me the biggest kiss and hug I've ever had. I just dropped my arms to my side and said, "So, do you greet all strangers this way?" She laughed, and then she grabbed me and held me as if she would never let go. Then Proyanus walked close and leaned over towards me. "So, why on earth did it take you this long to return?" he asked. "You were all my aunt has talked about for what? My entire life. So, here I was, with the woman of my dreams, who I was sure had wed and forgotten about me. She never did. She had always found a reason to save herself for me. So now I was here, and love had found me. But I still felt my journeys were not over. I could tell that the kingdom seemed different. The goodness that I saw in Stancius and Sabrina consumed the entire kingdom. There were no bad influence felt like before. Phytius was dead, and the priest went into exile into Sarmatia. The kingdom was on good terms with Armenia again. Sabrina told me that the Temple of Fire had new life, that a magi from Babylon that had returned to the area had brought with him the fire of God, that this has had an influence of prosperity throughout all the local kingdoms. "You're talking of Balthazar?" "Yes, he is the one," said Sabrina. "Do you know of him? He still lives?" I asked. Sabrina went on to tell me he lives in the mountains near the Fire Temple, and that he is close to the end of his days. The next morning I went with Sabrina, and we rode east towards the Caspian to find Balthazar. It took us about 3 days to find him, but when I saw my old teacher, I was very pleased. He too was very happy to see me. I also overheard him say to Sabrina, "This is the one I spoke of." Balthazar wanted to show me something, and we walked along a narrow canyon for several miles. While I was walking along, I asked Sabrina what he had meant when he said I was the one he had spoken of. She said he rambled on about the stars, and that there was one walking the earth that was made to serve me. I laughed. "To serve you?" I said. "Well, something like that," she replied. Then we came to a large opening in the side of the cliff. It looked like the front of a great Greek building built into the side of the canyon wall. First he pointed at the flames of fire burning in all of the torches. "This is the same fire we captured from that well so many years ago," beamed Balthazar. Then we walked a while through the catacombs in this cave and came to a room. There was a large stone box on a large altar. I looked at it, then I looked at Balthazar, thinking he was going to tell me this is his burial place. But he didn't. He told me this is where he brought Altazar to rest. He brought my grandfather, the great druid priest, here. And then he showed me that he would rest just beside him. I have to say, this brought a tear to my eye, this, and the fact that Sabrina was squeezing my hands so tight. I spent the rest of Balthazar's life with him, telling him all about the things that I had seen, including the travels I had with Joseph and his nephew, the Prince of the World, Jesus. It was here when Balthazar told Sabrina and I about our father Miravan, how when his friend King Parnavaz was murdered, he fled with his young son into Persia and raised him in Babylon. That Miravan was taught many things in many schools there, and that when he returned to Iberia to claim his throne, Balthazar stayed in Babylon to continue teaching at the school of the Order of the Magi. It was about 5 months that I was able to spend with him before he left us. And in that time, Sabrina and I found the love we had for each other, and we also worked out how our 2 lives could work together. We married, and she did continue with me the life of the traveler and seeker. She would travel home on occasions to look in on her nephew, but stayed at my side for the most part from that time on. In our travels, I once more came to Tyana to see my friend Theodos, and learned of the great teachings and wisdom of his son, Apollonius. He was becoming well known throughout the land as a spiritual leader and philosopher. It was on one of our journeys around the time of 20 and 5 that I again ran into my good friend Joseph. His daughter, Enigius, was marrying Braun the Blessed, the prince of Siluria and son of King Elelwar. Jesus was also there, traveling with a good friend of his, Lazarus of Bethany, along with his two sisters Martha and Mary, and their father Nicodemus, who was a good friend of Joseph's. Also Boadicea, a young daughter of Anna the prophetess, was there. I learned that John, the cousin of Jesus, who traveled with Joseph and I many years ago, was in the wilderness teaching and baptizing those who followed him, and that he was preparing the way for Jesus. It was shortly after this time when Jesus returned to Judea, was baptized by John, and began his ministry. It was not long after when Jesus would wed Mary, the sister of Lazarus, in Cana. Mary became known from that time forward as the Magdalene, meaning the tower, so she was called Mary Magdalene. Mary was also a disciple of Jesus and was often called the disciple whom Jesus loved, and did travel to many places with her companion, and Jesus and the other disciples spent a lot of time in Bethany at the home of Nicodemus, the father of Lazarus, Martha, and Mary. But it was at the home of the Pharisee, Simon the leper, and father to Judas Iscariot, who also lived in Bethany, where Mary anointed Jesus with costly ointment. I witnessed many of the great miracles Jesus performed, as he taught many followers of the word and truth of God. He taught the commandment of love, that the first commandment was to love God the Father and King of kings, and the second to love thy neighbor, as you would have them love you, that the commandments of old, the laws of Moses, taught by the prophets, were achieved by these two commandments. He taught these words for more than 3 years. This was when John, the son of Elizabeth, Jesus' cousin and the one they called the Baptist who prepared the way, was arrested and beheaded. It was around this time that I had returned to Alexandria with Sabrina and spent more time with my old friend Philo. It was here that Sabrina gave me a son, but he was taken from us at birth. With the help of Philo, I was able to finish my work on these astrological charts. I believe this third archangel and ninth capstone chart is this Chamuel, the archangel of love and twin flame of the Lady Charity, who is trapped as this Lady of the Sea until she can be released by Chamuel, the 12th Testament.
Back on the bus, it came to a stop. Jack looked out the window and noticed he's downtown, so he puts the book away and grabs his backpack and gets off. He walked over to a phone booth that he noticed and decided to look in the phone book for the name of this fortune teller. It says on the flyer, Naomi Tola, the Gypsy Angel. In the phone book he saw the name Gypsy Angel, and decided to walk and find this place. He asked for direction from a guy sitting in front of a laundromat, and the guy told him it's just a couple blocks down and a few blocks over, just across from the beach. So Jack takes off walking in that direction, and sure enough, he comes to a small old house with a neon sign of a crescent moon and star in the window that says Gypsy Angel. Next to it was a sign that gave the hours. It was open at 9 a.m., so Jack looked at his watch and then remembered it had stopped. He moved closer to the door, and just as he reached for the doorknob, the door swung open. Huh, that's weird, he thought. Jack walked in and noticed beads hanging in a doorway to another room. There is some incense burning and soft Indian-type music playing. Hello, yelled out Jack into the other room through the beads. Then he noticed a clock. It was a few minutes past 8 a.m. Wait. They're not even open yet. He started looking around, and saw pictures on the wall. One was of a really pretty girl who was standing in a pool of water near a waterfall. She looked a little familiar, and as Jack moved closer to get a better look, he heard, "Hello? Can I help you?" He turned and saw a girl standing in the doorway where she had pulled back the beads. She was wearing some sort of gypsy, fortune-teller attire, including a veil that only revealed her eyes. "Hello, I'm Naomi, can I help you?" Jack took his backpack off his shoulder and pulled out the flyer and handed it to her. "I have one of your flyers here, and today is your free reading special, right?" "I'm not sure about this part," as he points to the time on the flyer. It says, between the hours of 4 hours 5 minutes and 6 seconds, is that AM or PM, and why to the exact second? She grabs Jack's wrist, and looks at his watch, then looks up at Jack with a very surprised expression and asks, "Is it you?" She lets go of him and continues, "Your watch does say it's 4:05 and 6 seconds. Puzzled, Jack looked at his watch, then at the flyer, remembering his watch had stopped. Why didn't I notice that before? Naomi grabs Jack's hand and leads him through the beads and into the other room. Jack is amazed, as he sees a fairly large round oak table in the middle of a round room that is surrounded by bookcases full of books and all sorts of odd objects. She has Jack sit down in a chair, and then walks around the table and sits across from him. Naomi sat there for a brief moment looking at Jack. Even when Jack spoke up to ask a question, she told him he should be very quiet and not move. She continued just looking at him for nearly 10 minutes. Then she reached across the table, nearly climbing on it, placing her hand on Jack's chest, making him briefly jump back. As he did, the Druid stone came out of his shirt. "Oh, can I see that?" she softly asked. Jack didn't know exactly what she was talking about, then realized she was talking about the Druid stone around his neck, and under his shirt. "Oh, the Druid stone," he said, as he lifted it up to show her. She softly rubbed it as she took it into her hands to look at it, then abruptly she put it back in Jack's shirt. She grabbed Jack's right hand and started looking at it. Quietly to herself, she says, "The Simeon Trine." She then got up and went over to her books on the large bookcase, and after briefly searching, she came and sat back down with a couple books. Naomi started flipping through a few pages as Jack sat there looking at his palm. "What's a Simeon Trine?" he asked. Naomi took the book, found a page, slid it across the table, and turned it to show Jack an ancient chart that was created by Egyptians back around 200 BC. Jack just sat there staring at the page, not saying a word. Then he looked back at his palm, could see it looked like a similar triangle that was in this chart, and was remembering that one of the old charts which he found in the box with the ancient chronicles, was very similar as well. Then Naomi opened the other book, and as she was skimming through it, she began reading aloud, that the one that will come in the later days will be the light, he will be the seeker of God and the keeper of his love. Jack was wondering if she was speaking about the second coming or if she was talking about the end of days. So he asked, "Naomi, are you saying this is the second coming of Christ?" No, Naomi read on a bit further, "This is the one who will come down, from out of the clouds, known only as the number 9. She continued on, "He will prepare the way of the second coming, that he will re-establish God's unconditional love." She pauses and then says, "Whatever that means?" "Wait a second," says Jack. "Chamuel, it's about Chamuel and the Lady Charity and this curse that must be broken." "Yes, of course, what Cotsmock was writing about," continued Jack. "Wait, Chamuel you said," replied Naomi. She got up once more and walked over and grabbed another book. Here, Chamuel is the Archangel of Love, and his twin, called a twin flame, his feminine counterpart, is the Lady Charity. "You know of this, Jack?" "Yes," says Jack, "I have been reading about them in these chronicles." Jack pulls out the book from his backpack, and Naomi was amazed that they were so old and in such good condition. "You got the Druid stone with these books, didn't you?" Naomi got up and started walking around the table towards Jack. "I could sense the stone on you, but I didn't know why." "Jack?" Naomi inquired, "That's 7, not 9. So you can't be him, but why are you involved? Is it because you have the Simeon Trine? Maybe you are someone who has a part in this somehow. Maybe you are a keeper or guardian? 7? 9? Keeper? Guardian?" says Jack. "What are you talking about?" Naomi points at one of the pages of the book opened on the table. "He will be known only as the number 9. Jack is 7 in numerology, so it can't be you." Jack laughed, "Of course it isn't me, I'm no archangel of the love of God. I can't even stay in a relationship." Naomi looked at Jack and smiled. "Jack, the truth is, the archangel of love would probably not be able to stay in a relationship either, not until he found his twin flame anyway. But everything about him has to point to the number 9, and the first thing to look at is your name, and that rules you out right away. For example, Chamuel is a 9, and one thing to think about is that Charity is a 3, so a trinity of 3, which is 9, would also be important. And one more thing, 3 and 9 equal 12, also an important number in this equation. Naomi walked over and picked up another book and started telling Jack about the gematria of the ancients. She went on to tell him that all numbers were held sacred by the ancients, but that the number 3 was one considered most holy. 3 times 3 is the epitome of 3 and the ultimate holiness and truth. That the spiritual connotation of the number 3 is extended to include 9, its square. Like numbers 108 dove, and 1080 Holy Spirit, can be reduced to 9 by adding their digits. The number 9, thrice holy, represents fulfillment, completion, and truth. Its related numbers carry similar, but more powerful meanings. For example, written prayers of the early Christians often ended with 99 Amen or so be it. And 999 is considered the epitome of nighness or ultimate fulfillment, Judgment Day, and the fulfillment of prophecy. So Jack and Naomi could see how important this was. They knew they might be involved with something big. Naomi decided she wants to join Jack on his quest, sort of like a Grail quest, they thought. Jack told her about what he read so far in the Chronicles of Cotsmock. She noticed how this was a man who was in direct contact with Jesus, and of all those who she had read about in the Bible. This fascinated her as they decided to begin reading further.
It was a bright and sunny day after many dark and gloomy ones. Sabrina and I, after losing our son, traveled to Iberia to visit with her family. I wished to have Sabrina stay there for a while to help her recover from her grief. But it wasn't long after we were there, I received word from my good friend Joseph to travel to Jerusalem. There were many there in the kingdom of Iberia who learned of this Jesus from the teachings of Balthazar in the fire temples, and they wished to travel to Jerusalem with Sabrina and myself. When we started getting close into Judea and on into the outskirts of Jerusalem, we began to hear rumors of the crucifixion of Jesus. When we arrived, I was too late, and as I was entering where the Mount of the Skull was just outside the city, I could see 3 men upon the cross. It was Jesus. What have they done? I could not hold back the tears. Then I saw Mary, his mother, in grief, and she was being comforted by Salome, her sister and wife to Zebedee. Also Mary, the wife of Cleophas, was with Mary and Salome off in the distance. The disciple and companion that Jesus so loved, Mary Magdalene, was at Jesus' feet, on her knees and weeping. Then I saw my friend Joseph. He had just returned from Pilate to take Jesus down and to place him into a tomb. Nicodemus, the father of Mary Magdalene, was also there helping Joseph. They took him down and wrapped him in loincloth. The Roman guards had taken Jesus' things, gambling for his tunic. One of the Iberian men, who was a wealthy priest, purchased the holy tunic, taking it back to the temple of fire. I then spent many days in Joseph's house with Sabrina. We heard many things of the resurrection of Jesus and him returning to God the Almighty, his Father in heaven. When it was realized that Mary Magdalene was with child, there was much rumor of plots to have her murdered, along with the child. There was even a split among the disciples, who were trying to realize what their true mission was. They scattered about the land to teach the word of God, to teach those that would listen to these things that Jesus spoke to them. It became too dangerous for Joseph, Mary Magdalene, and others who followed the words of Jesus to stay in Judea. Philip and Thomas, along with other followers and family, joined with us to travel into Egypt. Mary Magdalene stayed with us for about 3 years, while the other disciples traveled throughout to spread the word. Thomas traveled east to the land of Babylon and to my old friend Gaspar. Mary gave birth to a girl and named her Tamar, Sarah, who was dark in skin and born in Egypt. We decided that it was no longer safe in Egypt when word of the little girl was taken back to Judea. So Joseph, Philip, and Lazarus put together a boat that would take them along with many other followers and family onto the south of Gaul. There were 72 passengers in all, and Mary hid Tamar as an Egyptian maiden who pretended to be a servant to Mary. I, too, traveled with them and would meet up with my Sabrina in Massilia, who had traveled back to Iberia earlier that year. We traveled for many months, stopping for supplies along the way. We drifted into a major storm that ran us aground on the island of Sardinia. We spent more than a month there while we repaired the boat and healed the sick. But once again, we were on the Great Sea and heading north. It was around the year AD 39 when we finally arrived at the mouth of the River Rhone. I was in my 72nd year. The little child, Tamar, was now in her 6th year. I had heard that my Sabrina had gone on to Britain, that she had been attacked by a Roman legion, and that Bran the Blessed, who she had met at his wedding, had taken her to Siluria along with Enigius his wife and daughter of Joseph for safety. I was told that the place my mother, Julia, was known to be in was Narbo, just west up the coast. So I left the others in Massilia and went to find her, not knowing for sure, but thinking she was surely dead. I took a small boat and rowed myself across the great bay. The skies began to darken as nighttime began to fall upon the earth, but the moon was full and did light the way. I was nearly halfway across when I found myself being accompanied by a large whale. It just moved along next to me as I rowed, going under every now and then. It would spout water, and I noticed it would be staring at me as if it wanted to ask me a question. This must have gone on for hours, until she just up and jumped into the sea and was gone. It was just before I was able to make out the shoreline, knowing I was getting close, that I could hear singing. It was beautiful and reminded me of the mermaid I had seen many years before. I called out for her, but there was no answer, only singing.
Naomi stopped Jack from reading further. She started telling Jack about some of the legends of the Black Madonna, how there are some writings in history that talk about this journey that Mary Magdalene took with Joseph of Arimathea and others, including a daughter of Jesus, to the south of France. This is fascinating, she says. Jack was curious, wondering why a gypsy-like fortune-teller would know so much about Christians. So he asked her. Naomi told Jack that just because she studied astrology and numerology and other fascinating philosophies and arts, that this didn't make her any less of a believer of God, that on the contrary, she believed she was more open to all of the things God had created, and all of the signs He gives us to understand our place in the universe. She went on to tell him to look at what is being said in this chronicle. It shows all the things the ancients studied and believed in, even the first Christians, starting with Jesus himself. Naomi took the book out of Jack's hands and said, "Let me read for a while."
As I got closer to the shore, I could see some people moving around on the beach. I decided to remain quiet until I knew who they were and if it was safe, so I just floated with the current and eventually was taken ashore by the waves just down the beach from these men. They were drinking and laughing, and then they started up the beach away from me. I could see they were heading toward some lights. So I pulled the boat up and hid it in some trees. I followed behind these men, keeping a safe distance. I noticed that the sun was beginning to peek out above some tall mountains. I thought to myself that it must be morning and saw that the village I was coming into was fairly large. It was the village of Narbo, and just a few people were out and about, but mostly those who seemed to still be up from a large festival from the night before. A young man came running by me, and I stopped the lad and asked him if he knew of the Lady Julia, the Julia of the Britons. He informed me that he did, that everyone knew the Lady of the Britons. He then told me he would take me to her. I followed this young man and was so excited to finally meet my mother. I couldn't believe that at the age of 72, that would be the first time one should meet his mother. I then wondered, she must almost be 90 years herself. Then the boy stopped in the middle of the square. "There she is," he says. I looked around and there was no one. "What do you mean?" I questioned. "There," he pointed to the large stone monument in the middle of the square. "Julia, the Lady of the Britons," he said. Then the boy took off once more, running on his way. I walked up to the fabulous carving in stone. It was a woman standing with a lion, holding up a star. It read, "Julia, our great Lady of the Britons, the keeper of our hearts and the light of our souls." I didn't know what to think. Was this my mother? Was she dead? Then I started thinking of all the great people and teachers that I have had in my life. Did I miss out on the greatest influence and most important one of all? After spending a few days learning more about my mother and the people here who loved her, I journeyed back to those I came with who were waiting in Massilia. It took me a bit longer rowing back as I headed into a strong headwind, and at my age, I was not as strong as I used to be. When I got back, I found everyone had settled in pretty well, and that there were other Jews there who were very happy to see Mary and welcomed her daughter Tamar with open hearts. I spent about a month here. while making copies of these books that Mary had given me way back when I was with the Magi, those books of the prophets. I made 3 copies, one to keep here in the south of Gaul, one to hide in Solomon's temple back in Jerusalem, and I kept with me the original text. It was shortly after this time that Joseph and Philip discussed what they should do to prophesy this teaching of Christ. And Joseph said he would take this message and continue to his home in the Britons and take some disciples with him there to preach the word of God. So we traveled with Philip, who was going to stay with Lazarus, Martha, and Mary Magdalene as they traveled throughout the Volsci area teaching the words of Christ. When we got near the area of Aquitania, I traveled on with Joseph and 12 others to Burdigala. From there we boarded a ship that took us onto the great north port of Siluria. I left my friend Joseph there as he traveled on to Glastonbury with the others. I went west into the lands of the Silurii and to the kingdom of Bron the Blessed. Sabrina was there, and I was very pleased to see her. I stayed here with Sabrina and found myself often working on my charts and writings within the safety of a cave that rested behind an old oak, which was the place that is said to be the tree from where the Druid stone was made. Here is where I finished a lot of the words I had written on these pages. I traveled many times to visit my friend Joseph in Glastonbury, where his wife Anu had come to live with him. And Joseph had also come to Siluria on a few occasions. One special occasion was when his grandson Josephus, the son of Bron and Enigius, was to marry. Josephus married the daughter of Mary Magdalene, who was born out of Egypt, Tamar, who was known as Sarah of Egypt. Joseph's grandson, the son of Bron the Blessed, was known as Josephus Haramathaeo. Bron was known as the Fisher King, but his son Josephus became the first king of the Grail. Josephus and his wife, Sarah, had a son and named him Josue. Bron and Enigius had another son, Heli, called Belly, who married Anna, who is the younger sister of Jesus. They also had a daughter, Penardin, who lived with her aunt Boadicea in Iceni and was to wed Prince Merrick, son of King Arvinagus, who was the son of King Cymbeline. It was here when I realized that Arvinagus' wife, Venus Julia, was the daughter of one of my half-sisters. Now it was around the year 61, and word came of the death of King Prasutagus, the husband of Boadicea. The Romans ignored the will of the king, stripped the queen of her inheritance, and beat and raped her 2 daughters. So Boadicea was to go to war against the Romans to chase them out of Britain. I traveled with about 20 men of Bronze Castle Guard as we heard that the warrior Queen Boadicea had already taken and sacked Camulodunum and was pushing on to Londinium. But as we were traveling south on Watling Street, we came across a Roman battalion who was racing to get to a point on Watling Street where they were preparing to stand against this warrior queen. We attacked them even though we were outnumbered about 5-1. We fought and took many casualties and lost half the men, but defeated the 100 or so Romans. So I continued on with these 10 men to stand alongside Boadicea and Penardin. But we were too late. Boadicea's army was already defeated, and she took her own life in defeat. We helped the injured, gathered a few survivors, including the queen's daughters and Penardin, and then went back east to Siluria. I was around 105 when long ago my Sabrina died, and I needed a way to pass down the Druid stone and wasn't sure how I would be able to accomplish this. One day, while sitting under the great oak from which the stone was forged around the year of 74, I heard that singing that I had heard so many years ago. It was the singing I heard in that boat while crossing to Narbo. Then I saw her. It was the mermaid I had talked to so long ago. She had not aged a day, and I realized now how much she reminded me of my Sabrina. We sat there on the bank of one of the pools just off the river and spoke for hours, days at a time. She was the one with whom I needed to entrust all these things. So I placed all of my writings and the Druid stone and capstone charts in a large hollowed-out branch and gave it to her for safekeeping. I write these last words that I might put an end to my story, and that someday I hope my work will be found and continued for the sake of all mankind. I am truly sorry, Charity, that I was not able to find your Chamuel. Into the hands of God. Cotsmock.
Naomi grabbed the capstone chart that was with the books to take a closer look at it. She told Jack that without a time and date that they would not be able to understand the time of the chart. She told Jack that she had done many charts, but never in reverse. As she studied the chart, she would explain to Jack what she saw. She told him that the sun and the moon were in conjunction, and also Jupiter sat atop the midheaven. Just then the building began to shake. "Earthquake?" questioned Naomi. "No," said Jack, as he ran over to the window. It was a helicopter. Whoever was after Jack had found him. Naomi told Jack to gather all the papers and books on the table as she pulled on an ornament that looked like a crescent moon and star attached to one of the bookcases. A panel slid open, revealing a hidden passageway. She grabbed Jack's backpack and they ran in as the panel closed behind them. "Come on, this way," says Naomi. "Wait, hold on a second," says Jack. "I want to see who's after me." They stood quietly looking through a few cracks from within the bookcase as they noticed some people breaking into Naomi's parlor. There were 2 guys and a girl. Jack recognized the girl from the car that chased him earlier. Who were these people and what did they want, he wondered. Jack told Naomi about how this woman chased him earlier and then turned into a black bird and flew away. Naomi gazed at Jack, with a silent chuckle and said, "Jack, I may be a fortune teller, but I don't believe in that hocus-pocus junk." "No, seriously," quipped Jack, "she really did. I don't believe in that stuff either." Just then the girl got closer and Naomi and Jack stood very quiet, backing away from the cracks. They both noticed a tattoo she had on her hand when she reached over and grabbed a book that was right by their faces. Then one of the guys noticed a picture of Naomi on a flyer. "Look," he says, "it's Tola." Jack looked at Naomi and she looked surprised. Then they quietly started heading down a tunnel that took them down under the cliffs into a cave near the water. After a few minutes they could hear the helicopter taking off and flying away up the coast. In the cave, Naomi had several things, including a small speedboat. She got on the boat and started to change out of the gypsy outfit she was wearing. She put on some cargo pocket shorts and a bikini top while Jack tried hard not to glance over and take a look. She then put a white long-sleeve shirt on and tied it into a knot above her waist without buttoning it up. Jack, now for the first time, could really get a good look at her. She reminded him a little of the mermaid, which caused him to stare. This caught Naomi's attention and she asked him why he was staring at her. Jack explained how much she looked like the mermaid, causing Naomi to laugh. "Why did those guys recognize you?" asked Jack. "I don't know," replied Naomi, "maybe they think I look like someone else as well." Naomi ran up onto a ledge in the cave and started grabbing things and handing them to Jack. "Here, put this on the boat," she says. It's extra clothes and food, water, and other things she had hidden away in the cave. They put them with Jack's backpack and the rest of the books and things they grabbed from the room. Naomi then pointed at a rope and told Jack to pull on it. It took a good pull, but finally a wall of rock appeared to slide open, revealing the ocean. "We can hide out at an island less than 10 miles away for a while," says Naomi. As Naomi steered, Jack pulled out the book and flipped through the pages to get to the second chronicle and began to read aloud.
The Chronicles of Nerval. It was early in the year 408 when I, Nerval, was traveling through the land of the Britons, in that place called Devonia of the Dumnony on the river Culm. I am now of the age of 33, and had just awoke from where I slept, hiding in a small hole in the earth underneath the trees near the river. Soldiers of Constantine II, who had just become the new ruler of the Britons in the Western Roman Empire, were tracking me. It was at this moment when I first saw it. Partially buried in the earth in this hole where I was hiding, was a hollowed-out branch which contained many parchments rolled up and protected within. Carved on the outside of this large branch were the words, "He who seeks God," with the date, AD 75. For 333 years it had been hidden and resting in this place, here near the river Culm. I had been traveling with Gratian, the 19-year-old son of the Empress Galla, on his journey to the Britons. It was 9 years earlier when Gratian's life was put in danger and was put in my care in the city of Rome. But let me start from the beginning and put to record these things I remember. It was said that in the year of the death of the Western Emperor, Valentinian I, which was the year 375, that there was a newborn in his kingdom from his estate in Trier, of the Moselle. It was the emperor's daughter Galla, but also, a boy who was to be born of the youngest daughter of his general, Flavius Richomeres, who was Richomer of the Sicambrian Franks. Richomer had traveled east only a few months earlier with his wife Nastila to take control of the eastern garrison, leaving his daughter Arcania with child in the care of a midwife. But she was taken to the Isles of the Brits and abandoned. It was only because she was the daughter of Richomeres that she was allowed to be left alive. This was because it is said that she, an unwed girl, had become with child in the night of her dream, where an incubus did lie upon her in her sleep. A few years later I was told of this story and that I was the child, and along with a parchment with the letters, Nerval, was sent to Rome to be brought up in a school for young men and became known only as Nerval. At this time I was also told that my mother had died giving birth to me in a cave, and that I had an uncle who was called Theodomir, who was a king of the Sicambrian Franks. So I had learned that I was a Frank, but born on British soil. Shortly after the death of Valentinian I, his son, Gratian became the emperor of the Western Empire, co-ruler with his half-brother Valentinian II, who was 4 years old at the time. Flavius Richomeres became the domesticorum under Gratian and is in the east fighting with the Eastern Emperor Valens, brother of Valentinian I. It was in the year 378 at the Battle of Adrianople that Valens dies, and Richomeres barely escaped. Shortly after is the time Flavius Theodosius I became the emperor of Rome. In Rome, at the school where I was being taught, there was a man by the name of Pelagius, who was from the land of the British Isles and had come to Rome in the time of my second year. This man Pelagius was my teacher, and taught of the free will of men, a Christian who was a monk of the islands and taught new things to the Orthodox Christians. It was at this same time that the Senate, in Rome, was in academic debate about Christianity and paganism, discussing a return to paganism. There were also many Arian Christians throughout the empire, mainly from the outskirts among the Franks and Visigoths and others. A cousin of mine, the nephew of Richomer, Arbogast, who was an Arian Christian, had many friends in the Senate. The usurper, Magnus Maximus, started his rule from Trier, also known as Treves on the Moselle, in the year of 383. The Roman army of Britain and the Gauls put him there. It was in the year 384 when Valentinian II began his rule at the age of 13, of Italia from the city of Mediolanum, and had a truce with Maximus. It lasted for 3 short years, until Maximus broke off the truce and decided to attack Valentinian II at the city of Mediolanum, sending him and his family to flee to the safety of Theodosius I. Along with Valentinian came his mother, Justina, and his 2 sisters Justa Grata and Galla. Justina sent her little 12-year-old daughter Galla in tears to convince the emperor to take them in. Theodosius was smitten by the girl and allowed them to stay in his protection. Within the year, Theodosius wished to marry Galla, and Justina gave her permission, only if Theodosius went to war against Maximus and returned Valentinian to his throne. It was the year 388 when Galla married Theodosius and gave birth to a son, Gratian. In that same year, combined troops of Theodosius and Valentinian invade Maximus under the leadership of Richomeres, Arbogast, Promotus and Timasius. As Maximus had his army fighting in the south near Aquileia in Italia, the great King Marcomer of the Franks invaded the Roman Empire in the north in Gaul. It was this Marcomer who married the Grail princess Frimutel, daughter of King Boaz Anforlas of the Grail from across the waters of the Britons at Castel Dinas Bran. It was the 28th of August in that year in Aquileia, Maximus surrendered and was executed. This was the same year Justina died, when Valentinian II was put back as the emperor of the Western Roman Empire, and Arbogast became Flavius Arbogastes and general to Valentinian. But since Valentinian was only 20 by now and had little say, Arbogast became the de facto ruler of the Western Empire. It was around this time when Marcomer's son Pharamond, prince of both the Frank and Grail kingdoms, married Argata, the young princess of the Sicambrian Franks and daughter of King Genabad. Argata was a great-granddaughter of Richomer. Richomer now became the supreme commander of the Eastern Empire. It was the year 392 when Valentinian was found hanging in his chambers. It was said he committed suicide, but when word of this got back to Theodosius, Galla believed that her brother was murdered. Arbogast, being of Frankish blood, knew he would not be able to get the Senate behind him as ruler. So he put his support behind Eugenius, a Christian with paganism sympathy. With the support of the Senate, Eugenius became emperor of the Western Empire. But he was only a puppet ruler under Arbogast. This was shortly after Theodosius had given the order to have all pagan buildings throughout the empire burnt to the ground. Even the great library, the Serapeum of Alexandria, was destroyed. There was a great conflict in the Roman Empire, those who wished to return to paganism and those of the Christian faith. Even throughout the Christians there were dissent. It was in these days that anyone who did not follow the strict laws of the Church were charged as heretics and either excommunicated or soon put to death. The Gnostics were all but stamped out completely, and the Arian Christians thrived in the outskirts of the empire. It was at this time Augustine of Hippo introduced the theory of original sin, in contrast to the teaching of Pelagius and his belief of man's free will. Galla gave birth to her daughter Aelia Galla, and Theodosius decided to march on Arbogast and Eugenius in the west. Richomer was the general in charge of moving the great eastern garrison west to battle his nephew, Arbogast, but he died en route before reaching the Frigidus. It was the year 394 when the Battle of the Frigidus was fought and won by Theodosius. Arbogast committed suicide and Eugenius was put to death. Theodosius put his son Honorius in place as the Western Emperor.
Here we are, says Naomi. Jack looks up and sees this little island. It's basically a beach with about a dozen palm trees. Wow, when you said little, you weren't kidding, he says. Well, it's off the map and no one will find us here, she replied. Jack jumped out and pulled the boat up onto the sand and tied it to a tree. Naomi started laying a blanket out under the shade of a few trees on the sand. They got out the books Naomi brought and the backpack full of writings and made themselves comfortable. Then they started discussing what Jack had been reading about in this Chronicle of Nerval. It just seems like a history lesson, says Jack. Sort of, replied Naomi, but I think there is more to it. She goes on to explain to Jack that she doesn't know that much about that time in history, but has read a little about some of the names mentioned. She tells him that there was a man by the name of Pelagius who the Bishop Augustine of Hippo tried to get excommunicated from the Orthodox Church as a heretic. Pelagius was teaching that men had free will and a choice in their lives, of how to think. He believed the Church was trying to control the Christians by maintaining that they were born of sin, and that only through the Church they could be saved. She went on to tell Jack, the way she saw it, the Arian Christians believed God was the Heavenly Father, and that Jesus was separate, the Son of God, who was sent to take on a physical body to walk and teach among us, and that the Holy Spirit was yet another separate being, who was part of a greater being connected, but all three stood alone. And it was the Church, those Orthodox Christians who believed in the Trinity, that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit were all the same being. She told Jack that the early Orthodox Christians used scriptures like John 10 verse 30, I and my Father are one as reasons to believe this, but that she believed Jesus was saying he was the Son of God, and this scripture meant that he and his Father were one in purpose and that he could speak for his Father, because his Father sent him. So, if you believed in Christ, but didn't believe in the Trinity, you were a heretic and not a true Christian. This is how Catholics and many Christians believe today. For example, they don't believe Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons are true Christians because they don't believe in the Trinity in the same way. What a lot of people don't realize is that back in those first 300 years of Christianity that there were many Christian faiths, like it is today, but one of them, the Orthodox, gained control and tried to destroy all others. They believed the way they thought, and believed was going to be the way everyone believed, or they would be made to believe or be killed. It is written that the Gnostic following in the 1st century was even larger than that of the Orthodox Christians. It was in the time of Constantine and at the Council of Nicaea around the beginning of the 4th century, when the Orthodox Christians took control, gaining the trust of the emperor and dismissing all others including the Gnostics of the council. Throughout this 4th century was when they created this Nicene Creed, which created the Trinity, and it was also during this time when these councils compiled the books that were to be canonized into the Bible. It was these Christians, who dismissed all others as heretics, who controlled the creation of Christianity. It was the writings of the Gnostics that were not only excluded from the New Testament, but also searched out and destroyed. It is believed by many scholars today that when these books of the New Testament were selected and translated, that there were also mistranslation and even the manipulation of verse to maintain their common theme of their orthodox beliefs. It is believed that some of the Gnostic writings were saved and hidden away. Around the year 367, Bishop Athanasius condemned all of non-canonical writings in his festal letter. Some of these books were hidden in the library at Alexandria. And the mentioning of Theodosius ordering the burning of the library in the end of the 4th century may explain why some Gnostic writings were hidden in the hills nearby in Egypt. The Nag Hammadi library had been buried around 400, exactly around the same time as the burning of the library. Yes, I've heard of the Nag Hammadi library. You think that was originally in the library at Alexandria? Asks Jack. Well, from what was written in this chronicle, it sure seems to make sense, replied Naomi. She went on explaining she didn't know that much about Christianity, only a few things she had read about the Gnostics, and the events that surrounded the Council of Nicaea, and a few events later in that century which included the debate between Pelagius and Augustine of Hippo. She told Jack that it was basically about people having free will and a right to follow their hearts to find God on their own, and the fact that Augustine taught that men were born into sin and that no matter what they did, they would remain sinners, that only through the church could they find God. You know, it's funny, says Naomi, that we are reading about Pelagius and he is the one who touched me, who has sent me on my journey of leaving the Catholic faith and finding God in my heart, and opened my eyes to other things like astrology and numerology. Both Jack and Naomi were finding it amazing that these chronicles were making them feel more connected to those people, and that time. Naomi picked up the book. Let me continue reading now, she says. Jack smiled and laid back to get comfortable and listened. Let's see. Oh yes. Honorius is now emperor.
Honorius is of the age of 9 when first made ruler of the West in the year 390 and 4. This making Theodosius co-ruler of both the East and West empires with his sons. Honorius's older brother Arcadius is ruler of the East. While Honorius is still young, Theodosius makes Stilicho general of his western army and Honorius's guardian. Stilicho was married to Theodosius's adopted niece, Serena, in the year 380 and 4. They had 2 daughters, Maria and Thermantia. Maria married Honorius in the year 390 and 8, when Honorius was yet the age of 14 and Maria who was younger still. 4 years earlier, Galla had died, giving birth to a son named John, who also died. It was just before this time Gratian was sent away to Rome and Aelia Galla was granted her own household by her father and was thus financially independent while underage. It was around this time, the year 398, when I met Gratian. He was of the age of 9 and myself was 20 and 3. It was at the schools in Rome where I had lived all of my life learning from the best of minds in the free world. My favorite teacher was Pelagius, but there was another, a young woman who was a student, then became a teacher herself. Her name was Hypatia. She was a young petite, red-headed Greek, born in Egypt and had been traveling with her father, the philosopher and mathematician Theon. They studied in the schools of Greece before traveling on to Italia. She would talk about the philosopher, Apollonius of Perga and his teachings about the conic sections. She was writing the Conics of Apollonius, as she departed Rome for her home back in Alexandria. It was around this time when young Gratian and myself met another young boy by the name of Ambrosius Aurelianus, who had traveled from the Britons a few years earlier to learn from the scholars of Rome. His father was Constantine II, who married a British woman and had 3 sons, Constans, Arthur and Uther. Constantine II taught his oldest son Constans the ways of a Roman general, but sent his son Arthur to learn the ways of the Roman Senate and philosophies in Rome. Arthur had also become a fond student of Pelagius, and the 3 of us, even though our ages differed much, we were very inseparable. I was the guardian of these 2 young boys, were like twins. Around another 5 years had passed in Rome and now Gratian had become a man at the age of 17, just a few years older than Arthur. There had been turmoil in Rome and the church had been fighting the Senate, the empire had become a Christian state, and paganism was no longer allowed. They even closed down the Gladiator Stadium in Rome and discontinued the Olympics in Athens. Pelagius had left Rome to travel east to the lands of the Macedonians, and we left to go north into the lands of the Britons. There was a bishop of the church in Britain who knew who Gratian was and that his father was the late Emperor Theodosius, half-brother to Emperor Honorius. Since Gratian was of age, he was being placed as emperor usurper of Britain and Gaul, but was soon realized that he was not a strict follower of the church, and plans to replace him were already in the works. It was at the end of the year 407, while I was traveling to the north, that Gratian was captured and taken to Gaul, but along the way he was slain by his own sword while crossing the Great Channel. It was at this time, the father of Arthur, Constantine II, was made emperor usurper, and he had put a bounty on my head. I fled to the south into the land of Devonia and followed along the river Culm. I have been hunted now for nearly 6 months, and it has become a new year. It is here, where my story began, in this hole, where I found this large hollowed-out branch that hides these parchments along with a trinket in the form of a star. There are many pages that are called the Chronicles of Kakatsmak and have many drawings, maps and charts along with it. But separate are 3 scrolls, which are called the Scrolls of the Druid Magi. I found these very interesting. Scrolls of the Druid Magi. Scroll 1. In the days of the testaments of the prophets came Adam, Noah, Moses, Abraham, Isaac and his son Jacob. And from them came King David out of the seed of Jesse, and also came the great Messiah. And from the seeds of Jacob shall come many, including the Seeker, through many kings of many lands to the latter days. This Seeker will be known as the Enlightened One, the One of Light, the Prince of Pentacle. The Queen of Love, Goddess of Wisdom and Loving Spirit of the Almighty will rule over him. He will be the great king riding on the chariot of lions across the highest point in the heavens, and will be accompanied with the deepest of the entire universe in the house of Jupiter. Resting upon him will be the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, even the spirit of knowledge and the fear of our Lord. For he will be shining a light, to prepare the way of the coming of our Lord, as did John. He will be born of the new moon as it sits at the beginning of the universe alongside the light, the Son of God, in the sky of the fisher kings. He shall not judge in the sight of his eyes, nor reprove in the hearing of his ears. With righteousness shall he judge the poor and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. For he is not his own servant, but the light of him who sent him in preparation of his Son. He shall be born and named to create the great trine of wisdom, strength, and beauty, as all great things are. And he shall carry with him a sign of this on his right hand. His fate and life will form from the line of the Simeon. He shall smite with his mouth, and with the breath of his lips slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be a girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion, and rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. The Lord hath sworn, and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. He will be born with his mother at the right hand of his brother Gabriel in the city of angels, and will be watched over by his brother Michael as he is baptized in Christ's church in the latter days, and will come of age within 2 years of our Lord. He will be of the tribe of Ephraim and the ancestry of Darda of Zerah, and of Judah of Israel, which is the house of Jupiter, and from his roots shall come a branch, like Isaac before him shall come Jacob. And the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, the leopard with the kid, as will the calf with the young lion, and a child shall lead them again in these latter days. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power, in the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning. Thou hast the dew of thy youth, and shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he prepare for the lifting up of the head. Scroll 2. In the year 37, while studying in the library at Alexandria, there was Philo, Apollonius of Tyana, and Philip the Apostle, among many others. We did study the parchment of the prophet Abraham, in which were included with those that Mary had given me so long ago. While he was in Ur of the Chaldees, he wrote, I saw the stars, that they were very great, and that one of them was nearest unto the throne of God. And there were many great ones, which were near unto it. Abraham said, the Lord said unto him, that these are the governing ones, and the name of the great one is Cholech, because it was near unto the Lord, for that he was the Lord, thy God. He told Abraham that he had set Cholech to govern all those, which belonged to the same order as that upon which Abraham stood. The Lord told Abraham that Cholech was after the manner of the Lord, according to its times and seasons in the revolutions thereof. That one revolution was a day unto the Lord, after his manner of reckoning, it being 1,000 years according to the time appointed unto that whereon Abraham stood. This is the reckoning of the Lord's time according to the reckoning of Cholech. In these parchments Abraham went on to explain the reckoning of time, which the Lord did tell him. And the Lord said unto him, The planet which is the lesser light, lesser than that which is to rule the day, even the night, is above and even greater than that upon thou standest in point of reckoning. For it moveth in order more slow. This is in order because it standeth above the earth upon which Abraham stood. Therefore the reckoning of its time is not so many as to its number of days, and months, and years. The Lord said unto Abraham, These two facts exists, behold thine eyes see it, as it is given unto thee to know the times of reckoning, and the set time, yea, the set time of the earth upon which Abraham stood, and the set time of the lesser light which is set to rule the night. Now the set time of the lesser light is a longer time as to its reckoning than the reckoning of the time of the earth upon which Abraham stood. And where these two facts exist, there shall be another fact above them, that is, there shall be another planet whose reckoning of time shall be longer still. And thus there shall be the reckoning of the time of one planet above another, until thou come nigh unto Cholech, which Cholech is after the reckoning of the Lord's time, which Cholech is set nigh unto the throne of God, to govern all those planets which belong to the same order as that upon which Abraham stood. Scroll 3. From the order of the Magi, and the ancestors of my Chaldean brothers, I tell you these things. The one who will come in the latter days to prepare the way of our Savior and King, he who brings the love of our Lord God. He, who seeks charity throughout the entire world, will be the Prince of Pentacle, ruled by the Queen Mother of Love herself. The King of Strength and Knowledge, who is governed by the sword of righteousness, will protect him from the darkness. It is he who sees God the Almighty and seeks to spread his love upon the earth. It is from the order of the Magi and from the book of the seven thunders, from where he dwells. He sits, ruling the third ray over the new world that is yet unknown to all mankind. He has been deceived and broken-hearted and will be forever seeking charity until the end of times. It will be in these latter days that he will be known as this Prince of Love who walks upon the earth in search of charity, and until she is found, the Archangel Chamuel will go to the ends of the earth, through time itself, until this love is returned. He will be known as this Pentacle Prince, but like a diamond that is yet untouched and unpolished until his knowledge returns to wisdom and he stands up, and claims what is his. He will battle the deceiver without knowing, and will be guided by his brothers of the seven thunders until he overcomes this treachery. There was more to this last scroll, but it has been torn away and appears burned. Venturing through some of these other pages I can see the markings of this trinket. It's called the Druid Stone. I placed it around my neck and dropped it into my shirt. I'm not sure why, it's like it beckoned me to do so.
Okay, so now Nerval is wearing the Druid Stone as well, says Naomi. Jack pulled it out of his shirt and they both looked at it. It sure has a history, he says. Naomi opened one of her books and started explaining to Jack some of the key things that were stated in the Druid Magi scrolls. She went on to explain that the last scroll was talking about this order of the Magi and the seven little thunders, and that there is something she has studied and read called destiny and love cards. It was believed this is where playing cards came from. According to one's birthday, they would be represented by one of these cards, and that most cards had several, even as many as 8 or 9 different days in the year that represented them, but that each one was unique by its ruling card. It was another form of astrology, but supposedly the most ancient. Naomi continued telling Jack that the pentacle was later represented by the diamond suit, and that the prince would be a Jack, the Jack of Diamonds. Your name is Jack Diamond, that's odd, so maybe this means something? Naomi didn't have the chart to see which dates were the Jack of Diamonds, and in particular if one of the dates was ruled by the Queen of Hearts or not, because the scroll said the Prince of Pentacle, ruled by the Queen Mother of Love, the Queen of Hearts. But she wondered what the part about protected from the darkness by the King of Strength and Knowledge, who is governed by the sword of righteousness meant. The king of swords would be the king of clubs. Pentacles are diamonds, cups are hearts, wands are spades and the swords are clubs, she said quietly to herself. But protected from the darkness and governed by the sword, she wondered? Would that be the influence of the moon? We really need to get the chart to figure this out, she says. Didn't the first scroll say something about the Prince of Pentacle and the Queen of Love or something to that effect as well? Asked Jack. Yes, says Naomi, but it even went on to say a lot more than that. Naomi started looking around for the capstone chart they looked at earlier and started explaining to Jack what some of the things meant. She told him that it talked about a new moon at the beginning of the universe alongside the light of the sun sitting in the sky of the Fisher Kings. This means that the sun is in Pisces, but also a new moon is usually a moon-sun conjunction, whereas a full moon is commonly an opposite. And that the beginning of the universe was said to start at Aries. This would put the conjunction somewhere on the cusp of Pisces and Aries, around the 20th of March. I'll bet you that when we see that chart on the dates of the love cards, that the Jack of Diamonds will fall somewhere in Pisces just before March 20th. Naomi continues, Jack Diamond, that doesn't equal 9 either. Jack laughs, you're still on that number 9 thing. I told you, I'm no kind of angel of love. Naomi stared off across the ocean thinking hard to herself, then she looks at Jack. No, probably not, but like Kotsmak and Nerval, you have some role in this and even more so than what we might think. Why else would you have that trine on your hand and please, Jack Diamond? This is way more than coincidence. Jack laughed, then he looked kind of somber and started asking, but I'm curious, well, never mind. No, don't start saying something, and then say never mind. I hate that. Come on, spit it out, says Naomi. Jack slowly started asking, well, the thing is, would March 12th be close enough to that cusp for a date that you were talking about? Your birthday is March 12th, Jack, replied Naomi. Then she remembered something else. One other thing I found interesting, says Naomi. All that talk about the days and reckoning. She went on to explain how that could explain how the time on Earth, 1,000 years or even maybe 1,000,000 years was the same time as one day in the time of this place called Kalak where God is. And that for example, when they talk about God creating the heavens and the earth along with the beasts, birds, fish and all living things including mankind in 6 days, it isn't 6 Earth days, but more like 6,000 or million years. In Genesis it says God created man on the 6th day, so for thousands or millions of years, he was forming this planet. He created the sun and moon on what? The 2nd day? Says Naomi. This can explain a lot of the whole evolution theory. The first day, there was light. Could us mere mortals see this as a big bang? Even the scientific theory of an object slamming into the earth creating our moon, can be the work of this creation. Why wouldn't God do it in that way? Just then they heard the noise of the helicopter again, as 2 guys came up out of the water near them in diving gear, pointing spear guns at them. They really must want this Druid stone, says Jack. How did they find us here? And so soon, yells Naomi. The noise got so loud they could barely hear each other as the helicopter landed just offshore. Then they got hit with tranquilizer darts, shot from the helicopter. They both hit the ground and Jack went out immediately. Naomi briefly looked at Jack lying there next to her, and saw the Druid stone on the sand, because Jack didn't put it back away after looking at it earlier. Then she started fading rapidly and was out herself. About an hour later, Jack was coming to, but it felt like he was out for several days and was lying in a dark and damp cave-like room. There was a smell of musky oil and sweet incense that almost made him choke every time he took a breath. Then he looked around, almost in a panic. Where is she? Where is Naomi? He got up and searched in all of the corners of the place until he realized she wasn't there. Jack began to wonder if she was okay, or if she just might be in a different room or hole, whatever this place was. In the dark he noticed the walls moving slightly, and inched his way closer to try and see what was moving. Snakes, screamed Jack. I hate snakes. I hate everything that slithers. Jack hurried back into the center of the room. Just then he heard a big bang and clank, and then a squeaky sound as the door began to open. It let some light in. From outside the room, you hear, "Yeah, he's up." Two guys walked in, grab Jack, and start walking him down a long hallway that seems to be carved out of rock. Jack began to think he was in some sort of tunnel system, but where? And where was Naomi? Just then down the hallway, he could see it start to get brighter and he could hear some music. It was like some sort of native music, with bongos beating. As he got closer he could see shadows of people dancing thrown across the walls of the hallway. He was grabbed again and pushed through a giant opening into a big room with a lot of people. It was strange. Jack wanted to pinch himself because this didn't make any sense. He looked around and saw all sorts of people from different times in history. Not just any people, but famous people. In one section there was Hitler standing next to Attila the Hun, and one guy who appears to be an old Catholic pope. They were all standing and looking up at a guy and girl on a stage behind a sacrificial altar. Then Jack noticed the girl that had been chasing him. She was standing just off to the side of the two up on the stage. Then the music and dancing stopped and everyone turned and looked at Jack. The man on the stage yelled down for them to bring Jack forward. As Jack got closer to the man on the stage, his appearance began to change from a good-looking clean-cut businessman to some sort of three-faced beast, with wings, horns, boils that were oozing pus, and big sharp scary teeth. Then Jack looked over at the girl and she started changing as well from a normal not quite so attractive woman, to a stunning seductive-looking young lady. By this time Jack was really wishing that this was all a dream. Then two of the big thugs that were escorting him yanked him up, and threw him on the stage. As Jack was getting himself up, the woman who had also grown these long sharp fingernails swiped at Jack and cut his arm through his shirt. This is no dream. Jack grabs his arm and blood started dripping to the floor. The beastly guy started talking, but Jack couldn't understand much of what he was saying, but he did understand that he called himself Lord Satanet and the woman Lilithus. He remembered the name Lilith from the Chronicles of Cotsmock, that first wife of Adam who left him to become the lady demon of the night and mistress of Lucifer. He then wondered if this was just a different way of saying her name. And Satanet? Was this a form of the name Satan, who was Lucifer? Just then Lilithus slowly reached over with one of her long, sharp nails and put it to Jack's throat. She looked seductively at Jack and then in one quick swipe, she cut open Jack's shirt. "Where is it?" she screamed. "Where is the stone?" Jack looked down and noticed it was missing and then looked up at the girl that had been chasing him. "The Druid stone?" She took it, as Jack pointed at the girl. Lilithus looked angry at the girl as she stepped forward. Lilithus, calling her Malsina, demanded for her to explain. Malsina, dropping to her knees, told Lilithus that she went exactly where she was told to go and that this Jack was the same person she had chased earlier from the coffee shop. He had to be the one with the stone. Lilithus looked back at Jack demanding that if he had the Druid stone, where was it? Jack just told her he did have it when her goons picked him up, but that he didn't know why he didn't have it now, and looked at Malsina once again. Then one of Malsina's goons asked, "What about the girl?" "The girl?" asked Lilithus. "What girl is he talking about, Malsina?" She started telling Lilithus that they were sent to an island where they would find the stone. They found Jack and a girl on the island. It was the same girl from the fortune-teller's parlor they had gone to earlier. There was a picture of Tola in the parlor, one of the goons chimed in. Malsina bravely steps forward. "Send me back there and I will get it for you if this girl has it." Lilithus walked over to a pool of water in a large basin in the middle of the room near the altar and looked into it. Lights start flashing and the water began to boil, then lightning started striking outside of the pool and in a flash it all stopped. "It is not being shown to me, the stone must be hidden," says Lilithus. Back on the island, Naomi began to come to. She jumped up and saw that Jack was gone. They took him, but left her there with all the books and things, including Jack's backpack. Naomi seemed a little disoriented and confused at first, but knew she had to do something. Then Naomi noticed the boat was gone. She was on this little island that not many people knew about with no way of getting off. Then she saw out just a little way, the boat drifting out away from the island. She stripped to her bikini and swam out to get the boat. She was nearly halfway to the boat when she noticed she had a little company. A pair of sharks began to approach her. She looked back towards the island thinking she should swim for it, but realized she was too far. The sharks started circling her, and as they did, she began to hear something, like the singing of an angel. It was beautiful and calmed her down, but she still knew she was in trouble. Then suddenly out of nowhere a dozen or so dolphins appeared and started attacking the sharks. They were so fast and determined that the sharks decided to leave. As they did, Naomi looked up and realized that she was at her boat and climbed into it. She looked back into the water and watched the dolphins jump and swim away. She started the motor and headed back to the island to gather all the stuff. It didn't take her long and was once again out on the ocean heading toward the mainland. But suddenly the motor started choking and the boat stalled. She looked down and noticed that the gas line was cut. Just then a breeze came up and blew open the book that they were reading earlier to the exact page in the Chronicle of Nerval where they had left off. Maybe there is something in this story, she thought. She picked up the book and shook out the sand. She looked around and could tell she was drifting toward the mainland, and could see it off on the horizon. So she sat back while keeping an open eye on her situation. She got comfortable and started reading.
Just after I put the druid stone in my shirt, I heard a splash. It came from the bank of the river just outside the hole I was in. I slowly peeked out to take a look, not wanting to be seen. I was hoping it wasn't Constantine's soldiers. I couldn't see anyone, so I slowly came out. I went over to the river's edge to get a drink of water, but as I leaned over I could see someone else's reflection in the water next to mine. I turned to see them, but no one was there. I looked around a bit and saw no one. But as I turned back towards the water I saw her. She arose slowly up out of the water and came close, and then cautiously she asked, "Are you the one that bears the stone?" "That, which is the love of our Father." I didn't understand what she meant, but whatever it was that she was asking, her words were like angels singing in the night air. I asked her name and she told me she was known by many names, but that I could call her Nivienne. The stone lit up as she came near, just as it beckoned for me to put it on. It also drew to her as if to push its way straight through my shirt. Then I realized it was this trinket, the stone around my neck, that she spoke of. Then I went to grab it to show her, and as I did she grabbed my hand while it was still within my shirt, grasping the stone. "Do not reveal it to me, keep it close to your heart," she said. "It may already be too late," she continued. "It called out for me, so others must know you are here." She then looked at me, deep into my eyes, and smiled. "It is you." Then her smile had grown even more. She told me that she had hidden it here many years ago, and that it was waiting to be found by its seeker. "Come, we must go now," she said. "Let us hurry." I grabbed the cylinder branch and shoved in all the parchments and sealed it once again. Then I turned back to help her out of the water. As I reached for her to pull her out, she pulled me in. She dragged me along, swimming so fast that I could not even make things out as they passed by. It was like the speed of moving through the water created an air pocket around me, so I could breathe. She pulled me down the river Culm, into the river Exe, and then out to sea, around Land's End, until we came upon the shore of the river Towy in the land of Carfearden and the Welsh. I found myself upon a sandy beach of the river Towy and was there all alone, believing it to have only been a dream. But then I heard the sweet voice of Nivienne calling out to me, "Are you okay?" She was in a heavenly pool just off the river, sitting among the lily, and behind her a grand waterfall. I told her that I was a very educated man and that my mind was very open to most things, but that what just had happened was not within my comprehension. She told me that one day I would understand all of the mysteries of this world and of the next. She then told me that I must keep these things hidden for now, especially the stone. That it is only safe when it is sealed and hidden within the Mother Earth, or when it is near to the heart of someone pure, someone who is a seeker of God, one who sees His love. Just up above the pool there was a great oak tree that grew out of a crack in the side of a cliff near the falls. It had pushed its way to part the cliff and created a cave which had an entrance through the base of the great oak itself. She told me to enter, that it would be safe for me to stay here. As I was sliding through the opening of the oak tree into the cave, I noticed light that naturally shined into the cave from small openings throughout. It also surprised me how big the cave was, far larger than it appeared from the outside. It appeared that no one had been here for quite a while, but that it had been occupied before. Then I started noticing markings all over the walls. I looked back further into the cave. As I twisted and turned down and around through the tunnels, I could hear water. It was like a running spring. As I approached it, I noticed there was a small pool within a small room where water trickled down from several parts of the cave. I looked down into the water, but it was dark and no telling how deep it was, even though I could see what appeared to be some light coming in from underneath one side of the wall. Then I saw just at the water's level what looked like 3 names: Kekatsmak, Nerval, and Endor, but the rock had broken away at the beginning of the last name. I could tell it was not complete. But of course the middle name was that which I was named, and I recognized the other name, Kekatsmak. I have his parchments. I ran back outside to Nivian and asked her, "What is this place?" She slowly swam over to the edge of the pool and told me that she knew I would return. Then she told me a story of the day when a young woman was brought here and abandoned to have her child and then left for dead. I promised her I would watch over you. She continued. I raised you until you were nearly 2 years old. It was Pelagius who had come here, knowing of this great oak and the powers of these pools. It was he who took you to Rome and had you learn the ways of the scholars of the world. But I also know another. It was Kekatsmak who was one of the seekers of God's love and the guardian of the stone. It was he who entrusted me with protecting his words and those of the others before him. It was me who buried the words of Kekatsmak along with the stone far away from the sea up the river Kulm. And it was me who heard the angels sing when you removed the stone from its hiding place. It is God and all his angels who look over you and protect you. After hearing this, a lot of things started coming back to me, times when I thought I should have most certainly have died. It also made sense why I was in the care of Pelagius, that he was more than just my teacher. I wanted to read more of these words of Kekatsmak and learn more of the writing on the walls of the cave, so I stayed there and lived in the cave hidden by the oak for nearly a year.
Just then Jack saw a spark in the pool. He wasn't sure what that meant, but maybe the stone was revealed for a brief moment. Everyone else was paying attention to Lilitus and Lord Satanet as they were reading from their great book and discussing what to do with Jack. One of the big ugly goons was holding Jack, as he felt like he was being pulled, like he should run and jump into the pool of water. So Jack yanked hard and kicked the goon in the knee, then ran and jumped into the pool of water while it was lit up. Lilitus noticed him and yelled out for someone to follow, but the light faded away after Jack jumped in and the goon that jumped in after him landed on his head in the 2-foot-deep pool of water. "The porthole closed," screeched Lilitus. She turned to Mulsina and ordered her and her goons to go back and find Jack and the girl that was with him. Jack was falling through a series of lights and flashes with water all around him and continued for what seemed like several minutes until he popped up out of the water and started floating. Just then he got hit on the head by the drifting boat of Naomi. As it hits Jack, it makes Naomi jump, thinking she hit a rock. She looked overboard and saw Jack in the water. "Oh, my God, what are you doing there? Where did you come from, Jack?" Jack looks up and sees Naomi. "Don't ask, you wouldn't believe me anyway." Naomi reached over and pulled Jack up into the boat. He started to explain what he thought happened to him. Then he mentioned the pool and that evil people can find them by the stone, anytime it is revealed. Jack started thinking about it and told Naomi that it was when he opened the box and first got out the stone in the diner that the black bird came and found him. The only other times he took it out of his shirt was back at Naomi's parlor and at the island, where both places these evil people showed up again. Jack told Naomi that when the stone is revealed, or shown to someone else, this is when Lilitus can see its whereabouts in her magical pool. That's what Naivian was talking about. Naomi says quietly to herself. Hearing her, "What, who is Naivian?" asks Jack. Naomi starts explaining to Jack what she had just read, that there was some evil force who can find the stone, unless it is sealed and hidden in the earth, close to one's heart, someone who is pure of heart and a seeker of God's love. Naomi started thinking about this and then asked Jack if Lilitas was seeing where it was. Jack told her that it must be hidden someplace because there was a flicker, but then it was gone. Jack couldn't understand what this meant. He wondered if the stone fell off him when they were putting him in the helicopter, or did Mulsina really take it and is hiding it from Lilitas, for herself. Naomi told Jack that just before she passed out, that she saw it lying on the sand outside of his shirt, that maybe it got buried in the sand on the island. They knew they could always go back there and find it, but then they were wondering if they should even be talking about it, because that could cause them to be found. So they decided to not discuss its location until they felt it was safe. Naomi looked over at Jack's watch, then remembered, that's right, it doesn't work. Then she looked up at the sun, it must be around 10 o'clock or so. Hearing noise, they looked over and saw a boat coming closer. They weren't far from shore, but took a tow anyway, and in no time were sitting on the beach. Jack looked at the cliffs down along the beach and noticed he was on the same beach where he was reading earlier. Wait a second, said Jack, I have an idea. He went up the beach a ways to a trash can and pulled out an empty 2-liter Coke bottle and came back to Naomi's boat. Your fuel line was cut, right? Asked Jack. This means you should still have gas in the tank. Jack siphoned out enough gas to fill the Coke bottle and started gathering all their stuff. Where are we going, Jack? Asked Naomi. Just about a half-mile up the road, says Jack, you're going to like this. After a few minutes, Jack and Naomi ran across the highway and started up a long driveway. Where are we, Jack? Questioned Naomi. You'll see, says Jack with a big grin on his face. Jack knocked on the front door and a lady answers. Oh hi, so you're back for it now? Naomi looked at the lady and then back at Jack. What? Back for what? The lady pushes a button inside her front door and the garage door begins to open behind Jack and Naomi, making them jump a little. There she is, says Jack, my bike. Jack laughs and then explained to Naomi how he ran out of gas earlier and how this nice lady let him put it in her garage. Wow, I love motorcycles, Jack, says Naomi, and she's a beaut. Jack pours all the gas in from the bottle and shoves all the books into his saddlebags. We have to get more gas soon though, says Jack. Naomi puts the backpack over her shoulders with the remaining items and jumps onto the back of Jack's bike. Just then a car came rolling up the driveway and a young man got out. Wait, says Jack, you look familiar. The boy tells Jack that he was the one who just pulled them to shore. What seemed to be the problem? The boy asked. They explained that the gas line was cut, and the boy said he could fix that. He asked for them to leave him the keys and he would love to take care of it. Naomi pulled out the keys and handed them to him. She thanked him as Jack jumped on and then fired up the bike. His bike choked a little but then kicked in and let out a huge roar. Wow, she's loud, says Naomi. Jack looked over at the woman and thanked her again as he eased out of her garage and down the driveway. Naomi was trying to tell Jack how nice these people seemed, but the noise of the bike was hard to talk over. Jack leaned back and asked out loud, speaking over the sound of the bike. Where to? Naomi leaned into Jack and yelled back to him. My place, I need to find another book. Jack was thinking that it may not be very safe there, but as he pulled out onto the highway he yelled back, okay, but we should make it quick. About a half hour later they found themselves back at the Gypsy Angel, and Jack looked at the sign. Wait, why Gypsy Angel? He asked Naomi. I'm not really sure, Jack, it just came to me one night. Naomi went on to explain to Jack that she had been studying the Bible in her Bible study group when an argument broke out about Mary Magdalene and whether she was a sinner like the church wanted her to believe. It was at that time I decided to study more and find out who this Mary really was, explained Naomi. As they started walking into the parlor where she does her readings, she continued to explain that she felt some connection with Mary. The more she learned, the more she felt connected in some way. She told Jack it was around this time when she started reading about Pelagius and became more open to the idea and teachings of free will, and asking God herself for direction, rather than the church. I thought of an angel with a free spirit, says Naomi, you know, a gypsy angel. Then as they walked into the room, she noticed that things were broken, and books were thrown all over. "Well, I guess they were looking for the stone," said Naomi. Jack looked over at Naomi and could tell she was very sad about some of the things that were broken. "I'm so sorry I got you involved in this," painfully said Jack. Naomi picked up a ceramic statue. It was an angel trying to catch a fish. It had broken into a dozen pieces, and I could tell it must have been beautiful and very special to her. She put it down and wiped away some tears that had begun to form on her cheeks. "Over here, it must be in this area," she said with a little quiver in her voice. She started looking through some books that had been tossed around on the floor. "Here it is," she said, "this is the book we need." She picked it up and headed for the door. Jack followed along, not knowing what to say. She stopped and took one more look back, turned and grabbed Jack's hand, and pulled him to the door. "Let's get out of here." Out at Jack's bike they forced the other book into a saddlebag and got on. Before Jack fired it up he asked her where to. "I don't know about you, Jack, but I need a bite to eat." Jack thought about it for a second, then fired up the bike and headed south down the highway. After driving for almost a half hour, Jack pulled off the highway and headed up into a canyon until he came to a little biker bar that had a little patio out back and served a great cheeseburger. "We can have some privacy, and I don't think anyone will find us here," said Jack. He pulled the bike around to the side, off the main road next to the patio. They grabbed all the books and stuff and sat down at a table back in the shade of a giant tree. "I'll be right back," says Jack, "and if you need to use the restrooms, they're around the corner." Jack points out the way as he gets up. "Oh wait. A cheeseburger is okay with you, right?" asks Jack. "Sure, love cheeseburgers, but no onions," replied Naomi. Jack started for the opening that led to the bar area. Naomi started laying out the books and things to organize them so they could try and understand what was actually going on. Jack looked up at the menu that was posted just above an opening in a wall where he could look back and see a guy cooking. He noticed a special of 2 cheeseburgers for $7, then realized the cook had walked over to take his order. Jack looked at him, and then back up at the menu, then slowly took out his wallet and pulled out a soaking wet $5 bill. The cook could tell Jack was having a problem trying to figure out what to order, and spoke up, "Today we have a special on 2 cheeseburgers with fries for $5. Jack looked back down at his $5 and then back up at the cook as he handed him the money. "Hey, thanks a lot," said Jack, knowing the guy was just being super nice. Meanwhile, Naomi opened the book that she had just found earlier, which included the chart of dates that determine what love card someone was based according to their birthday. She started looking through the dates and came to a Jack of Diamonds in March. "March 12th? She hesitantly questions. Was this really Jack's birthday? She looked a little further into the book and saw that the Jack of Diamonds on March 12th had a Queen of Hearts for its ruling card, and that its moon card is indeed the King of Clubs. She also noticed that the Jack of Diamonds' last 3 cards in the spiritual spread sit in the top 3 spots alone. These are the result and reward cards according to this book. Naomi thought this was a bit odd, but didn't know enough about it. She wondered why are all these signs pointing to Jack. March 12th, she started thinking again, this is 3 to 12 or 3 to 3 in numerology, she continued. She remembered what she had read about Chamuel and Charity, the number 3 and 12 also being as important as this number 9. Just then Jack walked up with 2 plates of cheeseburgers and French fries, and laid them down on the table. He noticed that Naomi was reading in a book, and when he looked at her, she had a strange look on her face. "So, you must have found something interesting," said Jack. She looked back into his eyes for only a moment and then blurted out, "What year were you born, Jack?" Jack is taken back a little. "What year? Why do you ask?" She turned the book around and pushed it toward him. "You did say you were born March 12th, right? Or at least I thought that was what you said." Jack picked up the book and looked it over a little as he replied, "Yes, March 12th. He put the book down and looked back at Naomi saying, "But does the year matter?" She grabbed the book off the table and said back to Jack, "No, not when it comes to this, but maybe something else." Jack started thinking for a second and really wanted to tell her something, but then he stopped and simply said, 1956. Naomi grabbed a piece of paper and then looked for a pen in Jack's backpack. She then looked up at Jack and then started to explain as she wrote this out. 1956, 1 plus 9 plus 5 plus 6 is equal to 21. She told him that March equaled 3 and that his birthday was March 12, 21, or just 333 in numerology, which equals 9. She wrote down a couple names and started using a Pythagorean numerology chart to figure out the number values of those names. Chamuel was 387, which equaled 9, Kotzmak was 486, which also equaled 9, as did Nerval, 567, also equaling 9. So this number 9 is the key. Naomi continued on and told Jack, maybe with you, it isn't your name, but your birth date. You might be another one of these seekers of God's love, who is chosen to help find charity. Naomi pulled out one of the books, the Chronicle of Nerval, and started explaining to Jack that one of the Druid Magi scrolls, which was probably written by Kotzmak, explained about how this angel Chamuel must find his lady Charity in the latter days. I think time is running out, and that it is up to you, Jack, sadly says Naomi. Chamuel might even be on this earth already, needing help to find her. Jack started pondering a bit. Wait. I think I know where Charity is, the bridge, Jack continued. I think it is Chamuel we need to find, and if he is on this earth now, we must have all the clues right here. Jack started remembering something. Wait a second, he gave Naomi a strange look. Why did you have that flyer? You said I must be the one. What did you mean by that? And what was with the time on my watch? Naomi actually looked a little embarrassed and answered, that was something totally different. Jack could see she was getting flustered and wanted to change the subject, but there was no way he was going to let her off the hook. He felt she had some explaining to do. No, I'm not letting you off that easy, I need an answer, Jack said as he leaned in and looked deep into her eyes. Well, okay, said a squirming Naomi, I'll tell you, guess I can't avoid it now. Naomi took a deep breath and went on to tell Jack that in a dream she dreamt about a guy that would come into her life, a romance that would blossom into the love that she had been looking for. But not in the way of a face, not someone she could recognize, but in the form of that time, that she should make up one flyer and send it off into the wind, and that it would find her true love. Silly huh, I know, this is why I didn't want to say anything, as she got even more embarrassed and stood up. Okay, I think I need to use that restroom now, and started walking away. Jack was just sitting there with his jaw almost resting on the table. I didn't see that coming, he said to himself as he turned and watched her disappear around the corner. He reached over and grabbed the paper she was writing on and wrote out the name Rod. As he started writing numbers below the letters, he would say them out loud as he added them together. 90 plus 60 plus 4, what is that? 154, which equals 10, so that's not 9 either. Something was on his mind, but he wasn't sure if it was important, so he decided to leave it alone. Then Naomi was heading back to the table, so Jack shoved the paper into one of the books. The food must be getting cold, we should eat, said Naomi as she sat back down at the table. Yeah, you're right, said Jack, let's eat. Naomi told Jack that she would continue reading the Chronicles of Nerval aloud as they ate.
So, after spending those months with Nivian, learning those things written by Kotzmak about Chamuel and Charity, I decided to travel east, to the birthplace of Kotzmak. But before I left, I wanted to ask Nivian if she was this Lady Charity, but she had disappeared, and I couldn't wait any longer. It was here where I found an old friend. In Tournai, in the land of Gaul and of the Sicambri, was Arthur, of all people, who was no longer a boy. He had left Rome when it became no longer safe. It was in the years following the death of Maria, first wife of the Emperor Honorius and daughter of Stilicho, when Honorius, with the support of Serena, then took Stilcho's and Serena's second daughter, Thermantia, to wed against Stilcho's wishes, at which time Honorius kills Stilicho. Shortly after that, Pelagius flees Rome when the Church finds his teachings of the free will of men as heretical. I later learned he had traveled east to Cilicia. The Visigoths had entered Italia, so Honorius moved his capital out of Rome and to Ravenna. Shortly after, in the year 410, the Visigoths, led by Alaric I, sacked Rome. It was shortly after this time in the northern lands of Gaul that a great prince and son of King Pharamond, Clodio, became the first lord of Tournai. This was the line of the great kings of the Grail and the Franks from the time of the great Coelius and of the generations of Bron the Blessed, the Fisher King and the Druid Pendragon, and also of that of the line of Arimathea and from Mary the Magdala and our Savior and King. Their lineage is recorded and passed down throughout each generation to this day. It is here in Tournai that I have the privilege to study these records. And for 3 years along with Arthur we live and study among those from whom I have descended. Sir Pelham of the Grail, a grandson of Anforlas and a cousin of Pharamond, was there visiting, as well from the castle Corbenic, which was earlier known as Castel Dinas Bran. And in this year, 413, Clodio married the Princess Basina of the Thuringi. This brought peace between the kingdoms of the Sicambrian Franks and the Thuringian. This followed with the birth of their first son, Sigamberus, following the next year with the birth of Maravibi. It was around this time when Arthur learned about the death of his father, Constantine, and that the Roman Empire had abandoned the British Isles. His older brother Constans had been made Caesar and was with the general Gerontius in Hispania, until his return to the monastery where he was raised. Arthur had learned that his father had become the emperor usurper after they killed Gratian years earlier and that his brother Constans was sent to the monastery in his youth. Now it was not safe for me in Britain with my loyalty to Gratian. But what concerned Arthur the most was that Vortigern, the leader of the Guisay Celtic tribe, convinced his brother Constans to leave his religious life as a monk and become king, knowing that Vortigern would use his brother as a puppet. So Arthur asked me to return with him to Britain, where we could protect his brother. En route to the lands of Somerset and the Roman city of Bath, we learned that Vortigern had tricked Constans into going to battle against the Picts of the north, where a trap was laid and Constans was killed. Vortigern killed the Picts and seized the throne with the support of Arthur's cousin Mordred by his side. Mordred was the son of Arthur's half-sister Anna Morgause and King Lot of Orkney. A group of Saxons led by King Hengist began to settle in Britain, and Vortigern welcomed them and used them as mercenaries against the Picts to the north in Scotland. Vortigern then married Rowena, Hengist's beautiful daughter, and gave the Saxons land in the east. Hengist became one of Vortigern's greatest advisors. But the Britons did not like Vortigern giving away so much land that even Vortigern's own son Vortimer protested. It wasn't long when Rowena duped her stepson, Vortimer, to drink some poison. Civil war erupted in Britain, but Vortigern with his Saxon allies were able to maintain control of Britain. So we traveled farther east and into the land where Cacotsmach had finished his life, writing down his adventures, back in Carfearden on the shores of the River Towy amongst the Welsh. As Arthur traveled the countryside to find support to overthrow Vortigern, I stayed and studied more the things I had found, including the ancestors of my lineage. Nivian had returned and spent many days with me as we began to fall in love. The locals of this area began calling me Merthin, the wild man of the woods, who lived in the mermaid's den. It later turned into Merlini or Merlin. If Merlin meant I was in love with Nivian, who was I to disagree?
Wait a second, said Jack, are we talking about King Arthur and Merlin the magician? It looks like it, replied Naomi. Naomi goes on to explain to Jack that most stories or folklore are based on some real person. Why not this one? What is so far-fetched that this could end up being the true people of these legends? Maevian could actually be the Lady of the Lake. Merlin's magic or wisdom could be something he learned from the things he had read from Cotsmock, and the studies he learned from the philosophers in Rome. Pelagius and Hypatia were two very extraordinary teachers. Like Pelagius and his teachings of free will, Hypatia was also in conflict with the church. She was a pagan, but respected by a number of Christians, and later held up by Christian authors as a symbol of virtue. Later in life, when she was back in Alexandria, she was killed by a Christian mob that blamed her for religious turmoil. Some suggest that her murder marked the end of the Hellenistic age. She was one of the first true women mathematicians and a Neoplatonist philosopher. If Nerval himself was a descendant through the lines of kings back to Joseph of Arimathea, and even Mary Magdalene, who perhaps was the mother of Christ's child, he may have been given many blessings. Even Cotsmock himself seemed to be a character like this Merlin, a druid magi who was also raised and taught by Altazar, a druid high priest, and Balthazar who was also a high priest of the Chaldean order of the Magi, both very wise teachers. So if Nerval read and studied all these things that Kosmak had learned, these hidden parchments, it seems that he could have learned many things, including the study of alchemy, which was the most sacred art. Naomi pulled out one of her books and told Jack she had read a little about this and began reading from the book. Alchemy is both a philosophy and a practice with an aim of achieving ultimate wisdom as well as immortality, involving the improvement of the alchemist as well as the making of several substances described as possessing unusual properties. The practical aspect of alchemy generated the basics of modern inorganic chemistry, namely concerning procedures, equipment, and the identification and use of many current substances. It was the mixture of astrology, astronomy, and chemistry. An anonymous author of the Mutus Liber, published in France in the late 17th century, which was a wordless book that claimed to be a guide to making the Philosopher's Stone, using a series of 15 symbols and illustrations. The Philosopher's Stone was an object that was thought to be able to amplify one's power in alchemy and, if possible, grant the user ageless immortality, unless he fell victim to burning or drowning. The common belief was that fire and water were the two greater elements that were implemented into the creation of the stone. It is a legendary alchemical tool, supposedly capable of turning base metals into gold. It was also sometimes believed to be an elixir of life, useful for rejuvenation. She continued to say, if Kosmak was an alchemist, and passed on some of these secrets, Nerval would have learned to do many things that would seem strange to anyone, you could say magical. She went on to show Jack some of the symbols in the book concerning alchemy and the Philosopher's Stone. She then began reading about the elixir, or also known as the water of life or fountain of youth. The word elixir was not used until the 7th century AD and derives from the Arabic name for miracle substances, al-iksir. Some view it as a metaphor for the Spirit of God, e.g. Jesus' reference to the water of life or the fountain of life. The Fountain of Youth is a legendary spring that reputedly restores the youth of anyone who drinks of its waters. Naomi marked the page and closed the book as she laid it down on the table. She picked up the Chronicle of Nerval and handed it to Jack. Maybe you should read some more of this, I would like to see what happens next. Jack takes it from her and starts reading.
Arthur arrived back to where Niviane and I were staying at this great oak. He had with him a handful of knights. This is when I met Lancelot and his son Galahad, and with them was Bedivere, Galehaut and Percival, the son of King Pellinore. He also had with him his cousin, Cador the Duke of Cornwall, along with his young son Constantine. He came to tell me that these knights along with others were meeting up within 2 days and would overthrow Vortigern. They wanted me to ride with them and help in the planning of this campaign. Arthur went on to tell me more of the evil that Vortigern had rained on the Britons, and his pact with the Saxon king. He also told me he had found his brother Uther, who had been living in Armorica across the waters in Gaul, where he was living with their cousin, King Boudicca I of Brittany. Both Ambrosius Aurelianus and Uther were sent to live with Boudicca and his father, King Aldrian of Brittany, who was Constantine's brother and their uncle. It was Aldrian who sent Arthur to school in Rome. Uther would bring the other knights to join up in a few days. After spending the night, waiting for a few other knights to come, we were off in the morning. Just as we were traveling on the road, word came to us about the overthrow of Vortigern and that he was at his stronghold in Wales called Mount Erith Castle, along with Mordred. This was not far from where we were. So we sent word for the others to meet us back at the Great Oak. Within a day's time Uther arrived with a few dozen knights. Knowing that this was not enough men to attack Mount Erith Castle, especially since we learned that Vortigern's son Pascient had brought an ally from Ireland, King Gillemanius, to help defend his father and take back total control of Britain. So I sent for a friend who had been living among the Picts to the north just into Scotland on the British border near Hayden's Wall. He was a young Roman general from Cornish royalty named Tristan, a nephew of Sir Cador, who stayed behind when Rome left the area a year earlier. I learned that he had moved south and was living in the area of Ravenglass on the coast of Cumbrian, and that with him, his garrison of about 500 men had stayed and became free men and farmers. Tristan came and joined us, but did not force his men. In all 100 men followed him. Then soon came word that they had the support of King Leodegrance from the south along with Sir Pelham of Corbenic and Lord Clodio of Tournay. We stood about 3,000 men against 10,000 of Vortigern's army with an additional 2,000 Saxon mercenaries. We were outnumbered 4 to 1, but we were heavily filled with knights and men who trained with Roman garrisons. We were also gaining support from the Picts of the north who were seeing an invasion begin from the Norse Vikings.
Wait, there are pages torn out here, said Jack as he looks closer and examines the book. Naomi reached over and grabbed the book to take a look. She noticed that it skipped a few years and started up talking about Attila the Hun. Someone has taken some of this story out of here. Jack grabbed his backpack and started looking through all the pages of things in there, but couldn't see any pages that would match. They both looked up and started looking around and noticed that it was getting busy at the biker bar. It must be around noon, said Naomi. She started getting things together and said, come on, we should get out of here. And go where? Said Jack. We need to find a library, she said. I think we need to stop and analyze what we have read, and try and figure out what's going on. Someone is after that Druid stone, and we need to put some of these facts together, Jack. They both continued putting all the stuff together and then walked out to the bike. When they got to Jack's bike, a dozen or so bikers that were hanging out by it started making fun of Jack and his bike. Yeah, okay, it's not a Harley. Is there some sort of problem here? Asked Jack. Then one of the bikers reached out and grabbed Naomi. Naomi pushed a guy off of her as Jack stepped in between Naomi and the biker. About 5 more bikers walked up, and as they do, Jack looks around and sees a large metal bar leaning against one of the bikes. As he reached for it, a couple bikers suddenly rushed him, but Jack swung the bar and made them back up. One biker moved around and got close to Naomi again. As he grabbed her, she pulled away hard, tearing her shirt, which caused the Druid stone to fly out and land on the ground. Jack saw it, then looked up at Naomi. Being distracted by Druid stone allowed one of the bikers sucker punched him, knocking him to the ground. Then another biker grabbed Naomi and tore her top completely off, only leaving her with her bikini top. That quick, others jumped in and started passing her around. A couple bikers started kicking Jack as he was lying on the ground covering up the Druid stone. Jack looked up and saw Naomi being passed around and laughed at. He grabbed one biker's foot as he was being kicked and pulled him to the ground. Just then another biker jumped down on Jack and started punching his face. Bang! Suddenly someone shot a gun and everyone stopped. There was an old man, the cook from the kitchen, standing there telling the bikers to get off Jack and to let Naomi go. But they weren't all that afraid of the guy and started easing toward him. You better back off, said the cook. Then from around the side of the bar about 20 bikers started running up from the patio area. Jack jumped up and stood in front of the cook, where Naomi had already worked her way behind him for safety. Just back off, shouted Jack. Then the lead biker coming from the back asked, You alright, Cookie? All 20 of these bikers began surrounding the bikers who had started the fight, and asked them if they still had a problem. They all backed off slowly, jumped on their bikes and took off. The lead biker walked up to Jack and checked out his face. Damn, that must hurt? No, I'm alright, said Jack. Another biker was handing Naomi her top, as others were talking to the cook. Jack and Naomi were thanking them as Jack started putting things into his saddlebags. That lead biker was admiring Jack's bike, an old Roadstar, he said, I have one of the new Royal Stars, as he pointed over to his bike. Then continued, Yep, nice bike, and then walked back with his buddies. It didn't take long, but just before Jack was ready to fire up the bike, he turned and looked at Naomi and asked, So, are you okay? She tells him she is fine, but then Jack pulls out the Druid stone and shows it to her. You had this all the time? She put her hand over it and shoved it against Jack. Put that away. Are you crazy? She said. I wanted to tell you, I just didn't want them to find us, she continued. Jack put it back around his neck and in his shirt, but where? How did you get it? Naomi explained to Jack that when he passed out, that she saw it in the sand, and was able to get it and put it into her bikini top before she too passed out. Jack fired up the bike and started down the canyon road toward the coast highway. They both were quiet, thinking to themselves, wondering if Lilitas would find them. Just as they were approaching the coast, Jack saw that he was catching up with the bikers that had jumped him, so he started slowing down. But they had already seen him coming and pulled over to the side of the road. As Jack came around a corner and noticed them, he jumped on it and shot right past them. They also jumped on it and were trying to chase Jack and Naomi down, but just as they approached the coast highway, Jack made the left turn at the light, just as it was changing. On the coast highway there was a police car sitting at the light. The bikers saw him and stopped. But just behind the bikers was the black BMW from earlier. It was Malsina and a couple of her henchmen goons. She started forcing her way between the bikers at the light, upsetting them. When she rolled down the window and looked at them, they jumped back in fear. She stuck a picture of the Druid stone out the window and asked if any one of them had seen it. One of the bikers spoke up, "Yeah, that was what that girl was wearing." She looked at them, they jumped again and all pointed south in the direction of Jack and Naomi. They're on an old Yamaha Cruiser motorcycle. Malsina hits the gas, running the light, causing cars to go everywhere. She hurried, and headed toward Jack and Naomi. Just about 10 miles up the road, Jack remembered he needed to get gas. He saw a gas station and pulled over to the pump next to the door. He looked at Naomi. "I hate to ask this, but, do you have any cash?" She smiled and pulled out a 20. Jack walked in to pay as Naomi stayed sitting by the bike. Just then a large U-Haul pulled up to the pump facing the street. As it did, Malsina drove past not seeing them and continued south down the road. Jack pumped the gas, then handed Naomi her change, and as he did, he dropped a buck. As he reached down to pick it up, the Druid stone fell out of his shirt. "Put that back," as Naomi puts it in Jack's shirt. "They may already know where we are," she said. But just then, about a mile down the road, Malsina received a signal and realizes she passed them and turned around. Jack and Naomi were sitting in the gas station parking lot waiting to pull out and go south, but he noticed that the traffic was too busy to go left, so realized he could turn right and take a back alley that would take him around to a light. He pulled out just in front of this U-Haul and drove about 100 feet, then turned up the hill just as Malsina passed the gas station looking for them. Jack turned right again down the back alley just as Malsina passed the U-Haul and looked up that street. She just barely missed him. Malsina realized he might be at the gas station she just passed. She hit the brakes and threw it in reverse, driving through traffic until she stopped at the gas station. She sent one of her goons in to ask if they had seen someone on a bike. The cashier told him that a guy and girl were just there, and that he saw them go north on the highway. So Malsina jumped on the gas and headed north as fast as she could to catch them. But if she would have waited only about 15 seconds, she would have heard Jack's bike making a left about 50 yards away in the other direction at the light, heading south. Jack and Naomi were about 5 miles down the road when Naomi yelled up to Jack, "Pepperdine University," as she points up at a sign. "We can probably get in there, they have summer classes," she said. Jack continued on and then turned up into the campus of Pepperdine, and they drove up through the campus to the library. "It is quiet as they find the library open. Don't we have to be a student?" asked Jack. "Only to check books out," said Naomi. "We can stay here as long as we want, well, as long as they're open." They walk back to the religion and history section and find a table in an area all to themselves. Naomi laid everything out and tried to organize what they had read and learned so far. Naomi started explaining to Jack what they know so far. She went on to say that they knew this had to do with the love of God, the Archangel Chamuel and the Lady Charity. That Lilith had put a curse on Charity, turning her into a mermaid, keeping them apart, and that for some reason, this Druid stone has something to do with getting Chamuel and Charity back together. "But how?" questioned Jack. "That's what we need to find out," said Naomi. She goes on to explain that it seems that many people, the bearers of the Druid stone, have been trying to do something, and that this Book of Stars, these chronicles, are the record, one could say history of what has been done so far. There must be a reason for the history, the ancient writings, the hidden numerology, and astrological clues. Even the genealogy might be some clue to someone. Someone, who this Lilitus and Satanet are trying to keep from being found. Maybe this is Chamuel, who has come to take a body to free Charity. These connections of clues, like the numbers 9 and 3 and even 12, could mean something? The number 12 is found in culture and religion in all of Europe. The number 12 reflects to the ancient meaning of 12 being the number of perfection. The number 12 is the result of 4 by 3, 4 elements, 4 corners of the earth, 4 cardinal points. When these are multiplied 4 by 3, 3 being the sacred number of God, the result is 12, the perfect number. Pisces is the 12th sign in the zodiac of 12 signs. There are 12-year cycles in the Chinese zodiac. There are the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 apostles, and 12 days of Christmas. Again, the number of perfection, with 3 being the sacred, spiritual number of God and 9 being the epitome of 3, fulfillment and completion. Or, it could all mean nothing, said Jack. It could be simply a hoax, a silly treasure hunt of some kind. Now Jack, says Naomi, do you really think this is a hoax? I don't know what to think. Jack reached down and felt his arm. I know this doesn't feel like a hoax, as he remembered Lilitus scratching him. Well, let's continue looking at what we have, said Naomi. She continued explaining about this numerology and Jack's birthday. If one of the keys is 3/12/21, which could be March 12, 1956, it could also be another date, like 1965 or 1947 or 1938, all equaling 21. Let's try and look up people who were born on these dates. But what about the other clues? One was being forever a priest in the order of Melchizedek. So a priest? A holy man? Naomi walks over and grabs a couple books on religion, as Jack grabs a book on the history of famous people. Look, said Naomi, the Melchizedek priesthood is part of the Mormon religion. What, you think Chamuel is a Mormon? Replied Jack. Naomi opened one of the books on historical figures and started flipping through the pages. She stopped and hesitated and chuckled. Why not a Mormon? She laughingly said to herself. Jack just ignored her, thinking to himself, I wasn't meaning it couldn't be, just wondering is all. Just then Jack saw something in the book he was flipping through. Take a look at this, as he slid the book in front of her. Naomi started reading the page aloud, March 12, 1947, and she looked up at Jack. Wait, she said, then she started spelling out, R is 90, O is 60, M is 40, N is 50, E is 5 and Y is 700, that equals 945, 18/9, she said. So Romney is a 9 and his birthday is 3/12/21 or 3/3/3 which equals 9. And a Mormon, right? Said Jack. Now we're getting somewhere, replied an excited Naomi. Wait a second, let's back up here. You can't be serious. We are not going to try and contact Romney, a presidential candidate, and tell him he is this Archangel Chamuel and he needs to free his twin flame, the Lady Charity, who is trapped as a mermaid? Said Jack. Really? Naomi grabbed the paper she wrote on earlier and started explaining. Look, the Jack of Diamonds and Queen of Hearts, it's his order of the Magi, just like you, Jack. This is why you are involved. You were able to point us in the right direction. Your palm got me into this, and your connections kept me going to find this, Mitt Romney. Yes, okay, said Jack, but what if it is really about finding Charity? Naomi was almost completely dismissive of Jack's question, thinking about what she needed to do next. You already said you found the mermaid. What we need is to find out where and what time Romney was born, so we can create a chart, continues Naomi, because the chart is just as important, the Chamuel capstone chart that lines up with the Druid stone. Actually, this is probably even more important and would be more revealing to whom this person is, that is the Archangel Chamuel in the flesh. Naomi flipped open another book and continued, I won't be the least surprised when we do Romney's chart, that it will look exactly like the ones we have been staring at. Jack looked back in the book to what caught his eye about Romney in the first place and started thinking. Then he looked through some of his notes he had been keeping and started trying to work some things out in his head. He looked over at Naomi as she seemed so convinced and excited. As he did, she caught that he was looking at her, so she stopped and smiled for a second, looking back at Jack. then continued on with her quest. Jack continued to watch her and started remembering how she mentioned about how she did the flyer to find the right guy for her, and how he ended up with it. She then moved a certain way, and the light caught her just right, and at that moment he realized something that had been bothering him. She had a striking resemblance to the mermaid he thought he saw. Not entirely, but sort of, he continued thinking. Maybe he's making himself believe that way? Then Naomi stopped again dead in her tracks and said, "Are you going to just sit there and stare at me, or are you going to help?" Jack sort of jumped and then embarrassingly started looking through the books. Naomi grabbed a paper, and told Jack that she could figure out some of Romney's chart without where and when he was born, that one of the big aspects is the conjunction of the sun and new moon. That if that wasn't there, that it was not him, so she went on to find out by researching through the books. Jack decided to pick up the Book of Stars and thumb through the Chronicles of Yender, but that caught Naomi's eye. "Aren't you going to finish the Chronicles of Nerval?" she asked. Jack went on to tell her that there were only a few pages left and that it seemed to only be the history of the invasion of Attila the Hun into Gaul. He then explained that it not only had missing pages, but seemed to have ended abruptly for some reason. "But," he said, "this is interesting, it makes mention of King Merovech and his bride Berica and their son Childeric." He went on to tell her about the Merovingian stories he had read and that this Merovech was the son of Clodio and Baina mentioned earlier. Merovech's brother Sigimberus, who in a way, is the beginning of the Carolingian line, in which his grandson Osbert had married back into the Merovingian line, marrying Blethilda, the daughter of King Clothair, who was the grandson of King Childeric, the son of Merovech. Osbert was the grandfather of Saint Arnul, the Bishop of Metz, who was the great-grandfather of Charles Martel, who was the grandfather of Charlemagne. "So, you see, it's just history and genealogy that is left," proclaims Jack. "Well, okay, if there are no more clues, I suppose you should start reading the other chronicle," said Naomi. "Can you read it aloud though?" "I would like to listen." "I can do this while you read," she continued. "Sure," said Jack as he slowly thumbed through and opened to the beginning of the Chronicles of Yender, and began reading.
The Chronicles of Yender. The day started off with a light breeze that carried with it the heavy smell of the ocean just below this rocky cliff. I found myself sitting at the water's edge as I watched the many ships coming and going with the hopes of men that eagerly awaited their destiny. But it was then I realized that something didn't seem right, that I was wet and cold and was in a cove hidden away from everyone, that they could not see me. I started looking around and couldn't see how I could have even gotten there. The cliffs were too steep and hung over me to create an opening to a shallow cave that I could see went nowhere, and the rocks in the break were deadly. I could not have come ashore by boat. Then it dawned on me, not only could I not know how I got there, I did not know anything, I couldn't even think of my own name. Then a bright light began to glow within the water. It continued, getting so bright, I had to cover my eyes the best I could as I still tried looking in fear. But not before too long, I began to see an image rise up out of the water, barely making it out as the light continued its blinding rays. It was as if it was floating just above the water and slowly coming closer, until suddenly the light disappeared, and there she was, just floating in the water in front of me. She was beautiful. She spoke up and asked if I was okay. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm Pasqualina," she told me. She pointed at my head and asked me again if I was okay. I reached up and felt seaweed wrapped around my head, and as I started to unwrap it to see what had happened, she stopped me and wrapped it back up tight. "You hit your head very hard. I had to wrap it with these healing plants from the sea," she said. "Do you remember anything yet? You were in fever last night, talking so much," she continued. Then I tried to see if I could remember anything. I could not. I could see she was concerned for me, but why? Who was she, I thought? I knew her name, but that was it. She told me that I would get my memory back, that it would take some time. She told me that she knew my name, that it was Yender, but would not tell me how she knew. She also pointed out to me that I wore a stone around my neck and a ring on my hand, and that there was one more thing, a folded piece of paper in the fold of my shirt. I looked at my hand and saw this ring. It was silver with a cross made of some reddish stone. Then I pulled out the stone that hung around my neck, and it was very unusual with a star. "And oh, put that back," cried out Pasqualina as she hurried and shoved the stone back in my shirt. You must keep that hidden, she continued. She looked around and was starting to look very scared. Come on, it isn't safe here, as she grabbed me by the wrist and yanked me into the water. The next thing, I realized we were moving fast through the water. I couldn't make anything out until I finally just passed out.
Naomi stopped Jack from reading. I don't know if it is Romney or not, she said. I can't find the information I need, but if he doesn't have a conjunction with his moon and sun, no matter what time he was born, it just can't be him. This is very important in the capstone chart and with the Druid stone, like I mentioned earlier. She started looking a bit disappointed, and then went on to tell Jack that she thought so much pointed to Romney, and that it can't possibly point to too many people, that there are so many clues to narrow it down. Naomi pushed a book toward Jack, pointing at a particular page, saying, Look, the Mayan calendar, December 21st, 2012, this is supposed to be a major date in time, the end of their long count calendar, some say the end of the world, or at least life as we know it. She paused for a second, then said, the 2012 election? How important will that be? Will the outcome be catastrophic if the right person doesn't win? Perhaps it is telling us something about Romney, and the end of days? If 9 is the number of fulfillment or completion? Is all this a sign of the apocalypse? She began to think they could never find this person, but even if they could, did they really want to? Would it be a good thing, or a bad thing? Then she went on to say, I wish those people weren't after us so I could just go back to my life. Jack saw a reflection in the window. It's them, he whispered to Naomi, as he started gathering all the books. How did they find us? Naomi started putting some books in the backpack. It was because we spoke those words, wasn't it? She continued. Naomi and Jack slid down the back row of bookshelves in the library toward an exit. Look, an emergency exit, as Naomi headed for it. Stop, it will sound an alarm if we go through that door, a nervous Jack replied. Jack looked over at a cart of books and then toward the front of the library, and at the front desk he saw two big men asking questions. Where is she? Jack questioned to himself quietly. Then realizing he left his bike just out front, he took Naomi's hand as they started working their way toward a window where they could look out and see the bike. Mulsina was standing by the bike looking at it. Look, Naomi, her car is over there. Jack is pointing just outside a window around the corner, in the rear parking lot at the black BMW he saw earlier. Come on, Jack pushed the window open and lifted Naomi through. Jack held onto her hands as she hung down, and then dropped her about 10 feet to the ground. He tossed the backpack of books and things out to Naomi, then Jack himself jumped out the window. Jack puts the heavy backpack over his shoulder as they work their way to the corner to look through some bushes to see that Mulsina is still hanging around his bike. Stay here and keep an eye out, said Jack, I'm going to take a look, and started creeping over to the black BMW. At the car, Jack looked through a window and noticed all sorts of odd lights and instruments on the dash, as well as the keys dangling in the ignition. He looked back over at Naomi as she is still looking down toward Mulsina. Then Jack noticed the two big goons at the open window. Jack ducked down behind the car watching as one of them sticked his head out of the window, noticing it was open. Pissed. Naomi, Jack tried to quietly get her attention, but just then Naomi turned and started toward Jack. Here she comes, Jack, yelled out Naomi. Look, the girl, pointed one of the goons, as he tried to squeeze through the window. Jack jumped up and tried to open a door. Come on, Naomi, hurry, yelled Jack. Just then one of the goons broke through the window and fell to the ground, and out came the other, landing on top of him. Jack got the door open and jumped in. Just as he did, an odd alarm went off and lights on the panel began to flash. Jack started the car up and leaned over, opening the passenger door for Naomi. He then started pushing buttons to try and silence the alarm. One of the goons reached out to grab Naomi's leg and trips her. Jack put it into gear, and moved forward, and spun the car for Naomi to jump in. As she jumped up and went to get in, Jack noticed a digital clock that was counting down had just reached 0. Just before Naomi could jump in, Jack and the car was gone. Naomi stopped in her tracks and turned, and saw that Mulsina was standing there with her henchman goons. Get her, said Mulsina. Where did Jack go? asked Naomi. Yes, where's the car? Asked one of the goons. He must have somehow activated the hyperleap, said Melusina. How will we get back? Asks the other goon. Don't worry, that will be the least of our problems, continued Melusina. Lilitis will find us, and hopefully, the girl is the one she wanted. Melusina reached over and tore open Naomi's blouse. Where is it? Said Melusina. Where's the stone? Oh, that, replied Naomi, we buried it. Just then Jack found himself in a jungle. Naomi, he screamed, realizing he just left her for Melusina to catch her. He started looking around wondering where he could be, and how he got there. He then noticed that he was no longer in the BMW, but was in something that seemed more like an ancient boat. He then remembered the helicopter. It too must be this device. It transforms as it is needed and sent to different places. He remembered the large underground city where Satanet and Lilitis had him and all those that were there. That's probably where they will take Naomi, he thought. Then he got out and started looking around, wondering what he did to get sent here, and why some ancient boat in the middle of the jungle. He looked back into the boat and noticed that it was basically the same control panel on the dash of the car. He then saw his backpack and grabbed it. Jack started to cover the boat with branches and shrubs as he noticed he was near a large tree. Even though it was overcast and the clouds were very low, he decided to climb it so he could try and get a look around. He laid down the backpack at the foot of this tree and began to climb. About halfway up, Jack realized he couldn't really see out too far, but did notice a pathway through the jungle in one direction to what looked like some mountains and that it was getting dark. He also noticed the boat from up there, even though it was covered. From this view it created a big X. Jack thought that was kind of odd and started climbing back down. He threw on his backpack and started heading for the pathway. As he moved along, he kept looking back at the terrain so he could give himself landmarks to find his way back, and so far he was able to keep his eye on that large tree. He was even beginning to think how odd that tree was, that it was so big, much bigger than any other tree in this jungle. As he got closer to the mountain he noticed that it too towered up above the clouds. Then it began to rain, and Jack began to run. He saw that there were caves in the mountain, and hurried to get to one. At the mouth of a cave, he slowly worked his way in. He was wet and cold and started to feel a little fear come upon him. Then with the rain it began to thunder, and the lightning would light up the cave for seconds at a time. Jack could see that this cave went back really far, farther than he could even make out. He figured he was safe, and found one little passageway that led to a dead end about 50 feet from the opening. The occasional lightning would give him a little light as he worked his way back to settle in. Jack then opened his backpack and looked through it until he found the book of matches he had. He had noticed there were many branches he had to step over while working his way back, so he gathered them and pulled out a piece of paper out of his pad and started the fire. It started to grow and felt good on his shivering body. He noticed for the most part, the things in the backpack stayed dry, except for one book that was lying on the top, so he took it out and laid it by the fire to dry. As he began to warm up he thought about Naomi, and was hoping she was okay. In the meantime, Naomi was standing in front of the same group of people in the large underground world Jack was in earlier. Lilitis was yelling at Melusina about losing the hyperleap device to Jack. Then Satanet, while staring at Naomi, yelled out, "Tola?" He then turned and looked at Lilitis, and she turned and looked at Naomi. "Yes, it is you, isn't it?" Lilitis walked over to Naomi. "Welcome back, Tola." She then walked around Naomi observing her slight change in appearance. "So, you thought you could just change your name to Naomi and hide from us?" Satanet walked up, grabbed Naomi by her chin, and looked closer at her. "You have grown up and turned into a beautiful woman." Naomi pulled away from him. "I don't know what you are talking about. My name is Naomi Tola, true, but I don't know you, and I have never been here before." Lilitis reaches for her, and walks with her towards Melusina. "Take her and have her cleaned up and prepared for her destiny." Melusina's two goons grab her and follow along with Melusina out of the great hall. Back in the cave where Jack is getting warm, he pulled out the book of Yender and decided to continue reading. He was pretty dry by then, and noticed the rain had gotten heavier, and is just pouring down. "Wow," said Jack, "I have never seen it rain this hard before." He realized he is about 20 feet above the ground, which seemed to be flooding a bit. He became a little worried about the boat he had hidden, but remembered it was up on a bit of a hill where that big tree was, so felt it would be safe. He laid back down near the fire and positioned himself to get a good look at the book and began to read where he had left off.
The next thing I remember, I am in a nice bed in some sort of castle or abbey. It must have been a dream I was thinking, but then in walked a monk. He was a young man, and he asked me how I slept. Then I started thinking that this was a young monk. I got up and went over to a mirror to look at myself. I must be near 50 years of age, I thought. I realized that I didn't remember anything. Wait, Yinder, that's my name. Yes, Yinder of Barfla, says the monk. You have been put into our safety and care, your lordship. Barfla, I asked. And why did you say your lordship? I'm no lord, am I? You are a survivor from the white ship, my lord. All others have perished. Prince William, Atheling himself, has died. The monk grabs my hand and continues, This is a ring of a lord, a knight of the Crusaders. I then asked this monk where I was, and he told me I was in Normandy, at Le Mont de Michel, and that they were charged to keep my secret and to protect me. But what secret, and why do I need protection? And from whom? Then I asked the monk about Pasqualina. Her I could remember. I wanted to see her again, but the monk didn't know for whom I was talking. I told him the woman who brought me here. Then I started thinking about her under the water. She couldn't have been a woman. Maybe that part was a dream. Then I felt my head, which was still in a lot of pain, and I could feel the gash. Well, who pulled me from the water then, if I went down with this white ship and no one else survived? The monk grabbed a piece of paper off of a table and started explaining. You were found on the rocks on our northern cliffs. A boy said a fisherman had left you there, and for him to tell us this information that I have now told you. The monk handed me the piece of paper. This was found on you when we undressed you and cleaned you up. The monk paced a little and then went on to tell me a story. It was long before I came here, he said, but there is this story, and it was during the beginning of this place. According to legend, Saint Michael the Archangel appeared to Saint Osbert, Bishop of Avranches, in the year 708 and instructed him to build a church on the rocky islet. Osbert repeatedly ignored the angel's instruction until Saint Michael burned a hole in the bishop's skull with his finger. In the year of 1076, the monastery of Mont Saint-Michel gave its support to Duke William of Normandy in his claim to the throne of England. We were rewarded with properties and grounds on the English side of the Channel, including a small island located at the west of Cornwall, which, modeled after the mount, became a Norman priory named St. Michael's Mount of Penzance. It was a few years earlier when a young boy of the age of 3 was found in a basket very close to the same place you were just found. It was the year 1074. Yinder, that boy was said to have only one possession. It too was this same piece of paper. Now, I don't know if there is a connection. I myself believe this boy was you. He would be 49, about the same as you. I then picked up this note, this folded piece of paper, and looked at it. It was very worn and even had burns in it, even to the point of burning out part of what was said. What was left on the note was "See Love Story, Darkon Men." I didn't know what to think of it, and the ring and stone around my neck. What did it all mean? The monk took the note from me and then went on to say, "This is the first time I have seen this actual note. I have only heard about it. But now there is something you must come and see." I followed him out the door and down a long hallway until we walked through another door and out into the sun. I remember how much I enjoyed feeling that warmth on my face. I followed him down a small trail to a few buildings that were being built next to the church. The new construction had revealed something on the church's wall that had been covered about 30 years earlier by brick. The monks thought that there must be a reason why I had returned with this note on the very same eve of the discovery of this wall. There was one monk who came forward to me and put his arms around me. He explained that as a boy growing up, I would often write out what I'd seen on this note, but always on things that could be destroyed so as to leave no clues. That it was not safe for me to have these words spoken, that it would reveal to the heavens something that would bring the end of things as we know it. He said that when I learned how to read and first read aloud the words in whole on this paper, that it just started getting hot and eventually burst into flames, burning out some of the letters and words but revealing the numbers at the bottom. So he thinks this is why, every time as a child when I wrote it out, that it somehow was destroyed. But now, they cannot understand why it has been saved, written on St. Michael's Church. Maybe this is why he insisted on it being built. Maybe the Archangel Michael wanted to have a place on earth for this message to be safe until the time has come to understand its meaning. I looked over at the wall, and I could see several similar words, but it was still covered by some of the old brickwork, so I had the monks tear the rest down to reveal the whole painting. Now I can make it all out. It says, "Tell Chamuel's love story, he dark kind of men." I had no idea what this meant. Then one of the monks spoke up. "Chamuel, he is our St. Michael's brother, one of the seven." "One of the seven?" I asked. "What seven are you speaking of?" "The seven archangels of God," replied another monk. So Yinder decided to go and find out who I was, to try and remember why I had this note that Pasqualina had returned to me. It was the end of the year 1120, and I was on the white ship that sunk, but why? The Count of Anjou, just to the south of Mont Saint-Michel in the city of Angers, was returning to Jerusalem within the month, and the monk thought I should accompany him. This was 28-year-old Falks V of Anjou, known as Fulk V. He had a young son, Geoffrey of the age of 7, and 2 daughters, Matilda, age 11, recently married to Prince William Atheling, who had died aboard the White Ship, and Sibylla, age 9, whose mother Ermengarde de Maine had passed. They all would accompany us along with other nobles from the lands of the Loire Valley. In England, the 52-year-old son of William the Conqueror of Normandy and Matilda of Flanders, King Henry I Beauclerc, who had lost his wife, the Queen Matilda, Edith Atheling, the daughter of the Scottish King Malcolm III, and Queen St. Margaret Atheling a few years earlier, had, just as I said, lost his 17-year-old son, heir to the throne of England, William Atheling, Duke of Normandy, in the sinking of the White Ship. In order to secure the loyalty with Anjou, King Henry had William married to Fulk's daughter, Matilda, a year earlier in Lisbon, making her a young widow after a year of marriage. This made the exile William Clito, son of Robert II Curthose of Normandy and Sibylla of Conversano, heir to the crown. There was also Stephen II of Blois, whose father was a leader in the First Crusade, who married Princess Adele of Normandy, one of the daughters of William the Conqueror. While in Jerusalem, I had learned from Fulk V that I was a Knights Templar who was his friend and left Jerusalem just months earlier than him the year before to find a treasure in the south coast of France. He told me I was the 9th of the original Knights, and that around the year 1003, when I was at the age of 33 and he was a young lad at the age of 11, I had told him about the Crusades and where I had come from. It was this year, the year 1021, while living in Jerusalem with Fulk V, my memory would begin to return to me. It was the year 1071 when I was born in Tournai in the lands of Flanders. And in the time of my 3rd year, there was a plot to have me held ransom by the Bishop of Laon in a rebellion with 3 earls against William of Normandy, the new King of England. I was taken to Le Mont Saint-Michel for safety. It was around that time when Robert Curthose instigated his first insurrection against his father William the Conqueror. In the year 1083, just after the death of the Queen Matilda of Flanders, wife of William the Conqueror and descendant of Charlemagne and Alfred the Great. I was around the age of 12 when I was taken by my cousin, Robert II of Flanders, to return to my home in Tournai. He was 18 and was next in line to follow his father Robert the first to be the Count of Flanders. Not long after this time was when William wrote to the Pope to remind him that the King of England owed him no allegiance. I spent 10 years studying my genealogy and learning about my heritage, how to fight, and became a knight with my cousin. I was told my grandfather, also Robert's grandfather, was Baldwin V, father of Matilda of Flanders. My father was Henry of Flanders, the younger brother of Matilda and Robert I. But that they believe my father went mad, and one day just showed up with a newborn child, saying he had laid down with a woman of the sea. They told me that my grandmother, Adela Capet of Flanders, had taken me from my father to raise me, but that she was very old and died a few years after I was taken away. In the year 1093, King Malcolm III of Scotland and his Queen St. Margaret Atheling both passed on, but but not before they saw their daughter Edith marry Henry the First Beauclerc, son of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders a few years earlier. This same year, Robert II, the favorite nephew of Matilda, became the Count of Flanders. Talks of the Crusade began. As Robert II joined the Crusade movement, I joined with him at the age of 22. We joined the First Crusade, launched by Pope Urban II in 1095. Robert established a regency council in Flanders, and we followed another cousin, Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine, and his two brothers. After reaching Constantinople, we were obliged to swear an oath of fealty to the Byzantine Emperor Alexius I Comnenus and promise to return to the Byzantine Empire any land we might capture. Robert, whose father had already served Alexius during his pilgrimage in the year of 1080, did not question the swearing of this oath, but some of the other leaders did, especially those of Taranto, and this would cause a delay in us leaving the city. I, along with Robert, participated in the siege of Nicaea, after which the army was split into two groups. We marched with Stephen of Blois, Bohemond of Taranto, Robert Curthose of Normandy, along with some Byzantine guides, one day ahead of the rest of the army. We were surrounded by the Seljuk Sultan Kilij Arslan I at the Battle of Dorylaeum on the 30th day of June in the year 1097. The next day, the Second Army, led by Raymond IV of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, and Hugh of Vermandois, arrived and broke the encirclement. We then joined together, with Robert and Raymond forming the center. The Turks were defeated, and then we continued our march. At the end of the year 1097, we arrived at Antioch. The siege of Antioch lasted many months, and in December, we had ran low on supplies, and I had gone with a group led by Robert and Bohemond as we briefly left the army to raid the surrounding territory for food, and on the 30th day of December, we defeated the army that was sent to relieve Antioch, led by Dukac of Damascus. Antioch was eventually betrayed to Bohemond by an Armenian guard, and along with Robert, we were among the first to enter the city, but only a few days later we were ourselves besieged by Kerboga of Mosul. On the 28th of June in the year 1098, we marched out to meet Kerboga in battle. It was Robert and Hugh of Vermandois who led the first of 6 divisions. Kerboga was defeated, and the Muslim-held citadel finally surrendered to us. Robert, along with Bohemond, Raymond, and Godfrey, occupied the citadel, but Bohemond soon claimed the city for himself. Raymond also claimed it, but Robert supported Bohemond in this dispute. But this delayed our march even further. I went with Robert and Raymond as we left Antioch to attack Murat al-Numan, which we captured. Raymond then tried to bribe Robert and the other leaders to follow him instead of Bohemond. I remember he offered Robert 6,000 sous, but each attempted bribe was ignored. Raymond continued south to Jerusalem in the first month of the year 1099, but I, along with Robert and Godfrey, remained behind in Antioch until February. We rejoined Raymond's army at the siege of Arca. In June, Robert left with Gaston IV of Béarn, and they led the vanguard, which arrived at Ramla. And then with Tancred of Taranto, Robert led an expedition into Samaria to find wood in order to construct siege engines for the siege of Jerusalem. I stayed behind with Godfrey, and it was at this time I became friends with one of his knights from Payens by the name of Hugues, who was a year older at the age of 30. We also became good friends with a younger knight of the age of 24, Godfrey de Saint-Omer, who was a knight of Baldwin and Eustace III of Boulogne, the brothers of Godfrey of Bouillon. We seized Jerusalem, and when it was captured on the 15th day of July, Robert supported Godfrey's claim over that of Raymond, and on the 9th of August we marched out with him to meet the Fatimid army under Alaf al-Shahanshah, which was coming to relieve Jerusalem. Along with Robert, we formed part of the center wing in the ensuing Battle of Ascalon, which resulted in a victory. But again, Godfrey and Raymond quarreled, this time over possession of Ascalon, and even Robert could not support Godfrey in this dispute. The city was not yet captured, although the victory allowed for the establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. As with Antioch, we put the city to a siege, in which we probably suffered more than the citizens of the city, due to the lack of food and water around Jerusalem. The city was well prepared for our siege, and the Fatimid governor Iftikhar ad-Dawla had expelled most of the Christians. Of the estimated 5,000 knights who took part in our crusade, only about 1,500 remained, along with another 12,000 healthy foot soldiers out of perhaps as many as 30,000 we started with. Godfrey, Robert, and even Robert of Normandy, who had now also left Raymond to join us, besieged the north walls as far south as the Tower of David, while Raymond set up his camp on the western side, from the Tower of David to Mount Zion. Our direct assault on the walls on the 13th of June was a failure. Without water or food, both men and animals were quickly dying of thirst and starvation, and we knew time was not on our side. But soon after our first assault, 2 Genoese galleys sailed into the port at Joppa, and then we were able to resupply to ourselves for a short time. This was around the time Robert began to gather wood from Samaria in order to build the siege engines. We were still short on food and water, and by the end of June, there was news that a Fatimid army was marching north from Egypt. Faced with a seemingly impossible task, our spirits were raised when a priest by the name of Peter Desiderius claimed to have a divine vision in which the ghost of Edhemer instructed us to fast for 3 days and then march in a barefoot procession around the city walls, after which the city would fall in 9 days, following the biblical example of Joshua at the siege of Jericho. Although we were already starving, we fasted, and on the 8th of July, we made the procession, with the clergy blowing trumpets and singing psalms. We were being mocked by the defenders of Jerusalem all the while. The procession stopped on the Mount of Olives, and sermons were delivered by Peter the Hermit, Arnulf of Chalks, and Raymond of Aguilers.
Jack then realized that it had stopped raining and walked over to the mouth of the cave. It was no longer dark, and he saw a beautiful rainbow, and in the middle of it was that large tree. He could see now for the first time how big it really was. He had seen nothing like it. No other tree was even a tenth its size. He looked out into the valley and saw a large waterfall at one end and the ocean far off in the distance. Jack had no concept of time. At one point it had seemed like midnight, and a few minutes later it seems like high noon. That is when he started realizing that there was no sound, no birds singing, no animal roars, not even the sound of the wind or the rumblings of the large waterfall. Jack then suddenly yelled out, "Hello!" He could hear his voice echo through the valley. He could also hear it echo back through the caves, and decided he should be a bit more quiet, not knowing who or what might be around. Jack walked back in by the fire and the books. He started thinking to himself about this story of the Knights Templar and the Crusades. He remembered reading a lot about this stuff, and watching movies like The Da Vinci Code and National Treasure. Jack just had to start reading more.
Throughout the siege, attacks were made on the walls, but each one was repulsed. The Genoese troops, led by the commander Guglielmo Imbriaco, had previously dismantled the ships in which the Genoese came to the Holy Land. Imbriaco, using the ship's wood, made some siege towers. These were rolled up to the walls on the night of the 14th of July, much to the surprise and concern of the garrison. The next morning, Godfrey's tower reached his section of the walls near the northeast corner gate, and it was 2 friends and fellow Flemish knights from Tournai named Lethold and Engelbert who were the first to cross into the city, followed by Robert and I with Godfrey, his brother Eustace, Tancred, and their men. A ditch at first stopped Raymond's tower, but since we had already entered, the Muslims guarding the gate surrendered to Raymond as well. At the end of August, Robert and myself returned home with Robert Curthose and Raymond. On the way back, we captured Latakia, which was returned to the Byzantine Emperor as promised years before. But Raymond remained there as we continued on to Constantinople. After declining Alexius' request to stay there in his service, we continued home. Robert brought back with us a gift from Alexius. It was a precious relic, the arm of St. George. This relic was placed in the church of Anshin Abbey in Flanders. Shortly after we returned, Robert built the monastery of St. Andrew in Bedfordkirk, near Bruges. Because of his crusade and the spoils we brought home, he was called Robert of Jerusalem. It wasn't too long after this I heard that Hugues de Payens and Godfrey de Saint-Omer had returned home with Eustace III of Boulogne. The story came to me that they had ridden home on the same horse, that Hugh's horse had broken a leg and drowned in a river crossing. People spoke of the two knights riding home from the crusade on one horse. Godfrey of Bouillon had become ruler of Jerusalem, not wanting to be called king. But shortly after the year 1100, Godfrey died, and his brother Baldwin became the first king of Jerusalem. We learned that during our absence, the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV had tried to seize imperial Flanders. Robert and I responded by supporting the revolt of the Commune of Cambrai against the emperor and his supporter, Bishop Gaultier, who had seized a number of castles. But soon peace was restored in 1102, and we paid homage to the emperor for imperial Flanders. In 1103, Robert made an alliance with King Henry I of England, offering 1,000 cavalry in exchange for an annual tribute. But when Henry refused to pay, Robert allied with his nominal overlord, Louis VI of France, and attacked Normandy. This is when I Fulk-V for the first time and was put in his charge by his mother Bertrade of Montfort, who had deserted Fulk's father, Falks IV, reaching Count of Anjou in the year 1092 and married King Philip I of France. King Philip was the father of Louis VI with his first wife Bertha of Holland. Because Philip married Bertrade while his first wife was still alive, he was excommunicated by the church and could not go on crusade with his younger brother Hugh I of Vermandois. Philip was the son of King Henry I of France and of Kiev from the House of Capet. After 1105, the new emperor, Henry V, marched on Flanders with the aid of Baldwin III, Count of Hainaut, and an army from Holland. Robert stopped them outside of Douai, and a new peace was signed in which the emperor recognized Robert's claim to Douai and Cambrai. After his father's defeat, Henry I of England at the Battle of Tinchebrai captured William Clito. It was around the year 1106 when the young William fell into the king's hands. Henry placed his nephew in the custody of Helius of Sanson, Count of Arques, who had married a natural daughter of Duke Robert de Bellium, his friend and patron. The decision seems to have been intended to conciliate any suspicion of the king's intentions to his nephew. The boy William stayed in his sister's and Helius's care until August of the year 1110, when the king abruptly sent agents to demand the boy be handed over to him. Helius was at the time away from home, so his household concealed the boy and smuggled him to their master, who fled the duchy and lost his lands as a result. It was around this time, when Robert was again allied with Louis VI on campaign, that with the king diverted, Theobald IV of Blois led a revolt of the French barons. In the year 1111, Robert led an army against Meaux, but near the city he was fatally wounded, fell off his horse, and drowned in the Marne. On Robert de Bellium's capture in 1112, just a year after the death of Robert II of Flanders, William and Helius fled to the court of the young Count Baldwin VII of Flanders, son of Robert II and William's cousin. It was around 1118 when a powerful coalition of Norman counts and barons were sufficiently disenchanted with King Henry to ally with Count Baldwin VII and rebel. They took up William Clito's cause and commenced a dangerous rebellion. It was back in 1109 when Anselm of Laon became dean and chancellor of the cathedral, and in 1115 he was one of Laon's 2 archdeacons. His school for theology and exegesis rapidly became the most famous in Europe. Famously, in 1113 he expelled Pierre Abelard from his school. It was around this time that Pierre had become a close friend and ally. Remembering back in Jerusalem during the crusade, I had gone along with Hugues de Payens and Godfrey de Saint-Omer, where we were asked to take about 20-foot soldiers and clear out any heathens that remained within the catacombs of the Temple Mount. At this time we found a secret passage that led to a room that had what appeared to be a pit that was capped with a marble block with a metal ring. But in a hiding place within the wall near this block of marble, we had found a leather scroll, a small relic, and a few artifacts. While Hugues and Godfrey were discussing what to do with it, whether to take it back to a clergy friend of Hugues by the name of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and the Lord of Champagne, I was noticing a groove along the wall with a symbol of a pentacle. It was around this time, while studying with Pierre, I learned a little more about this symbol of this pentacle that I had seen. Also shortly after that, Hugues and Godfrey, who wanted me to return to Jerusalem with them, but they had the leather scroll translated, contacted me. It was Hugues de Payens, Godfrey de Saint-Omer, Godfrey Bisol, Pay de Montdidier, Archambaud de Saint-Anant, André de Montbard, Gondomar, Jacques de Rousseau, and myself, who were only 9 knights that returned to Jerusalem at the end of the year 1118. It was at this time that Baldwin II, the king of Jerusalem, gave us quarters at the Temple Mount, while the others spent most of their time searching the main vaults and caves hidden far beneath the old Temple of Solomon that was destroyed by the Roman general Titus around 73 AD. I was doing some searching of my own. This is when I found some scrolls that mentioned the union of Jesus and Mary. It was written by a man who was believed to be a Druid, but not just a Druid. He was also a Chaldean, a Magi of Babylon. This was the writings of the Druid Magi Cotsmok. I couldn't make out most of what these scrolls said, but I did know that it wanted me to find something else, something hidden in a cave back in the mountains of the Pyrenees, near Carcassonne for what I could tell from this map.
Jack thought to himself that this was getting very interesting and wished Naomi was still with him, which made him think more about her and wondered if she was okay. He started wondering if there was something he could do to find her, if that machine could tell him that was hidden by the large tree. So he decided he should gather all his things and go back to take a look. As he was walking back toward the tree and thinking about Naomi, he knew she was more knowledgeable about these things like religion and history than he was. But he did remember reading something in the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the caves near Qumran in 1952, that there was a discovery of a copper scroll made up from sheets of thin copper riveted together with Hebrew writing pressed into the copper with a stylus. These scrolls referred to another leather scroll deposited under the ruins of the temple that carried the same information. It made reference to a pit beneath the altar of the temple, which was capped over by a marble block with a heavy metal ring. The scroll lists gold, silver, and precious objects along with at least 24 other scrolls hidden within the temple, along with directions for finding around 61 different hiding places. These objects must have been hidden when the Roman general Titus invaded and destroyed Jerusalem in 73 AD, just like Yender mentioned in this book. Jack started thinking that the other knights were after the gold and silver and other precious treasures that were mentioned on the leather scroll. But it seemed like to Jack that Yender was after something else. He was after the writings and things that Cotsmok had hidden. The pentacle he had found etched in the wall must have been a drawing of the Druid stone. Jack remembered reading the list of the 9 original Knights Templars and remembered the names of Hugues and Geoffrey. The list showed that there was 3 who started the order: Hugues de Payens, Geoffrey de Saint-Omer and an unnamed knight, who Jack believed was Yender of Tournai, later to be known as Yender de Barfla. The other 6 who over several years, after the sinking of the White Ship in the year 1020 were André de Montbard, Goffard de Bissel, Payne de Montesur, Archambaud de Saint-Agnan, Gondomar de Clairvaux and Roral de Craon. Since the 9th knight was unnamed, or perhaps missing, they didn't know who he was. Some believe it might have been Hugues of Champagne, but he didn't join until way later after the Council of Troyes in 1128. So Yender must have been the 9th knight? Jack thought. He then began to wonder why his identity was forgotten, and did it have anything to do with his amnesia that he received while going down with the White Ship? Then Jack began to wonder why was Yender crossing the English Channel at the end of 1120 to begin with? It was many trips between France and Jerusalem that Hugues and Geoffrey made by 1128 when at that time, they returned to Troyes to meet with the Pope. Jack remembered Yender did return to Jerusalem in 1121 with Fulk V, but this is when Yender was getting his memory back, thought Jack. He realized he needed to read more and see where he went and why he ended up on the White Ship. Jack also realized that Yender must have become reunited with the knights in 1121 with Fulk V. Suddenly Jack heard a noise out in the jungle. It was like something was moving along with him out away to his left, and then he heard it again, but this time behind him to the right. He looked around at first, a bit scared and nervous, then he saw the tree and started walking towards it. His walk sped up as the noise began to get louder, closer, and from all directions. Jack took off running toward the tree, but he wasn't sure what he would do when he got there. What was following him and how could he protect himself? He decided he would just try and climb the tree as fast as he could, but when he got there and started to climb, he noticed that the boat was gone. It was no longer in its hiding place where he had left it. Just as Jack reached for the first branch, a vine grabbed his foot and yanked him off the tree and upside down. As he dangled there helplessly, he could hear the noise in the jungle get closer and could see movement, but couldn't make it out. Then he noticed, a monkey, he thought. Hundreds of monkeys were everywhere, and they were very angry, beating their chests, and throwing rocks and sticks at Jack. One of them walked up close, looked straight into Jack's eyes, and then before Jack knew it, he was struck over the head with a big club that knocked him out. Meanwhile, back in the great caves of Satanet, Naomi was cleaned up and dressed like a princess and was being carried by 4 huge ugly guys on a royal-type chair towards the altar where Lilitus and Satanet were prophesying to their entire demon followers. She was strapped down, kicking and screaming the whole way. They placed the chair upon the stage. Lilitus walked over to Naomi and ran her long sharp fingernail along the right side of her face, just at the point of slightly cutting her cheek. "So, my pretty Tola," said Lilitus, "are you going to tell me what I want to know, or do you want me to give you to them?" She points out to her demons and gets them all to scream and yell. "I don't know what you want from me," says Naomi. "I need that druid stone, and I need it now," screams Lilitus. Then Satanet walked over and leaned in, face to face with Naomi. His face had so many boils and pus ran down through every crevice and dripped onto Naomi's leg, burning as it touched her skin. He just stared at her and inspected her from top to bottom up close and snarling the whole time. His breath was so hot and rancid, it smelled worse than a dead rotting carcasses. He had sweat rolling off him that created even a worse smell than his breath, and it too would burn if it touched your flesh. Satanet leaned back and looked at Lilitus. "You sure this is the one? This is the girl who can break the curse, and your hold on Charity? This is the light that we need to put out?" Lilitus went on to explain to Satanet that Tola holds the key and that through her, the seekers can find the one, the enlightened one, who will come in the latter days, to prepare the way for the Son, to restore the love of his Father, he who banished you. When Naomi heard this, she was beginning to understand that she was more involved than she thought, that it wasn't a coincidence that Jack came to her, and that maybe Jack's role was only to bring her the druid stone, so she could get it to this enlightened one. She thought perhaps it was Chamuel, this archangel of love, who would return for the stone in the latter days, and that all these stories of this book of stars are only talking about those who were the seekers and protectors of the stone until that time comes. The mermaids could be Charity, but at the very least they protected the seekers of those who carry the stone. She began to wonder if there was a hidden message, if the fact that Charity protected this stone while Chamuel was seeking the stone, if the stone itself didn't in some way show God's love. Was there a message or some signs actually on the stone itself? Naomi realized she never really looked at it that hard. She also thought about all the stories, how history in general keeps repeating itself. This story does seem to have a common theme throughout all the chronicles. Naomi began to wonder, does it just keep repeating until someone gets it right? Or is it just supposed to keep going on and repeating forever? Meanwhile, Jack is coming to as 2 large gorillas that have him tied to a long pole are carrying him. As he hangs upside down with his hands tied to one end and his feet at the other, he notices he can hear some rushing water. Jack tries to look out in the direction they are heading and he notices he is being taken along a path leading to an opening behind a large waterfall. He is in a long line of apes and monkeys, all, which seem to be working together as some sort of simian army. As they get closer to the opening, Jack can feel the spray of the water from the falls getting him soaked and cold, and a cool breeze shoots out of the cave making the temperature at least 30 degrees colder. As they enter the large cave, he sees it as a temple with some very unusual architecture and carvings on the walls. They take him in along this very long ledge that leads to some stairs that are narrow and work their way up and around a large opening that seems to go forever, both up and down. This large bottomless shaft seems to be about a couple 100 feet across, and they circled the opening as they climbed. Finally they get to the top of the stairs and they take Jack off the pole and throw him into a room. Jack realizes it's a fairly large room, but only has the one opening to the stairs. There are torches burning and many drawings and carvings into the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room. Jack walked over to look back out the entrance near the stairs, and as he gets close to the opening, 2 gorillas step in and snarl at him, so Jack backs off, knowing he has these 2 guards at the doorway. Just then, his backpack with all his books was thrown in at him. Jack was excited to see that. He thought he had lost all that stuff. He wondered why they gave it to him though. Maybe they can't read and didn't find it interesting? No matter, he thought, at least I have these books to continue reading. Jack noticed a fire pit with some wood in it and grabbed a torch and lit it, but this made him wonder a little. These monkeys and apes have to be a lot smarter than he thought. Jack started wondering what they wanted with him, but knowing that they hadn't killed him yet, he was feeling safe enough not to panic. After realizing he probably couldn't escape and probably shouldn't try, to just play this out and see what happens, keeping his eye on any opportunity to get out of there while still worrying about the outcome of Naomi. That is what really worried Jack, if Naomi was okay? Jack had the fire going really good now and sat close to dry off and get warm as he decided to pull out the book and read some more.
For about 3 months, I had been searching for something hidden in a cave back in the mountains of the Pyrenees, near Carcassonne, for what I could make out on the map I had drawn, from the one I had seen a year earlier in Jerusalem. It was high in the mountains, overlooking the valleys of Mont Segur and Rennes-le-Château, just south of Carcassonne, that I found a cave with some very interesting writings and carvings. It was a small following of heretics, a group called Cathars that were living in the Languedoc region. Although scarce, they were very well liked and admired by all Christians. It was a small group of monks, both men and women monks, who took me up to the place. When I finally arrived and went in, there was an old blind monk who lived and taught there. I was told along the way that this place was so sacred that the old monk that lived there was over 300 years old. And when I first saw him, I could see that this just might be the case. His flesh was so thin, you could see through to his bones. But although his body was giving out on him, his mind and heart was not. This man had knowledge like no other, and his compassion had no equal. He told me that just over 1,000 years earlier, his grandfather was born on the day that Mary, the mother, died here in this very cave. His father told him as a boy in the year 720 the stories he was told by his father back when he was a boy in the year 333 about the day when Mary died. I asked him if he was trying to say that his grandfather was born on the day the Holy Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus, died. He told me no, of course not. It was the day Mary Magdalene, the mother of Sarah, daughter of the Messiah, who died in this very cave. Wait, Mary Magdalene died here. I thought, but wasn't she the prostitute that Jesus forgave? The old monk told me that she was no prostitute, that this was all made up to lead the true believers astray. The early church wanted to take control over the believers, taking away their free will which God had given them. They were no better than Lucifer himself, who wanted to go against God's will and have control over mankind. To do this, they needed to create the Trinity, excluding the feminine and creating original sin. It was the communion of Jesus and Mary Magdalene that fulfilled God's plan, as it was done in Eden. It was so done in heaven. Love, not sin, were the teachings of our Savior, to love the Almighty and to love one another. Jesus taught us how to love, how to treat others, and how we should expect to be treated. Even at the Last Supper, he was teaching this word to those who were with him, to love one another, and that through this love, through Jesus himself, that we would rejoin our Father, who is the Creator in heaven. Well, I wasn't sure exactly what this old man meant, and I really couldn't buy this story of his and his ancestors' ages either, but it was fascinating all the same. It was the drawing behind him that got my attention. It appeared to be the same pinnacle I saw on the wall of the ruined Jewish temple. It was five-pointed like most pinnacles, but a bit different. The top point struck a circle at a higher point, making it longer than the others. There were many other symbols that wrapped around the pinnacle, as if they were markings of a direction or a time or something that connected them all together. I did recognize some of the symbols. They were astrological symbols I learned while studying with Robert II in Tournai. But they didn't make much sense to me in this way. The monk, although blind, could tell I had an interest in this carving and asked me to stretch out my arms and give him my hands. He took one at a time, placing one of his hands under mine while feeling the palm of my hands with his other hand, seeking out and feeling every line in my palm with his fingertips. The old monk suddenly stopped and grabbed both hands. "You must go to the lands of the Welsh. and seek out a great oak tree. There you will find what you are looking for, he said. There are the writings you must find and protect, as I protect the scrolls that were given me down through generation after generation. He continued to tell me where I must go to find this tree, and that the hope of the world will rest upon my journey. He told me one more thing. You must protect the stone, as he turned and placed his hand over the carving behind him of the pinnacle. I wasn't exactly sure what this man meant, but it did sound like what I was searching for might be this stone. Just then the Kathar monks that had escorted me up to this mountain cave walked in and asked me to follow them. We walked for miles and miles down this mountain and back to Carcassonne, where from there I traveled north until I came to the port of Barfla. It was in the evening of the 25th of November in the year 1120 when I found passage on the white ship of Thomas Fitzstephen, who was the son of the sea captain of William the Conqueror's ship when he invaded England. I was very fortunate to gain passage since there were so many prominent members of England aboard. King Henry I himself would have been there if it were not the fact he had already gained passage on an earlier voyage. But his only legitimate son, William Adelin III, Duke of Normandy, was on board along with Richard d'Avranches, 2nd Earl of Chester, Geoffrey Riddle, and Walter of Aversi. There were other counts and countesses, archdeacons, and even the king's niece, Lucia Mahat of Blois, who was traveling with her husband Richard d'Avranches, 2nd Earl of Chester, along with many others. Because of my Flemish lineage and connection to the families of Flanders, I was allowed to be included in the voyage. It helped that I knew Stephen of Blois and that he was among those traveling that night. Stephen was the son of Stephen II and Adela, the daughter of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders. Stephen II was one who I fought alongside in the crusade. His son Stephen, nephew of King Henry and cousin to William Adelin, was third in line to the crown. The night had an odd feeling to it. Duke William was drinking a lot, as well as the others. William's new bride of just a year, Matilda of Anjou, was staying in Angers with her father Falks V and not taking the trip across the channel. There was a delay in time of leaving the dock at Barfla, but those on board, because of their drinking and making merry, did not know it. Sitting back near the rear of the ship with me watching as we lifted anchor was a butcher from Rouen named Self. He was making himself warm by wrapping up in some thick ram skins. The fog was moving in and the night air cooled along with it. Wait, I think I see Stephen. He was no longer aboard the ship, but standing and watching us leave, just as I was watching the lights of Barfla get hazy in the fog as we pushed away from the docks. In just a few moments, the singing and laughing of those making merry stopped. I heard someone yell out, "To the left!" The ship jolted right, and then once more I heard, "We're going to hit." I looked back and could no longer make out the coastline, and as soon as I looked forward again, the ship screeched and came to a halt, then started turning sideways. The ship began to turn over on its side. I threw Self a barrel where he had fallen into the water. As I worked my way up onto the side of the hull, I saw people all over in the water. They were so drunk, even the strongest men could not keep afloat. Then I saw Lucia Mahat, gasping for air and trying to stay afloat. Her wet dress was heavy, pulling her under, and it was dark and so cold. I wanted to jump and grab her, but just as I positioned myself to do so, the mast swung so fast I couldn't avoid it, and it struck me and threw me into the water. I was trying hard to stay afloat myself, looking for Lucia, but couldn't see her. I had to take off my coat as it was dragging me under, and then I decided to dive and see if I could find her, but it was no use. Then right next to me, the ship started turning over to sink, and as it did, it caught me and threw me again. I went head first in the water, and no sooner did I get a few feet underwater, I hit my head. As I was blacking out, I could see others, just limp and floating beneath the water. That was the last thing I could remember. Until Pasqualina in that cove the next morning. Wait, I remember one more thing. Pasqualina took me to a great oak, and I remember seeing inside a cave while she put the stone around my neck, the Druid stone. She told me as long as I keep it safe, it will keep me safe, and that it will bring me back to her. This is my memory of those days before being in Jerusalem with Fulk V in the year 1121. And now I realize I must again search out these documents hidden in Wales.
The fire starts to go down, so Jack puts down the Chronicle of Yender and begins to look around for more wood to put on the fire, but as he gets near the doorway, he begins to hear a commotion and moves back away towards the center of the room. Just then a boy walks in with a chimpanzee holding his hand. At first, Jack can't help but think about Tarzan, the way these two look, but then realizes that the boy is actually being led by the chimp. The chimp lets go of the boy's hand and then turns and leaves, leaving the boy there with Jack. They both sit down by the fire and look at each other for just a second. Then the boy opens his mouth and asks Jack if he wants more branches for the fire. Jack told him that he looked around and that there were no more. The boy gets up, walks over to the entrance, and starts making noises like an ape, as if he can communicate with them. He comes back to the fire and tells Jack that they will bring some wood in just a little while. Jack asks the boy if he can communicate with the monkeys. The boy says he can, that they taught him how to speak. The boy went on telling Jack that they found him when he was a baby about 2,000 years ago and had been raising him ever since. 2,000 years ago? What do you mean? You don't look to be in your teens yet. The boy tells Jack that this place goes by a different time than the rest of the world, that there are different places, usually pockets in the earth, caves, where time stands still as humans know it. There are different places that go at different speeds, like this one is about 1 year to every 180 human years, which makes me almost 12, when I was actually born around 2,000 years ago. Where are we? Says Jack. I need to get out of here and find a friend of mine, he continued. The boy tells Jack that the machine they found near the great tree was something they had seen before, and that it comes from an evil place. The Simian tribe wants to know if Jack comes from this evil place? Jack tells the boy his story, how he was separated from Naomi and how this machine brought him here. Tell me about this Simian tribe, says Jack. Where did they come from and do you know how long they have been here? The boy tells Jack that they were there for a long time, that the leader was from the Garden of Eden and had eaten from the tree of knowledge, just like Adam and Eve, but he wasn't deceived by Lucifer and Lilith like Eve. He was not told he could not eat from the tree, and after Adam and Eve was banished from the garden, God created this place, near the tree of life, for these simians to dwell until the end of times. Jack looked at the boy and sort of chuckled. You mean that big tree out there is the tree of life? The boy tells Jack, yes, but that is nothing. In this opening, just outside the entrance to this room, is a bottomless pit. At the bottom is the tree of knowledge. Jack thought for a second, and then laughed. If it's bottomless, doesn't that mean there is no bottom? So how can anything be, where there is nothing? Jack laughs again. Just then, the boy noticed Jack's hand and grabs it. It startles him and he jumps up and runs out. Naomi in the meantime is still sitting in the giant chair in front of all those demons as Satanet is reading from the black book and getting them all riled up and into a frenzy. Lilitus is talking to Molosina and explaining how she can retrieve the time warp machine. There is a cloaking device that will pinpoint its location and activate its return. The only problem, she says, is that it opens a doorway, that not only will it take the machine back to a designated location, but it will take all of those who have traveled in it to that very same place, while keeping the window open to the Satanet kingdom. Lilitus is worried that those who they are hiding from might find them as well. She also knows that depending on the strength and location of the machine, it could take anyone who came within close contact with those who have been in the machine to that location. Lilitus is trying to determine all the options by asking Molosina about everyone she has come in contact with before setting the cloaking device. Lilitus then goes over to the Black Book of Satanet, standing next to him, and begins to read aloud from it. Just then the boy returns with the chimpanzee, both running into the room where Jack was, along with all sorts of other monkeys and apes, including an old orangutan. They grab Jack and look at his right hand. The boy is right, says the orangutan to the chimpanzee. Take him, says the chimp. Jack is grabbed by the two large apes that were standing guard at his doorway and carried down along the stairs and taken into another large room. They put Jack down in front of the chimpanzee that is sitting in a big throne in this palace. There were hundreds of different kinds of apes and monkeys all over the place, including the large reddish, old orangutan. Jack looked around and was wondering what was going on, and then he looked over at the orangutan and said, "Wait a second, you can talk?" Then Jack overheard one of the big gorillas that was carrying him say, "Typical, humans think they're superior in every way." Then the chimp stood and shouts, "Enough." He looked down at Jack and then to all of those who were there. "He is one of us, he is a brother of the simian, he has the mark." All of the apes and monkeys started jumping and making noise. It got so loud Jack could barely hear what this chimpanzee said next. "Bring in the machine." Some big stone doors begin to slide open and the time warp machine is rolled in on a platform device. Jack jumps up on the platform and notices a large diagram etched into the floor. The two gorillas that had been guarding him earlier jumped up onto the platform with him along with the chimp and orangutan. The orangutan pointed at Jack's hand and then to the floor. "Yes, that's it," says Jack. The marking on the floor was very similar to the lines on Jack's hand. The simian trine that was created by Jack's simian trine line, the lifeline, and fate line were matching perfectly. Then the orangutan pointed up and Jack saw it. It was a large scale of the Druid stone, but in 3 dimensions, floating as if the planets were orbiting the pentacle that covered the entire ceiling of this enormous cave. Just then Jack pulled out the stone that was hiding within his shirt. The chimpanzee, along with the orangutan and 2 gorillas fell to their knees. "You are he who comes," says the chimpanzee. "The enlightened one who seeks God's love," added the orangutan. Back in the Satanet kingdom, Lilitus was starting to see something happening in her pool of magic water as she continued her chant. It began to sparkle and light up, until finally it began a lightning storm that overtook the complete hall. "Wait, this can't happen," says Lilitus, "it must be the revealing of the stone to have this power unleashed." The whole hall begins to twist and turn, and lightning and thunder gets so bad that all of the demons begin to flee the great hall in fear. Just then Molosina and her 2 goons begin to be pulled towards the magic pool. "What is happening?" yells Molosina. "Yeah, where are we going?" cries out one of the goons. No, stop," screeches Lilitus. Then she turns and sees that Naomi is also being pulled toward the pool. "No," Lilitus lets loose a horrific screech once again. Then as quickly as it started, it stopped. Molosina, the 2 goons, and Naomi were gone. Lilitus tries to look into her magic pool to see where they were taken, but it was unclear. Jack, the chimp, the 2 apes, and the orangutan along with the machine were all of a sudden pulled into a wormhole traveling at the speed of light. Within the wormhole they seemed to have been traveling in slow motion while everything around them flashed by in the speed of light. The orangutan looked up and saw 2 stars traveling towards each other. He explained that one of those stars represented them, and that there was another star coming toward them. But he also mentioned that within the warp of this wormhole and within that of time itself, that even though these 2 stars are on a collision course, it would take what might seem like hours to them before they arrive at the point in which they will collide. "Collide," says Jack, "that can't be good." "Oh no, it will be bright, and it will most likely knock us over off our feet, but it will not be a deadly collision," says the orangutan. The chimp then starts to tell Jack that Jack has read about the boy whom he met earlier, that he is the son of Sabrina and the Druid Magi from the chronicles that Jack had been reading. "Kotsmok? That was his son, Kotsmok's missing son?" questioned Jack. "Yes," says the chimp, "we rescued him just after his birth, from a plot of the evil ones. It was Lilith who tried to take him at birth." The apes had laid down to rest and nodded off, so too did the orangutan by now, and the chimp sat to relax and wait. So Jack decided to pull out the Chronicle of Yender and began reading.
After spending about 6 years traveling within the Holy Lands with Fulk V and reuniting with my brothers of the Templar Knights, I was asked to accompany Fulk V back to Anjou as he was getting his affairs in order. He was to marry Melisende, the daughter of Baldwin of Bork, now King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. Fulk V supported 2 of my brother knights of the temple for a year while away from Jerusalem. It was around that same time his daughter Sibylla, at around the age of 14, married the son of Robert Curthose, William Cleto, who was now around 21, I believe. But William and Sibylla's marriage was immediately annulled. Then shortly after that, King Henry I and Queen Edith Athelingsdottir, Matilda, who had married the Emperor Henry, divorces him. and soon after marries Fulk's young son Geoffrey Villeben Plantagenet of Anjou, who was around 11 years younger than her at the age of 13. Soon after that, Fulk returned to Jerusalem and married Melisende, when Baldwin too soon passed on and Fulk became the king of Jerusalem. Years later, Fulk had a son Baldwin with Melisende, and he would become King Baldwin III of Jerusalem. But in the meantime, Geoffrey and Matilda had a son, which was named Henry. In England, the throne went into chaos at the death of Henry I in 1135, a few years after Henry's birth. Since the heir, son of King Henry I, William Atheling died those many years earlier aboard the White Ship. Stephen of Blois, who left that ship just prior to pushing off and Matilda's cousin, became king even though Matilda fought him for the throne, beginning the anarchy. This anarchy lasted for nearly 20 years, until Henry II came of age, and the throne was retaken, beginning the reign of the Plantagenet dynasty. I had gone on to Wales, into the Great Oak at the Mermaid's Den in Caerphilly, where Pasqualina had taken me years ago. I found the treasure of his seekers, known as Cotsmock and Nerval. It was in these years I did stay and read those things that they passed down through time. I too then wrote these words to give a history of these things, naming it the Book of Stars, and within a month of my time there, I did meet again this beautiful Pasqualina who watched over me.
Jack started feeling a heavy shaking, and it started to sound like a sharp whistling noise was going through his head. So he put down the book and looked up. The others woke up and looked at the images that showed the two stars coming together and noticed it was about time for them to collide. Just at that second a blinding light overtook them, and with a big bang they all fell back and found themselves floating in a river. The current was strong and whipping them along. They were rushing through what seemed to be a cave, an underground river, which was dark and cold. Jack looked down towards the direction they were heading and saw a light way up ahead of them that sounded like a waterfall. He realized he needed to grab something, anything, and get to the side to hold on. Just then he heard a scream. It sounded like Naomi. Jack struggled and looked around, then he noticed it was Naomi, and she was floating along just behind him, along with Malsina and some of her goons. Malsina was trying to grab Naomi and push her under, while the two thugs were trying to do anything to keep afloat. They obviously were not very good swimmers. Then Jack looked in front of him and saw just before the opening roots of a tree or something hanging out over one side. He felt he had only one shot at this, so he positioned himself and just at the last second, reached out and grabbed the roots with one hand and turned to find Naomi. As he was jerked against the edge of the cave, barely holding on, he reached out and grabbed Naomi, just before she started over the falls. Malsina grabbed Naomi's legs and tried to hold on as all the water was pulling her down the falls. Naomi looked at Malsina, and with one swift kick, she smiled and let her have it. Malsina went sailing out over the falls with a screech you could hear for miles. Just to the other side of this cave's entrance was the gorillas. They seemed to have grabbed the two goons, and kept them from falling. Jack wondered where the chimp and orangutan were, if they went over the falls. Then Naomi, just realizing what happened, notices Jack. "Where did you come from?" she asked. "I don't know, I could ask you the same question," he replied. She pulled Jack close to get warm. But just then, Naomi noticed something scary moving towards them from within the walls of the cave. It startled her so much she almost jumped out of Jack's arms and down the waterfall. Jack turned to look. "Oh, I was wondering what happened to you too," he says. Then swinging on roots hanging from the ceiling of this cave came the chimp and orangutan. "Glad to see you survived, Jack," said the chimp. The orangutan looked over at the gorillas, playing with the two goons, and said, "You shouldn't play with your food like that." The two guys started yelling and trying to get away. "Oh, relax, I was only kidding," says the orangutan. One of the gorillas looked at the other and says, "Oh, does this mean we can't eat 'em?" "Let them go," says the chimp. So the gorillas drop them over the falls. Naomi, with a very puzzled look on her face, speaks up while tapping Jack on his chest. "Hey, do you hear that? They're talking." "Oh, you hear that too? Good, I thought I was going crazy," replies Jack. "There is nothing good about this, Jack. In fact, there is everything wrong about this, says Naomi. The chimp gets close to Naomi and starts smelling her. Is this your female you were going on about? He asks Jack. Oh, well, yes, this is her, he replied uncomfortably. Tell her if she would like, rather than us talking, we can toss poo, if she prefers that, continues the chimp. Naomi leans back away from the chimp and replies to him, I can hear you. Jack doesn't have to tell me anything, and I prefer you don't toss anything. The orangutan looks over the falls and watches the goons swim to shore and run after Mulsina. Then he turns back to Jack and Naomi, and says, looks like they made the drop and will be okay, but it's not safe for you to go that way. He swings away back into the cave and then stops and explains that there was a room just back a ways, and that they could be safe there for a day, until it was safe for them to climb down the side of the falls in the morning. The chimp also swung across to the other side of the entrance and pulled the backpack off a root that snagged it before it too went over the falls. He handed it to Jack. Jack was glad he didn't lose that, like he thought he had. One of the gorillas that went away for a little while, returned with some bananas for Jack and Naomi. Then the orangutan went on to tell Jack that they needed to continue on, and that hopefully Mulsina would lead them to Lilith. That they had no time to waste and thanked Jack for everything, and they swung down the sides of the rocks and were on their way. So Jack threw his backpack over his shoulders and told Naomi to follow him, as he worked his way along the side holding on to the roots. It was close, only about 20 feet to an opening in the wall that opened up into a small room. In there Jack noticed some of the roots were dried out and were good to break apart and make a fire. The rushing water that ran through the cave to the falls created a brisk wind that shot through this room. This was good to keep the smoke out, but it also made it harder to keep the fire lit. They found a corner in the room that was out of the breeze a bit and snuggled there until the fire got them dry and warm. Naomi started laughing and looked deep into Jack's eyes and asked, Are we dreaming? Why do you ask that, says Jack, is it because monkeys are talking and people are turning into birds? Or is it because we are sitting here in a hole in a side of a mountain by a waterfall that is who knows where? Naomi starts laughing hard and shakes her head, and then says, if that wasn't enough? There are satanic caves and people, wormholes to who knows where? Mermaids, and oh, as she pats the backpack, ancient books and charts and druid stones. Need I say more? Jack looked at the backpack, and told her he was just about finished with reading the last chronicle. Naomi perked up, You did? What did it tell you? Jack just looked puzzled and told her that he thought it was a never-ending story. That it just repeats itself, like how history often does, how life just repeats itself over and over again. Naomi agreed, saying she was thinking the same thing, and that she had overheard some interesting things that Lilitus had mentioned. They both agreed that they were just another chapter in this story, that there is no end, no conclusion. At least that is how they felt. Jack told Naomi that they should learn from their last generation's mistakes, but that they still make them anyway. Naomi told Jack that she didn't believe that. They could make a difference, and that they could get Chamuel and Charity back together, and in doing so, break the cycle and prepare the way for what is in store for them and the world. That God's love, and the guardian archangels of this wisdom could make a difference. Naomi asked Jack what he had learned from reading the Yender Chronicle. Jack explained that it was just another history lesson of some people, that it was interesting, and that Yender was possibly the 9th and unknown Knights Templar, that he was from the same line of Flanders that made kings, a crusader, a white ship survivor, and he too read and studied the other chronicles. He was watched over by a mermaid by the name of Pasqualina and might have even been the son of a mermaid. Heck, now that I think about it, Pasqualina could have been his mother? Naomi asked Jack to finish reading the chronicle, so they both cuddled up close and began reading.
I would leave the great oak and traveled often throughout Britain and Wales, and came to a place north in Yorkshire on the coast of the North Sea, in the land they call Flamborough. It was here I found a cousin who was also a descendant of the Emperor Charlemagne and the Counts of Flanders and Blois, a man in his last years by the name of Eustace Fitzjohn, and his son Richard Fitz-Eustace, who was traveling from Chester in Yorkshire. It was the year 1156 and Eustace was the constable of Chester and son of John Monoculus de Burgo and Magdalen, who was a daughter of William the Conqueror. His son Richard was the Baron of Halton, married to Albreda de Lizowers of the de Lacys. Traveling with them was Roger Fitzrichard, who was Richard's oldest son from a previous marriage with Jane Bigod and his wife Alice de Vere, along with their younger daughter named after her mother. Also, there was a 6-year-old boy, John Fitzrichard, who was called de Lacy and was the child of Richard and Albreda and a lot younger than his half-brother Roger. This family, from a line of de Burgo and Flanders lineage, owned land throughout Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, and South and Devonshire. It was a summer estate here in Flamborough where I met them. After spending about 2 months visiting with them, I decided I would travel back to Wales. Eustace decided they should check on their estate on the River Colne in Devonshire and wished to travel along with me. Richard thought it would be good to travel along with his father, and that he thought this would be a good time to take his young son John along to have him experience a little adventure. There was word from the constable of Nottingham that the bandits along the roads were getting ever so bold, that a young man by the name of Robert of Locksley was beginning to organize them. So we decided to take the western route that would take us over and drop us into the north of Wales. We took our time traveling, hunting, and fishing, and we all taught young John many things along the way. John was excited when we reached the Colne Valley. He told us this was the best place on earth, here near the river. I too sensed something from this river. In fact, that which lay around my neck seemed to be drawn to it. It indeed was a peaceful place that I would agree upon. After spending a few weeks here, I departed and would not see these brethren again, but did learn that Eustace died before they returned home. This was the years of Prince Richard, the one they would call the Lion-Hearted. Now, I have come to the age of 108 and have been many years finishing these things I scribed. I have read all of the words of those seekers before me and have come to realize that it is no longer within me to find the answers of these things put before me. I must pass this forward to one who will finish this quest and find the peace that Chamuel and Charity seeks, whether only for themselves or for all mankind. In the wind, I had heard tales of the wedding of young John de Lacy to that young girl Alice, named after her mother. Also, in the year 1066, there was another prince born of the realm named John, which gives the king 5 sons. We now have been 25 years from the anarchy, living a prosperous life. The king imprisoned, just 6 short years ago in 1073, the Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine. The country to the north begins to revolt, and I begin to hear of the revolution of that young lad and bandit by the name of Robert of Locksley. The constables cleverly call him the Bandit Robin Hood. And now, yet again, the call of another crusade to the holy lands of the East and the persecution of those very same Cathars of the Languedoc that live a good Christian life. Will war and evil ever skip a generation, or are we doomed to repeat the failures of our ancestors? These words I speak with eternal love of my Creator. Yender.
Jack tells Naomi, I don't think I know anything new about the Druid Stone, the capstone charts, that saying we read about the dark con of men. Naomi suddenly gets an idea. Wait, Jack, she says, then grabs a piece of paper and starts writing out the letters of the con of men cipher. Jack looks at her and just smiles. Then he quietly says, I really did want to help Charity find Chamuel. Look, says Naomi, the letters that were burned out on this Pasqualina letter says, the Samuel of Hell. Didn't you mention something about him from one of the books you read? Yes, says Jack, he was in the book of Noah, trapped to roam the earth. He keeps getting reincarnated until the end of time. It's as if, when he dies, he immediately takes on a new body, like his soul is trapped here. Naomi starts looking at the remaining letters. She thinks, wonder what the rest spells out? They both were remembering that it had to do with telling Chamuel's love story and the dark con of men. Just then a big gust of wind blew in and extinguished the fire. As a roaring noise began, it quickly started getting louder, and water started coming in the room. Oh, no, says Jack. Oh no, what? Replies Naomi. Jack starts getting up, and grabs Naomi, as she tries to reach for the backpack. I can't get it, she says. Jack pulls her hard to the cave, and as he held her, he worked his way to the falls. It was getting louder, a roaring sound filled the cave as the water level rose rapidly. He got to the opening and was trying to see where to go. Looking out over the valley from the falls, Jack noticed the tall tree, the tree he climbed earlier, the one they claimed was the tree of life. This made him stop to realize that he had never left the cave where he was taken to by the apes. Hearing the noise of the rushing water get louder, and the cliff beginning to shake, they started to panic, but Jack saw a ledge with roots leading down. "I need to swing you over there," he says to her. "Okay, Jack," she says as she positions herself. Jack wraps his legs around some roots at the opening and takes her into his hands. Just then, Jack looks back into the cave, and sees a huge wave coming at them. "Hurry," he says as he swings her out over the falls and lets her go, as she flies out, about 10 feet onto the ledge. Then suddenly it hit, taking Jack and the opening of this cave along with him, a wall of water, and Jack goes flying out over the falls. He can barely make out Naomi, as she is safely hanging onto the ledge. He notices rocks, branches, roots, and a ton of water as he is flying out over the pool below. Jack hits hard and goes deep into the water. He hit his back into something first that all but knocks the wind out of him, then he rolls and hits his head on a rock. The current and weight of the water forces him towards the bottom. It's murky and he can't make out a thing. He can't even determine which way is up or down. Debris keeps hitting him in his face and all over, until he gets grabbed by something, but it's a large branch rolling over him, taking him deeper. Then he sees something, it's shiny at the bottom, and as he reaches out for it, he wonders if it's his backpack. But as he struggles to get it, he realizes he is stuck and running out of air. Then suddenly she swims up to him, and presses her lips to his, giving him some air. The mermaid, thought Jack. Just as he is beginning to black out, she frees him and starts to pull him up. As they make their way to the surface, he realizes that it was Naomi pulling him out of the water, thinking that she must have jumped in after him. She was struggling to get both of them to the bank because the current was so strong. But now that Jack has recovered, he grabbed her and pulled her to some rocks, and they helped each other out of the water. As they both lay there exhausted, she noticed blood running down his face. She tore off a piece of fabric from the bottom of her blouse and pushed it against the wound to stop the bleeding. Jack looked up and saw a full moon. "Wait, why is it dark?" He looked at his watch and said it's 4 hours 5 minutes and 6 seconds, 07:08. It's working. Then Jack turned and looked up behind him, it's the old wooden bridge. "How did we get here?" he asked. Naomi looked at him, she was exhausted and seemed very concerned. "I couldn't find the old man," she said. Jack looked out into the water, and then back at Naomi. He was a bit puzzled. "What do you mean?" he asked. "What old man?" "The one you jumped in the water to save, that old man," she replied. "Wait, that old man turned into a bird and flew away a long time ago," says Jack. She looked at him and checked his head. "You must have really hit your head hard, and you're not making any sense." Then she realized what time Jack said it was. "Did you say it was 4 hours 5 minutes and 6 seconds? After a short pause, she looked deep into Jack's eyes. "It's you?" Naomi stood up and walked away down the bank of the river a short distance, talking to herself, and then returned. "You're him?" Jack stood up and then looked at her and said, "Naomi, what are you talking about?" "Wait, how do you know my name?" asks Naomi. Jack grabs his head and then takes a deep breath. What is going on here? This is when Naomi starts telling him about this note she has. It gives a couple numbers and tells her that she will find true love. She explained that it tells her to come back to where she was born. That the numbers said to find 123 at 456 on 789. That she had figured out that at 456 meant a time, at 456, or 4 hours 5 minutes and 6 seconds. And that on must mean a date. She determined that could mean today's date, July 8, 2009, on 789. She wasn't sure about how to find what 123 meant. But she continued telling Jack that she had come here, because she was born here, under this bridge somewhere, that her mother, a traveling gypsy, lived here at the time of her birth, on December 3, 1965. Jack then sees blood in Naomi's hair and starts looking through it to find a cut. "Are you okay?" he asks. "You must have bumped your head on a rock or something as well." "Jack, then looking at Naomi and himself, seeing that they were soaking wet and muddy, turns and while looking towards town says, "Come on, I know where we can get cleaned up." Then to himself, Jack thinks, boy they aren't going to want to see me again at that coffee shop. That reminds Jack about the chest-like box and he remembers he hid it with his artwork in some bushes nearby. The backpack, the Chronicles, murmured Jack. He looks over at Naomi shivering and then towards some bushes down the river. "Come on Naomi, let's get you dried off and warmed up." Just down the river hidden in branches just above the water, hung the backpack, resting in the shadows. They walked up to the coffee shop, and after cleaning up, they were sitting in a booth having a hot cup of coffee. Naomi was sitting there in deep thought, then turns toward Jack and says, 123, what do you suppose that means? Jack smiles, then he starts getting up. "I think I know," he says. As he walks toward the door to exit, he continues, "I'll be right back, in about 10 minutes. Jack leaves and hurries back down to the river in search of the box that now has his drawings. After searching in the dark, through the bushes where he believed he had hidden the box earlier, he trips and falls. Looking back at what tripped him, he can faintly see that it was the box itself. Suddenly, like clouds parting and the trees separating, the full moon shined down on the box making everything around it glow, and as it did Jack noticed the box had fallen open. Jack saw all of his artwork scattered about the ground. And then noticed something else. As he looked closer, there was something sticking out of the top. He could see the top of the box had a secret compartment. Jack pried it open and out fell an old collection of scrolls. It was another hidden ancient book and the first page was scrolled the words Freedom Land. To continue this adventure, where the chronicles are brought to America and other seekers search for the clues of the past into the future, to reunite Chamuel and Charity, to restore God's love. Follow along with Jack and Naomi, as they find secrets of their own. Jack Diamonds. Freedom Land.